before mastering the peerless divine skill, you had a dream. In the dream, your 5 disciples, whom you had raised with your own hands, cut off your limbs, then forcibly took out your life-saving magic weapon and gave it to a young junior. They thought that by doing so, they could win his favor and gain protection, but they did not know that the young junior was a demon cultivator in disguise. After obtaining your life-saving magic weapon, he slaughtered the sect, and the 5 disciples who had always obeyed him were also turned into playthings for others. This scene startled you awake, and as you looked up, your disciples were kneeling before you, pleading for mercy. Master, the sect is facing a great disaster. Please lend the disciple the endless sword. You looked at the determined eyes of the disciples and couldn't help but smile. You never thought that after a lifetime of hard practice, just as your divine power was about to reach its peak, you would encounter such a situation as your lifespan was nearing its end. Perhaps they didn't know that with your current lifespan, once you lost your life-saving magic weapon, you would die on the spot. Or maybe they did know but still came to force you to hand over your life-saving magic weapon. Seeing the mocking smile on your face, the leading senior disciple Yan Lingshuang's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. This is the master who raised her, but she was forced to hand over the boundless sword by her. How could her mood be good? But thinking that all this is for the sake of the foundation of the Beachy Sword Sect, she still knelt on the ground and knocked her head heavily. Master, the disciple knows that such behavior is unfilial, but for the sake of the foundation of the Beachy Sword Sect, please lend the boundless sword to Lin Bei Taoist friend. Seeing the senior disciple who inherited her position kneeling in front of her, you remained silent for a while, without any reaction. The name Lin Bei seems to be a genius recently born in Kyushu, and is very close to several of your disciples. Recently, he has been honored as a guest of the Beachy Sword Sect. Thinking of this, you suddenly looked up at your other disciples. Jin Lingya, you have always been eloquent, and you are in charge of the sect's industry. What do you think? Hearing your question, your second disciple Jin Lingya quickly knelt down as well. Master, disciple agrees with senior sister's reasoning. Your lifespan has come to an end. Even if you keep the endless sword, it will be difficult to fully protect the Beachy Sword Sect. If we hand over the endless sword to Taoist Lin Bei and combine it with the grand formation built with the full power of the sect, we can definitely repel the demon army and protect the foundation of our Beachy Sword Sect. Hearing Jin Lingya also say this, the smile on your face becomes even brighter. Yes, you are still so clever. You have calculated it well. Hearing your sarcastic praise, Jin Lingya keeps bowing her head, not daring to look up. She has always believed that everything in the world can be measured with spirit stones. In her eyes, instead of waiting for you to pass away peacefully, it is better to let you exert a little more energy in the final moments of your life. You did not look at Yan Lingshuang and Jin Lingya kneeling on the ground, but turned your gaze to your third disciple, the most intelligent and resourceful Wen Kaihua. What about you, Wen Kaihua? You are the most intelligent on ordinary days, and the disciples are all taught by you. Do you think the same as them? Upon hearing your question, Wen Kaihua pondered for a moment. Master, the Beachy Sword Sect will soon be surrounded by the demon army. These demon armies are here to avenge the massacre of the Southern Sea by you. To make the demons retreat, either you sacrifice yourself in front of them, or you repel the demons. But you are already old now. Wen Kaihua did not continue, but you already understood her meaning. Either sacrifice yourself to make the demons retreat, or hand over the endless sword. It seems like two choices for someone who can defeat the demons, but for you, the result is the same. Upon hearing Wen Kaihua's answer, you fell silent for a moment, then praised. You are indeed the most intelligent among all disciples, giving two choices. Upon hearing your praise, Wen Kaihua lowered her head, not daring to look into your eyes again. You then looked at the remaining two disciples, Zhong Lingjun with a cold face standing next to a young man, her eyes filled with undisguised hatred. It's hard to imagine that when she was taken in by you, she was a child who needed you to accompany her even when she slept at night. On the other side, Mu Siyuan smiled lightly and said, Master, if you are unwilling to hand over the endless sword or sacrifice yourself in front of the demons, then we will have a hard time. We can't sacrifice the entire Beachy Sword Sect's disciples just for you, right? Upon hearing Mu Siyuan's words, the smile on your face remains. What a skillful moral coercion. The little guy with thin skin back then has finally become selfish and self-interested. You no longer say much, but instead turn your gaze to the last two people on the field. The young girl without any cultivation who saw the look in your eyes hurriedly said, I don't know anything. I just came to pay my respects to you as a teacher. They said I passed the heavenly road, so I can pay my respects to you as a teacher. But the focus now is not on her, but on the extraordinary-looking young man next to her. Noticing your gaze, the young man immediately bowed and said, I am Lin Bei, a wandering cultivator. I am now an honored elder of the Beachy Sword Sect, paying respects to the true lord of Beachy. Lin Bei, a good name. Lin Bei, not a bad name. You just look like a talented person. No wonder these disciples of mine are willing to believe that you can repel the demon army. But can you tell me that you're going to do it? Hearing Mu Lingyun ask himself this, Lin Bei's eyes couldn't help but look at the other people present. And only after realizing that they were all giving themselves affirmative glances did Lin Bei feel relieved. Of course, since the true gentleman asked, I will certainly know all the words, not to lie. In the next, since the birth of a treasure companion, treasure called the Sun and Moon Wheel, its power is infinite, but also contains the power of time. If there is the true gentleman of the original magic weapon of the endless sword in the space of the power of the help, can be exploded out of the infinite power, the district of the army of demons naturally will not be a problem. When he heard Lin Bei say that he had a time supreme treasure accompanying him, a flash of light suddenly flashed among Mu Lingyun's eyes. Oh, time treasure Sun and Moon Wheel. Sounds like a good treasure. Can I have it? Of course, true lord, if you want to see. True lord, what were you talking about just now? Mistakenly thinking that Mu Lingyun wanted to take a look at the Sun and Moon Wheels, Lin Bei was just about to agree and show off a little bit in the process when he reacted to the fact that Mu Lingyun wasn't talking about showing it to me, but giving it to me. Realizing this, Lin Bei's face instantly changed drastically. Not only him, even the few disciples of Mu Lingyun present also changed drastically for the same reason. Lin Bei, whose heartbeat had suddenly accelerated, hurriedly explained, True lord, the Sun and Moon Wheel is my companion Dharma treasure, and unless my body falls and dies, no one else can take it away from me. The body is dead. Hearing that Lin Bei had even thoughtfully told him how to obtain the Sun and Moon Wheel, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt a bit more favorable towards this youth who had suddenly appeared and had also fooled his 5 disciples into following him to force him to hand over the endless sword. There aren't many monks this brain dead these days. Senior, fellow Taoist Lin Bei is a renowned celestial pride in the 9 states, and he's also an honorary elder of our Bai Chi sword sect. Even if it's for the sake of the Bai Chi sword sect's reputation, he must not have anything happen to him in the Bai Chi sword sect. Realizing that Mu Lingyun might want to lay his hands on Lin Bei, Yan Lingshang, who was still kneeling on the ground, hurriedly tried to stop Mu Lingyun. A few other disciples were also voicing out to try to protect Lin Bei, with that stance as if Lin Bei was the master who had taught them for hundreds of years, while Mu Lingyun was the outsider. Looking at his group of elbow-turning disciples, Mu Lingyun's face suddenly showed another smirk. Ha 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 ha, good. Master really didn't raise you guys for so many years in vain. I've always told you guys to get along with each other, and at this point in time you're all working together. Mu Lingyun was clearly smiling, but the smile on his face always looked so heartbreaking. The disciple that he had taught for hundreds of years was now going to join forces with others to force himself to death. Could he not be heartbroken? But the good thing is, he's a Bai Chi true lord, the true lord of Bai Chi, who made the demons lose their guts when they heard his name. From the moment he crossed over and stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, his life had been firmly clutched in his own hands. Want Master's endless sword? Ha. You few don't look qualified enough. Mu Lingyun suddenly stood up from the podium as he faced those disciples that he once regarded as part of his life. The smile on his face grew wider. At the same time, an aura that seemed to want to exterminate everything spread to the entire Bai Chi sword sect. Compared to handing over the endless sword, Master actually has a better method. Miso Dash. Chapter 2 Leaving. An ear-piercing metallic friction sound resounded within the Bai Chi sword sect's great hall, and the entire hall seemed to have split into 2 halves at that instant, and the dividing line between the 2 spaces was at the neck of the cultivator named Lin Bei. But just as Lin Bei was about to fall into oblivion, Zhong Lingjun, who had been standing beside him, suddenly blocked in front of him. She knew that she would never be able to block this blow with her Yuaning stage cultivation, but she still stood up, and she wanted to capitalize on her master's feelings for her. Seeing this scene, even though Mu Lingyun had already made up his mind at this moment, he still couldn't help but deflect his attack. The chopping attack from the endless sword instantly caused cracks to appear in the sky of the Bai Chi sword sect. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was blocking in front of him, Mu Lingyun only spoke softly. Get out of the way. You should know the means of my master. In the face of her own master, Mu Lingyun's persuasion, Zhong Lingjun's reply was only one cold word. No. Seeing Mu Lingyun trying to make a move against Lin Bei, Yan Lingshang and Ji Lingya also hurriedly blocked Lin Bei's face. Yan Lingshang didn't want to see the Bai Chi sword sect having to fight amongst themselves in such a critical situation, while Jean Lingya didn't want her investment in Lin Bei to go down the drain. When Kaihua seemed to want to persuade Mu Lingyun as well, but was blocked by Mu Siyuan on the side. Looking at the crowd of disciples who were blocking him, Mu Lingyun was somewhat silent. It had to be admitted that Mu Lingyun's hands were trembling. He truly could not have imagined that this group of retrogrades would not only force him to hand over the endless sword, but at this moment, they would also be stopping him in front of him for the sake of an outsider. However, It was good that Mu Linyun hadn't really closed his eyes yet, and it was good that the endless sword was still standing firmly by Mu Linyun's side. The pressure from the void practicing stage cultivator instantly suppressed the crowd of disciples in front of him, and then Mu Linyun waved his sleeve once, and the disciples who stood in front of him were all lifted off the ground. A silver light bypassed all the disciples and gently surfaced on Lin Bei's neck. Touching his neck, Lin Bei's eyes had an unbelievable look in them. He hadn't thought that after calculating for so long, he would end up with such an ending. Looking at the unrivaled Mu Linyun in front of him, a final thought surfaced in Lin Bei's mind. Wasn't it said that true Lord Bai Chi spoiled his disciples the most, and that he would do whatever his disciples said? With the fall of this thought, this spirited man became another dead soul under the endless sword. The moment Lin Bei's body died, a pair of rings appeared on his corpse, and then it violently agitated, looking like it was about to fly out of the Bai Chi sword sect. But how could Mu Linyun let this rare pair of time supremacy treasures fly away? He wanted to touch the use of the power of time at least to go further to become a harmonization stage cultivator. At this moment there was an opportunity. Naturally could not let go. The endless sword floating in the air let out a sword roar, and the sun and moon wheel that wanted to escape from this place was imprisoned in place. And then the void practicing stage cultivator's divine soul easily erased the divine soul imprint left behind by Lin Bei. The sun and moon wheel, the greatest treasure of time, also changed hands. It happened so quickly that the crowd there didn't have time to sort out some of what was going on. The only one was Mu Linyun's fourth disciple, Zhong Lingjun. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zhong Lingjun instantly reddened her eyes. Subconsciously, she gripped the sword in her hand tightly. That was the spirit sword without trace that Mu Linyun had personally flown above the 9 heavens to collect the astral winds and refine it in order to celebrate her when she broke through the Yuanying stage. She couldn't care less about the cultivation gap between herself and Mu Linyun, nor could she care less about Mu Linyun's master-disciple bond that had once taught her sword techniques hand in hand. It was as if she had lost her mind, and with red eyes, she gripped the traceless sword in her hand and chopped at Mu Linyun. Devil, take your life. Ray Kuan, don't be impulsive. Seeing Zhong Lingjun launch an attack towards Mu Linyun, Wen Kai Hua, who was the most sensible person present, immediately wanted to stop her. But both of them were Yuanying stage cultivators. How could she who was good at spells stop Zhong Lingjun who was good at sword techniques? Looking at Zhong Lingjun who launched an attack at him, Mu Linyun first then added a protective shield to the young girl on the side who hadn't yet paid her respects, and then watched as Zhong Lingjun's attack hit him. He would watch his disciple chop at himself, and subsequently strangle the last illusion in his heart with his own hands. Miso, undoubtedly, the gap between the Yuanying stage and the practicing void stage was too vast, and even if Zhong Lingjun stormed out, she would not be able to break through the aura defense on Mu Linyun's body. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, whose eyes were glowing red as if she was looking at her father's murderer, Mu Linyun felt a little tired for the first time in his more than 3,000 years of living, when he was holding the endless sword in the East Sea and fighting with the group of demons, killing them to exhaustion. Mu Linyun also only felt free and happy, never feeling half tired. But at this moment, he really felt a little tired. Is it because I'm nearing the end of my life? It's amazing how a ridiculous farce can cause my mind to fluctuate so much. Mu Linyun glanced at Zhong Lingjun and then at a few other disciples, and a thought suddenly arose in his heart. Looking at Zhong Lingjun in front of him, who was still trying to break through his aura defense, Mu Linyun finally made a move. Beheading Master with the sword that Master gave you. Don't you think it's a bit excessive? Boom! With a kick that sent Zhong Lingjun flying, and holding that traceless sword that he had forged with his own hands, Mu Linyun's aura erupted around his body, and then in the eyes of the shocked crowd, a crisp breaking sound resounded within the Bai Chi sword sect's main hall. Ray Kuan, seeing that Mu Linyun had actually kicked Zhong Lingjun off, Yan Lingshang, who was the eldest senior sister, hurriedly held her in her arms. After checking, he realized that Zhong Lingjun was already seriously injured at this moment after receiving a blow from Mu Linyun. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was spitting blood from her mouth, Yan Lingshang, who had always regarded her several senior sisters as blood relatives, was violently irritated and turned to look at Mu Linyun in indignation. Master, you've already made a big mistake by killing Dao Lord Lin Bei. Lingjun is your disciple, and you've even gone so far as to lay such a cruel hand on him. My disciple? Hearing that Yan Lingfan questioned himself for even laying a harsh hand on him, Mu Linyun's face could not help but reveal a smirk filled with mockery. Trying to force the death of your master's disciple? Taking the sword I gave her and then using it to behead my good disciple? You say that I don't treat you as disciples. Have you ever treated me as a master? In the face of Mu Linyun's rhetorical question, Yan Lingshan was momentarily speechless. She held Zhong Lingjun's severely injured body for a moment, not knowing what to say for the best. When Kai Hua, who had calmed down on the side, looked at the scene in front of him and first frowned. Then thoughts quickly flowed through his mind as he tried to analyze the current situation. Of the two remaining disciples, Jean Lingya stared blankly at what was in front of her, looking at Lin Bei's corpse, not understanding why things had turned out this way, while Mo Yuan was in an attitude of being unconcerned, pretending not to have seen the drama of the master-disciple revolt that was happening on the scene. Looking at the few disciples in front of him, Mu Lingyun felt more and more bored. He was originally thinking of simply getting all of these unfilial rebels killed, but in the end raised so many years. Really want to move the heart also inevitably have a few points of reluctance. The ancients used to say that the only word in the world that is the most difficult is love. And now it seems that this is true. True Lord Bichi. Yan Lingfang's violent shout suddenly resounded within the great hall. Hearing Yan Lingshan call out his Dao name directly, Mu Lingyun did not have much of a reaction before the endless sword floating in the air was the first to emit a sword sound. As Mu Lingyun, a practicing Void True Lord's original magic treasure, it had long since developed a spirit. The moment this group of renegades had forced Mu Lingyun to hand himself over, it had already wanted to cut them all down. Now that he heard that Yan Lingfang had been so treacherous, Endless Sword was instantly about to teach Mu Lingyun a good lesson on her behalf. However, in the face of the sword pressure of the Endless Sword that was comparable to that of a void practicing stage cultivator, Yan Lingshan clenched her teeth as she handed over the seriously injured Zhong Lingjun in her arms to Jean Lingya, who was at the side. He then stood up against the pressure of the Endless Sword and looked at Mu Lingyun and said word for word, "True Lord Bai Qi, you first killed fellow Taoist Lin Bei, and then you seriously injured Junling. The master-disciple bond between us is over." Eldest sister. Hearing that Yan Lingfang had actually said such treacherous words, Wen Kai Hua, who was still thinking about how to solve the current dilemma, immediately wanted to stop her, but Mo Yuan was laughing and grabbed her. "Aya, the sect master's eldest sister has something to say to the master. Isn't it fine for us to listen properly? What's the hurry for the third eldest sister? Moose Edge, this is no time for nonsense. Nonsense or not, it's already late." When Kaihua wanted to break free from Mo Yuan's arm to stop Yan Lingshan, but it was too late. Looking at Yan Lingshan, who looked as if she had gone crazy in front of him, Mu Lingyun keenly detected a few hints of a heart demon. But so what? He was already bored. Boom! Raising his hand to send Yan Lingfang flying, Mu Lingyun took one last look at a few of his disciples before turning around and walking towards the outside of the hall. As these few rebellious disciples forced him to hand over the endless sword, Mu Lingyun had a premonition in his heart. The bottleneck that had plagued him for hundreds of years would be loosened as he stepped into the immortal cultivation world again. Mu Lingyun arrived outside the Bai Qi Grand Hall and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Bai Qi Sword Sect. Looking at the many Bai Qi Sword Sect disciples who stood in the square waiting for the results in fear. "You want to walk away?" Looking at the many Bai Qi Sword Sect disciples who looked up to him, Mu Lingyun suddenly asked, "I'm leaving the Bai Qi Sword Sect. Do any of you disciples want to leave with me?" Mu Lingyun utilized his divine sense to transmit his voice to every corner of the Bai Qi Sword Sect, ensuring that every disciple still within the Bai Qi Sword Sect could hear it. But in the end all that responded to him was silence. The many disciples looked at him in disbelief, unable to believe that true Lord Bai Qi, who had single-handedly created the Bai Qi Sword Sect, was leaving the Bai Qi Sword Sect. But despite this, there was still no one to respond to Mu Lingyun. Seeing this scene, Mu Lingyun's mouth once again revealed a self-deprecating smile. It was also true that the system was delayed in awakening, and he had long ago passed the position of the sect leader to the rebellious disciple, Yan Lingshang, in order to break through to the harmonization stage before his lifespan was depleted. Most of the Bai Qi Sword Sect disciples at the moment had only heard of his legend, and they didn't even understand what kind of person he really was. And now there is a demon army besieging outside. In this situation, they were obviously more willing to trust Yan Lingfang, the Bai Qi sect leader, rather than him, the Bai Qi true lord whose lifespan was nearing. Looking at the remnants of the sun in the sky, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt a boundless despondency. Come alone at the beginning, so go alone at the end? Can I leave after true lord? A voice suddenly came from behind Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun looked back with some surprise and realized that it was the young girl he had ignored earlier. She had obviously heard Mu Lingyun's voice just now as well, and hurriedly chased him out from within the great hall. Looking at Mu Lingyun who hadn't left yet, she quickly waved her hand and said anxiously, "That, true lord, I can worship you as my master." "Worship me?" Hearing the young girl's words, the smile on Mu Lingyun's face remained the same. "Little fellow, do you know that I'm about to reach the end of my lifespan? Perhaps the next moment, I'll die." "I know, but I still want to worship true lord." Seeing how insistent the young girl was, a trace of doubt flashed through Mu Lingyun's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask the young girl for her reasons. "And the reason? It was father and mother who wanted me to worship true lord." "Father and mother? Who are your parents?" Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, Lu Qingyue hurriedly uttered two names, and then, fearing that Mu Lingyun wouldn't be able to remember them, she hurriedly continued to add, "My name is Lu Chengyu. I'm their daughter. My father and mother said that back then it was True Lord who saved their lives under the siege of a group of demons in the East Sea. So they want me to make sure that I join True Lord's sect in order to repay his great kindness." The East Sea demons of the day? Ah, yes. I think I saved a group of cultivators who were deep in the East Sea back then, but I can't remember anymore. Thinking of the past, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Two cultivators whose names he couldn't remember sent their daughters to his door in order to repay his kindness, while the disciple he had devoted his life to cultivating turned against him for an ignorant junior. Nodding at Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun turned around and headed in the direction of the mountain gate. Then follow along, and see what else Master can teach you before your lifespan runs out. Aha! Master! Hearing that Mu Lingyun agreed to take her, Lu Qingyue hurriedly and happily followed Mu Lingyun. When the disciples in the square saw Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue passing by, they hurriedly made way, not daring to look at them with their heads down. The waning sun shone on the mountain gate of the Baichi Sword Sect. Witnessing True Lord Baichi and the last disciple he had taken in the Baichi Sword Sect leave the Baichi Sword Sect that he had created with his own hands. Chapter 3, The Magic Dragon. Mu Lingyun walked out of the Baichi Sword Sect's mountain gate without any lingering feelings. Looking behind him at the four big words of the Baichi Sword Sect that he had personally carved with his own hands back then, Mu Lingyun simply blew out a breath gently, and the four big characters of the Baichi Sword Sect were erased without a trace. Seeing Mu Lingyun's movements, Lu Qingyue, who had been following him, asked in a low voice, "Master, we've left the Baichi Sword Sect. Where are we going next?" Hearing Lu Qingyue's inquiry, Mu Lingyun did not answer, but instead looked in front of him. One could only see black smoke rising from nowhere in the sky, continuously filling the air until it covered the entire sky. Looking at the rolling black smoke, Mu Lingyun's face was fearless, and with a single reach of his hand, he held the endless sword in his hand. Lu Qingyue behind him hurriedly hid behind Mu Lingyun in fear when she saw this. She had grown up listening to the stories of the true Lord of Baichi since she was a child. This was because she knew very well that when Mu Lingyun held the endless sword in his hand, that was when he got serious. And if she remembered correctly, the group of baddies who had tried to snatch the endless sword from her master's hands earlier seemed to have said that there was an army of demons and devils besieging outside of the Baichi Sword Sect at the moment. Army of demons. Lu Qingyue was a bit scared, but after seeing Mu Lingyun's calm demeanor, she instantly lowered her heart. Aha! I'm sure it'll be fine. After all, there's Master. Lu Qingyue had just let out a sigh of relief when the black smoke that was filling everywhere suddenly stirred. The black smoke kept rolling up and down, as if there was a giant beast constantly roaming inside. After the black smoke formed a huge dragon scroll, a demonic dragon head that was almost the size of a mountain suddenly poked out from the black smoke. Looking at Mu Lingyun, who was standing by with the endless sword in his hand, the demonic dragon's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, before being engulfed by the black smoke so that only Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue in front of him could hear it. True Lord Baichi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You are? Hearing that the demonic dragon on the opposite side recognized him, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed through Mu Lingyun's eyes. Although the group of renegades did say that the demonic army had come for themselves, Mu Lingyun did not recognize the demonic dragon in front of him. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's doubts, the demonic dragon was first stunned, then immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you are the hallowed true monarch of Baichi. Your mighty name spreads all over the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. It would be normal for you not to recognize me, a small demon ruler. To give you a small hint, back then, the head of the group of demons in the East Sea, hearing the demonic dragon mention his former past, Mu Lingyun suddenly remembered something. Back then, after he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he saw the group of demons in the East China Sea brutalizing the innocent people of the human race, and in a fit of rage, he carried the endless sword and slaughtered the group of demons in the East China Sea. And at that time, the leader of the demon race was a dragon. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun was instantly enlightened. It turns out to be the descendant of that great dragon demon back then. Then you come to me for revenge is also considered to be bloodthirsty. But, Mu Lingyun suddenly raised the endless sword in his hand, and the sun and moon wheel that he had just refined emerged behind him. Lin Bei might have calculated a lot, but there was one thing he wasn't wrong about, and that was that the combination of the sun and moon wheel's power of time and the endless sword's power of space could indeed explode into a powerful force. Even though Mu Lingyun's lifespan was about to end, and driving the sun and moon wheel was consuming the little lifespan he had left, it was still not a problem for him to explode into peak strength at this moment to decapitate the demonic dragon in front of him. Seeing Mu Lingyun raise his sword, the devil dragon's gigantic head subconsciously shrank back towards the black smoke, but then it poked out again. Ha ha ha, if True Lord is angry, this incarnation of mine will be allowed to be killed by True Lord to vent his anger is. I have only lost an incarnation, but True Lord you are now. I'm afraid you're already alone. Hearing the undisguised mockery in the devil dragon's words, Mu Lingyun's face did not change, only remaining calm as he asked, "So that Lin Bei was sent by you?" "That's not true. He and I just had a small cooperation. If he really can cheat the endless sword in the hands of the true lord, I will kill the Bai Chi sword sect immediately, but even if not, that doesn't matter. After all." The devil dragon suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle, followed by endless pleasure in its voice. "After all, even if it fails, the titular Bai Chi true lord has already ended up as a traitor and a loner, hasn't he?" Hearing that the true cause of all these things was plotted by this black dragon in front of him, Mu Lingyun immediately gripped the endless sword in his hand. However, when he thought about the eyes of the group of rebels looking at him in the middle of the Bai Chi hall, Mu Lingyun felt that it was all really boring to the extreme. Now if the demonic dragon was present in its true form, Mu Lingyun might still have the thought of wielding his sword, but it was just an avatar, so it was really even more boring, and wielding the sword would just be an empty drain on his own lifespan. Looking at the demonic dragon in the sky, Mu Lingyun said in a flat tone, "If all you're doing is getting revenge on me, then congratulations, you've won." Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he had won, the demonic dragon immediately froze, and a tear gradually slipped down amongst its scarlet bloodshot eyes. But soon the tear evaporated. "I won, but you haven't lost yet," the demonic dragon suddenly growled and said. It would never give up its vengeance on this. It would never give up before completely destroying everything Mu Lingyun had. "True lord, live well. You'd better find a hidden place to hide for that little disciple of yours before you die. The moment you close your eyes, I'll clear everything." Hearing the threat that the demonic dragon was posing to himself, especially since it was also threatening Lu Qingyu's safety, Mu Lingyun casually chopped a sword towards the sky after sighing. However, this sword did not injure the incarnation of the demonic dragon, but followed the connection between the incarnation and the main body of the underworld, and in an instant, it crossed thousands of mountains and landed directly on top of the main body of the demonic dragon. A pained roar rang out, and only then did the demonic dragon remember that it was in front of the Bai Chi true lord, who had already shaken the 9 states 1,000 years ago. Although it had also cultivated to the void practicing stage, it had only just made a breakthrough, and the 1,000-year-long cultivation gap was not something that could be made up for by the dragon bloodline in it. Plus, Mu Lingyun was already at the end of his lifespan, a practicing void true lord who is about to die, but is still strong. Will do something before he dies? The demonic dragon felt chills just thinking about it, and in order to avoid Mu Lingyun from really fighting with it regardless, the demonic dragon hurriedly disappeared with the black smoke that filled the sky and its demonic army. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, stopped in place when he saw this, and after a long silence smiled as he looked behind him at Lu Qingyue. "Apprentice, what kind of place do you like to live in?" Me? Well, I'd like to live in the mountains if I could. My parents have always taken me to live by the sea and I'd like to see the mountains." Hearing that Lu Qingyue wanted to live in the mountains, Mu Lingyun nodded and then thought of a place. "Then let's go. Master will take you to a good place and then formally accept you as his disciple." "Aha! All listen to Master." The crescent moon rising in the sky shone on the bodies of the master and disciple duo who had just gotten out of the great calamity. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, the larger shadow shielding the smaller one within itself. The smaller shadow, on the other hand, was looking forward to the day when it could become powerful and then properly repay the big shadow's favor. "Master, I want to be your disciple for life." "Good." Chapter 4, The Might of the Beehive. Senior Sister, Sect Leader. The demon army outside the sect has retreated, and it is suspected that it was forced back by Senior Sister. Inside the Bai Chi Sword Sect's main hall, when Kaihua looked at the severely injured Yan Lingxiang and Zhong Lingjun and frowned as she spoke out the current situation of the Bai Chi Sword Sect, and after the pale-faced Yan Lingxiang heard when Kaihua say the words master, a wave of depression immediately arose in her heart. "I told you, he's no longer our master." Looking at Lin Bei's corpse on the ground, a trace of sadness flashed amongst Yan Lingxiang's eyes. She just wants a home and someone to love her. Why does she always ask for more than she can get? Hearing Yan Lingxiang's annoyed voice, when Kaihua subconsciously wanted to refute her. However, once she thought about the fact that Yan Lingfang was the highest cultivator in the Bai Chi Sword Sect right now, for the sake of the stability and development of the sect, she ended up changing her title. Sect Leader. True Lord Bai Chi has already left with the last disciple he took on, but he is suspected to have heavily wounded the demonic dragon before leaving. So the sect is now temporarily out of the crisis of annihilation. Hearing that the demon army had left, Yan Lingxiang was instantly relieved. However, once she thought that the lifting of the crisis ended up relying on Mu Lingyun, she couldn't help but say with resentment, this demonic army was originally led by him. Back then if it wasn't for his own selfish desires, forcibly killing into the East China Sea to seize the dragon's essence blood. Where would the Bai Chi sword sect have suffered such a great disaster today? He repelled the demonic dragon, and it was also considered that his merits and demerits had been balanced out. However, the Bai Chi sword sect was originally created by Master Teacher. If not for Master Teacher, how could we be where we are today? Looking at Yan Lingxiang, who was putting all the blame on Mu Lingyun, when Kaihua couldn't help but want to fight for Mu Lingyun. But when she thought of the current situation of the Bai Chi sword sect, she ended up swallowing her words of persuasion into her stomach. There seems to be something wrong with eldest sister's condition, so for the sake of the Bai Chi sword sect, it's better not to irritate her just yet. Knowing that Yan Lingfang could not listen to any topic related to Mu Lingyun right now, when Kaihua brought up a few other things, then, sect leader, our covenant with the Five Elements sect, and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society will soon reach its redrawing date. Who should we send to sign the new covenant this time? Covenant? Hearing when Kaihua mention it, Yan Lingfang then remembered the top priority of Bai Chi sword sect, if not suddenly encountered a demon army siege such a life and death matter. The first thing Yan Lingfang had to worry about now was the matter of renewing the alliance with the other two sects. The Bai Chi sword sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society were all large and prestigious sects in the southern part of Ning Prefecture. Before Mu Lingyun's departure, the three clans all had void practicing stage cultivators in their ranks, and since all three clans belonged to the human forces, they lived peacefully with each other most of the time and did not make things difficult for each other. Instead, the so-called covenant involved a cave named Wanling in the center of the three clans' territories. The 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven was just like its name. There were countless heavenly materials and treasures in the cave heaven, especially because there were all kinds of extremely unique and special spiritual chi in between. If a cultivator absorbed the special aura produced among the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven, he would be able to add extra effects to his mana and save himself decades or even centuries of hard cultivation. In order to avoid the occurrence of things like cranes and clams competing with each other, the three clans agreed to jointly develop the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven, and the output of all kinds of resources would be distributed in accordance with the signed covenant, and it would be re-signed every 300 years in order to avoid the occurrence of conflicts. The resources and special spiritual chi amongst the caverns were extremely important to cultivators, so every time a covenant was signed, each clan would show their strength as much as possible. Thinking about this matter, the distraught Yan Lingshuang didn't think too much about it and just waved her hand and let Wen Kaihua handle it herself. Third senior sister, you see to it, I'm not in the mood to care about this matter right now. After experiencing the demon siege, the people within the sect are now in a state of panic, and I need to get those disciples to stabilize as soon as possible before I can do so. Hearing that Yan Lingfang had given the matter of signing the covenant to herself, Wen Kaihua did not excuse herself and directly took up the matter, but she then immediately went on to ask, so what would be a good share for us this time? Is there any need to ask? The resources produced by the 10,000 Spirit Cave Sky are extremely important, so naturally it's still 50% of what it used to be, and letting the other two clans divide the rest amongst themselves is just fine. Yan Lingfang covered her head and said with some impatience, but then she saw Wen Kaihua standing straight in place, continuing to look at her with no intention of leaving. Seeing this scene, Yan Lingfang subconsciously thought that Wen Kaihua was trying to disobey her orders, which instantly made her, who was already severely injured and somewhat uneasy, become irritated. But before she could question Wen Kaihua, Mo Shi Yuan, who had always been doing nothing on the side, finally came forward. Alas, my big sister, you are not forgetting that the master has gone out of the Bai Chi sword sect, and now the highest cultivation in our clan is you, a middle stage harmonized spirit cultivator. So what is going to take up another 50% of the share off, and the other two sects do not kick us out of the way would be good. Hearing the frivolous voice of Mu Siyuan, Yan Lingfang then remembered that without Mu Lingyun, their Bai Chi sword sect was already a sect with only the Hierophant stage. Thinking of this, Yan Lingxiang's already irritated heart became more and more chaotic, and in the end, her cultivation at the God transformation stage erupted uncontrollably in the large hall. Aside from Jean Lingya, who was also a God transformation stage cultivator, the rest of the few immediately felt a shaky feeling. In particular, Zhong Lingjun, who was already seriously injured on the ground, directly spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of Yan Lingxiang's might. Seeing this, Yan Lingshuang hastily put away the pressure on her body and worriedly held Zhong Lingjun in her arms. It was a relief to confirm that the injuries on her body had not worsened. Looking at Wen Kaihua, who was still standing in place, Yan Lingxiang first took a deep breath, then commanded in a stiff tone, without him, true Lord Bai Chi, can't our Bai Chi sword sect get by? Saying that, Yan Lingxiang pulled out a disc engraved with a mysterious Dao pattern from among her storage ring and handed it over to Wen Kaihua. You take this magic weapon to sign the covenant. It contains, true Lord Bai Chi's three-sword chi, When used properly it can kill an ordinary void practicing stage cultivator. With this in your hand, the other two clans won't dare to be too reckless. Seeing this disc that Yan Lingfang took out, this time, not to mention Wen Kai Hua, even Mo Shi Yuan, who always did as she pleased, also fell into silence at this moment. If they remembered correctly, this thing seemed to have been specially refined for her by Mu Lingyun when she was worried about her safety when Yan Lingfang first went out on her travels back then, and she ended up taking it out at this time. After a moment of silence, Wen Kai Hua reached out her hand and took the disc, then couldn't help but say, "Eldest sister, let's go apologize to master and beg him to come back." Hearing that Wen Kai Hua was going to go to Mu Lingyun to apologize, Yan Lingxiang immediately felt as if she had received a huge stimulus. Apologize? He never really treated me as a disciple, so why should I go to him to apologize? Since he's gone, then just let him go. It's true that he started the Bai Chi Sword Sect, but the ones who have kept the Bai Chi Sword Sect going all these years are us and those disciples who have worked diligently for the Bai Chi Sword Sect. Seeing that Yan Lingfang's reaction was unexpectedly so intense, Wen Kai Hua, who had originally wanted to persuade something, could only end up walking out of the sect hall helplessly. Seeing this, Jin Lingya knew that Yan Lingshuang was not in a good mood at the moment, so she prepared to take the seriously injured Zhong Lingjun to heal her wounds first. However, when Kai Hua had just walked out of the main hall, Jin Lingya had just picked up Zhong Lingjun, and Yan Lingshan was about to calm her chi and blood to go and show her face to appease those disciples when the Bai Chi mountain range, where the Bai Chi sword sect was situated, suddenly shook violently. Seeing this, Wen Kai Hua immediately flew to the sky above the Bai Chi sword sect and discovered that the terrain of the Bai Chi mountain range was unexpectedly changing. This is, Earth Dragon is going to break out of its trap. Chapter 5, Worshipping the Master. Third Senior Sister. What's going on here? Sensing the Bai Chi sword sect's commotion at this moment, Jin Lingya and Yan Lingshuang as well as Mu Si Yuan all flew to the sky above the Bai Chi sword sect at this moment, looking at the violently shaking Bai Chi mountain range, and hurriedly asked Wen Kai Hua what exactly had happened somehow. Wen Kai Hua looked at the still changing terrain below and said with a somewhat ugly face, "The 3 earth dragons that were captured and suppressed underground in the Bai Chi sword sect by Master Teacher and used to improve the Bai Chi sword sect's aura environment, all of them are rioting at the moment and are about to break out of their traps." What? Hearing that the 3 earth dragons underneath the Bai Chi sword sect were about to break out of their trap, the faces of the remaining few people changed, especially Yan Lingshan. She was the disciple that Mu Lingyun had initially taken under his door, so she was also well aware of how harsh the environment of the Bai Chi mountain range had been before Mu Lingyun had captured the 3-headed earth dragon to improve the Bai Chi sword sect. If those 3 earth dragons really escaped, the Bai Chi mountain range would no longer be suitable for cultivators to survive. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Bai Chi sword sect will really be in danger of being overthrown. The underground of the Bai Chi sword sect even has the existence of 3 earth dragons. This is the first time I've known about this matter. But Master Zun was already practicing the void stage when he created the Bai Chi sword sect. Right. So why did he still have to pick a place that wasn't suitable for a cultivator to survive in? Hearing Wen Saiwa's explanation, Mu Si Yuan couldn't help but wonder about Mu Lingyun's reason for building the Bai Chi sword sect here. Jin Lingya subconsciously looked at Yan Lingshan, who was levitating beside her. When she heard this, if she remembered correctly, it was Yan Lingshan who saw the beautiful scenery of this Bai Chi mountain range and kept pestering Mu Lingyun to start the sect here, which was why Mu Lingyun chose the address of the Bai Chi sword sect to be here. Speaking of Lingxiang, her face also immediately became very ugly, but in the end, she still held herself together and was unwilling to admit that Mu Lingyun had chosen to create the Bai Chi sword sect here because of her. Humph, if true Lord Bai Chi hadn't wanted to choose the Bai Chi mountain range, how would he have gone to great lengths to capture the 3 earth dragons? The key now isn't what he thought in the first place. The key now is to get those 3 earth dragons to settle down. With that said, Yan Lingshuang took the disc from Wen Saiwa's hand that was given to her earlier and wanted to cast a spell to drive Mu Lingyun to deposit the sword chi therein to chop at the 3 rioting earth dragons. Seeing this, Musaj hurriedly inquired, "Eldest sister, now that you've used the sword chi in the middle of the disc, how are we going to deter those 5 elements sect and spirit rhinoceros society cultivators when the time comes?" Hearing Mo Shi Yuan's inquiry, Yan Lingshan's movements immediately stalled for a moment, but soon she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll have my own way when the time comes. If we don't suppress the earth dragon's riot now, the Bai Chi sword sect's destruction will be today." After saying that, Yan Lingshan probed her mana into the disc, and then she felt a power as vast as the ocean yet incomparably intimate. That was the spontaneous reaction of the mana Mu Lingyun had once left in the middle of the disc, sensing the aura of Yan Lingfang, his once great disciple. Feeling the affectionate feeling coming from that mana, Yan Lingshan's heart suddenly ached for a split second, but soon she bit back her words. "Fake, everything is just a lie." After saying that, Yan Lingshan urged the mana in the disc, and 3 sword chi that were enough to cause space to shatter emerged from the disc in no time, sliding down towards the Bai Chi sword sect below along with a drop of tears. The sword chi ignored all the obstacles in between and landed straight on those 3 rioting earth dragons. The moment they felt those 3 sword chi, the 3 earth dragons that originally wanted to take advantage of Mu Lingyun's departure from the Bai Chi sword sect and escape from life hastily began to beg for mercy. However, Yan Ling Shuang was able to cut out the sword chi but could not control the power, and in the end, the 3 earth dragons were heavily injured and fell into a long slumber. The Bai Chi mountain range's aura also instantly dropped by a large amount with it, but the good thing was that the crisis of being reduced to an ordinary mountain range was avoided after all. After doing all this, the already seriously injured Yan Lingshan finally fell from the sky and was caught by the quick-eyed Mo Shi Yuan. Looking at the unconscious Yan Lingfang in her arms, Mo Shi Yuan murmured a few words softly from her mouth. Why don't you just die for good? Obviously taking up the most love, and still talking about things you don't know. Subsequently, after Wen Kaihua and the others approached, Mo Shi Yuan's face once again regained that human and harmless look. In the sky of a mountain range far away from here, Mu Lingyun suddenly sensed something and looked back, realizing that it was the disc he had given to Yan Lingfang that year that had been used and no longer paying attention to what was going on over there. After flying for an unknown amount of time again with Lu Qingyu, Mu Lingyun suddenly stopped and looked at the mountain below, and after sweeping his divine sense, he found that the spiritual chi was still okay, and it was not occupied by other cultivators. So he asked Lu Qingyu if she liked it here. I like all the places Master chose. Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, Lu Qingyu immediately expressed her affirmation with excitement. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun nodded and stopped looking around, pulling out a model of a palace from amongst his storage ring and threw it downwards. A lofty and magnificent palace took shape amongst the mountains and forests in a matter of moments. Wow! Is this the means of a true lord of practicing void? Master is so powerful. Seeing Mu Lingyun casually summon a palace, Lu Qingyu's eyes immediately shone as if there were stars falling. Mu Lingyun sniffed but couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. What is this? You are not having seen those even more magnificent palaces. If you are fortunate enough to ascend one day, only then will you understand the grandeur and magnificence of the heavenly palace. I don't want to go to the heavenly palace. I want to be with Master forever. Hearing Lu Qingyu's firm voice, Mu Lingyun was first stunned, then he was unimpressed. He had heard this kind of words 5 times already, and how the result afterward was, that was there for all to see. If it wasn't for the fact that only this little guy had followed him away, plus the startup of the system also required Mu Lingyun to keep taking on disciples, he really wouldn't have seen fit to take on Lu Qingyu. After experiencing the betrayal of 5 disciples, Mu Lingyun had already treated the so-called disciples as a tool to be used in exchange for system rewards. Bringing Lu Qingyu to fly into that palace, Mu Lingyun waved his sleeve and an incomparably solemn hall was set up, and in the center of the great hall, an altar was placed, on which the words heaven and earth were enshrined. After performing a salute towards the heaven and earth altar, Mu Lingyun turned around and looked at Lu Qingyu seriously. Lu Qingyu, I ask you, are you willing to swear by heaven and earth to worship the seed as your master? And from then on, listen to my teachings and cultivate my Tao. Hearing Mu Lingyun's serious voice, Lu Qingyu didn't dare to have any slackness and immediately walked to Mu Lingyun's front and bowed towards him along with the words heaven and earth, then respectfully knelt down in front of Mu Lingyun's body and said with a solemn look on her face, Disciple Lu Qingyu, I would like to swear to heaven and earth that from now on, I will worship under true Lord Bai Qi. I will be respectful to my teacher and dare not disobey. I will be sincere to the Tao and dare not neglect it. I hope that the true Lord will see the sincerity of my disciple and pass on the supreme Tao of my disciple. After saying that, Lu Qingyu bowed 3 times and 9 times to Mu Lingyun and the word heaven and earth behind him, then stood quietly in front of Mu Lingyun, waiting for the rites to be completed. Mu Lingyun looked at the respectful Lu Qingyu, and for a moment many images flashed before his eyes, but those memories were nothing more than dreamlike bubbles that were easily annihilated by Mu Lingyun, and not even a single trace could be left in his Tao heart. Since that's the case, then from now on, you'll be my disciple, and I hope you'll cultivate hard and get ascension soon. Yes, Master. A disciple, a master. In this way, the Taoist lineage of true Lord Bai Qi was passed down again in this pale world. Chapter 6, System Unlocking. Hint, the progress of unlocking the preaching and teaching system has reached the mark. Please check it out. Master. Just after the end of the worship ceremony, Mu Lingyun heard that the system that he had been carrying around since he crossed over had finally been unlocked successfully, and his rippling state of mind couldn't help but ripple a little at this moment. His talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't really too good either. Since Mu Lingyun embarked on the road of cultivation, there were also often strange encounters, coupled with a breath in his chest that always survived. He was able to successfully cultivate to the void practicing stage. However, when he reached the void practicing stage, he seemed to have reached the end of the line. No matter how hard Mu Lingyun tried, it was difficult for his cultivation to advance half a step further. In order to successfully awaken the system before his lifespan was exhausted, Mu Lingyun could even be said to have abandoned his ego to a certain extent, devoting his entire body and mind to those few disciples just so he could unlock the system as soon as possible. As a result, those few rebellious disciples even presumed to kill their teacher. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Lingyun never put all his hopes on others, this time he might really have to be infuriated to death by those few rebellious disciples. But fortunately, the system was finally successfully unlocked, so it wasn't a waste of his efforts over the years. Master, you want something from the religious child. When Mu Lingyun heard Lu Qingyue's voice, his attention immediately returned to reality. Looking at the expectant Lu Qingyu in front of him, Mu Lingyun slightly pondered for a moment before raising his hand and lightly tapping Lu Qingyu's forehead, and then a Dao law called Bai Chi sword technique was transmitted into Lu Qingyu's sea of consciousness. Bai Chi sword know-how, Mu Lingyun life cultivation summary, which encompasses everything, whether it is the way of cultivation, or the sword or other cultivation of immortal 100 arts which are involved. It could be said that all the Dao penetrations that Mu Lingyun had comprehended were contained within it. As for what Lu Qingyue could learn from it, it would depend on which direction her talent leaned more towards. At least the Dao aptitudes that his 5 rebellious disciples had comprehended from amongst the Bai Chi sword technique were all different. Bai Chi sword technique, is this the great Dao that master cultivates? I will definitely cultivate well and will definitely not fail my master. Seeing Lu Qingyue's determined look, Mu Lingyun did not say anything more, and after casually instructing a few points on cultivation, he waved his hand and sent her outside of the main hall, letting her practice and play on her own first, and then go back to guide her properly after he had carefully studied the system. After Lu Qingyue left, Mu Lingyun first remained silent in place for a moment before opening the system. In an instant a large amount of densely packed data surfaced in front of Mu Lingyun's eyes. Master, Mu Lingyun, Daoist name, Bichi Jinjuan, cultivation, perfection of void practicing stage. Longevity, 3157/3157, life expectancy will expire. Disciple, Yan Lingshan, has defected from the school. Disciple, Kim Linga, has defected. Disciple, Man Choihua, has defected. Disciple, Lu Qingyue. Looking at his character panel, especially when he saw that the two numbers before and after his lifespan were the same, Mu Lingyun's corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. As a cultivator of the void practicing stage, Mu Lingyun was naturally able to clearly feel the limit of his lifespan, but to show it in such a clear figure still made it a little difficult to avoid. The system had probably rounded up the numbers a bit, and Mu Lingyun's current lifespan was probably less than 3 months to be exact. If he couldn't succeed in breaking through the realm or obtaining a life extension method from the system within these 3 months, then he would have to say sorry to this wonderful world. Ignoring the few rebellious disciples in front of him, Mu Lingyun directly clicked on Lu Qingyue's character panel at the end. Disciple, Lu Qingyue. Talent, Heavenly Class A upper grade. Physique, Dragon Blood Sword Heart. Cultivation, Nandachi practicing stage. Disciple is in the process of breaking through. Master can go to protect him. Evaluation, the most gifted person in Kyushu, whose mother had witnessed the bloody battle between the true monarch of Bichi and the dragon monarch of the East China Sea on the East China Sea. In that battle, her mother had the honor to perceive the true monarch's sword intent and by chance gained the heart blood of the dragon monarch's legacy, and ultimately refined the true monarch of Bichi's sword intent as well as the dragon monarch of the East China Sea's heart blood during the gestation of Lu Qingyue, ultimately forming her into a dragon blood sword heart physique. This talent, this karma. Seeing Lu Qingyue's character panel, Mu Lingyun suddenly somewhat understood why the system suddenly unlocked successfully as soon as he accepted Lu Qingyue as a disciple. I'm afraid that the progress bar provided by Lu Qingyue alone was going to be more than all 5 of those adversaries combined. Mu Lingyun in any case could not have imagined that he was just seeing the road. A moment of hot blood, so he raised his sword to kill into the East China Sea, overthrowing hundreds of thousands of demons, but did not expect to be in 1,000 years after the present day for his own sense. Such a talent can be described as a disciple of the ancient and unparalleled. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was now in the middle of her breakthrough, even though he knew that there was basically no danger in this realm of chi practicing, Mu Lingyun still immediately let go of his divine sense and scanned a circle of the palace looking for Lu Qingyue's location. In the end, he found Lu Qingyue's scent in the middle of one of the compartments at the side of the main hall, instantly arriving in front of Lu Qingyue, looking at the young girl whose breath was rising. Even though Mu Lingyun had seen a lot, at this moment, he could not help but sigh at Lu Qingyue's amazing talent. After pondering for a moment, Mu Lingyun suddenly summoned the Endless Sword. Looking at the ancient sword whose aura was introverted, Mu Lingyun pinched a spell, and then a meager but incomparably pure Endless Sword intent was guided out, slowly injected into Lu Qingyue's body, and intersected with the mana that was continuously taking shape in her body. feeling that divine and inexplicable power, the flow of aura in Lu Qingyue's body, who was attempting to break through the qi practicing stage, first stagnated for an instant. After noticing that it was Mu Lingyun who had come to her side, the flow of aura within Lu Qingyue's body suddenly became a little more agile. She actively and proactively approached that endless sword intent, not caring in the slightest whether or not she would be able to refine it, because she was certain that her master, that Bai Qi Zhenjun who had been running through the 9 states, would not harm her. A person with a dark heart would never blatantly launch a crusade against the Eastern Sea demons because of the death of a mortal. But the endless sword intent contained the power of space. It was incomparably small 1 second, and the next instant it seemed to be so large that Lu Qingyu could hardly carry it. Lu Qingyue was already having a hard time just touching this sword intent, let alone refining it. Just as Mu Lingyun felt that it was too early, he was ready to withdraw this endless sword intent. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Qingyu suddenly clenched her teeth. She refused to give in yet. She didn't want to disappoint her master. Lu Qingyue's body suddenly erupted with another force that was of the same origin as the endless sword intent. Sensing this force, the endless sword intent that was still somewhat resistant to Lu Qingyu's zone of being immortal instantly and immediately merged into Lu Qingyu's body, adding to her dragon blood sword heart body. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Mu Lingyun's ears. Disciple Lu Qingyu has successfully broken through the qi practicing stage. Congratulations to Master for taking a simple yet solid step on the path of preaching and teaching. My disciple's cultivation has been synchronized to the Master's, so please pay attention to checking it in time so as not to cause any unexpected situations to occur. Chapter 7 Increase in Longevity. Cultivation Synchronization? Hearing the system prompt that Lu Qingyue's cultivation had been synchronized to his own, Mu Lingyun immediately examined his body. In the end, he found that the cultivation in his body did have that little bit more, roughly equivalent to the cultivation he had grown in half a breath. However, although this amount of cultivation was insignificant to avoid practicing True Lord, to a qi practicing stage disciple who had just set foot in cultivation, it could already be considered a vast amount. And the most crucial thing was that this was only the beginning. With Lu Qingyue's talent, as long as he was taught properly, then it wouldn't take long to cultivate to the Jindan stage. Why don't we just directly enlighten this cultivation of mine directly to Qingyu? It will be synchronized back anyway. With Qingyu's talent, if she were to obtain my lifelong cultivation, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to directly ascend to the harmonized body. Seemingly sensing Mu Lingyun's dangerous thoughts, the system immediately jumped out to remind him. Master, please note that a teacher should teach his disciple assiduously, rather than practicing the act of plucking up seedlings and forcing them to cultivate by enlightening them, which will only harm the disciple. Hearing the sudden prompt from the system, Mu Lingyun also immediately came back to his senses. Looking at the wisp of black qi fluttering over his Dao heart, Mu Lingyun knew that he had just been plagued by a demon in his heart, being trapped in the perfection of void practicing stage for many years and never being able to advance an inch. It was inevitable that Mu Lingyun was a bit anxious to get ahead. Fortunately, now that he had the system, he had seen the way forward and was no longer stuck in the same place, not knowing what to do. After casually snuffing out the strand of black qi lingering on his Dao heart, Mu Lingyun then noticed that his lifespan seemed to have increased that much as well. Well, yes, it's only been about 2 months, but it has certainly grown. Realizing that the cultivation synchronization that the system was talking about also included an increase in longevity, Mu Lingyun's gaze towards Lu Qingyue instantly became much more eager. The qi practicing stage was not a significant boost to longevity. If it was boosted to the foundation establishment stage, then Mu Lingyun's longevity problem that he had been plagued by would be alleviated. Foundation stage. Thinking of the various conditions required for the foundation establishment stage, Mu Lingyun could not help but fall into deep thought. Now Lu Qingyue was his hope to break through to the harmonization stage or even the Mahayana stage, so forcing Lu Qingyue's potential to be sacrificed to raise her cultivation for the sake of some longevity was an absolutely undesirable act. There seems to be an innate fetal mother aura amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. If we could take it to build a foundation for Qingyu, that would be an excellent thing. Innate fetal mother aura was a unique aura. Unlike other special auras that would add special effects to a cultivator's mana, innate fetal mother aura would allow the user's cultivation to dissolve, congeal, and eventually grow back. This one step coincided with the normal cultivator's foundation building process, combined with a special method of use. It allows a cultivator to quickly and without side effects cultivate the innate Taoist foundation. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun immediately counted with his fingers and realized that the opening of the 10,000 spirit cave was just a few months away, which just so happened to still be within the allowable range of Mu Lingyun's longevity. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun planned to take advantage of these few months to properly temper Lu Qingyue's cultivation. With his endless sword intent practice power root, Lu Qingyue's chances of capturing the innate fetal mother aura were high even if she only had the cultivation level of the qi practicing stage. As for whether the three clans will allow him, a guy who has become a casual cultivator, to send his own disciples into the 10,000 spirits cave heaven, if they had a problem with it, they should come over and talk to the endless sword themselves. Well, master. Seeing Mu Lingyun standing in front of her, Lu Qingyue, who had stabilized her cultivation, her eyes immediately revealed a smirk. She seemed to be smiling when she saw Mu Lingyun. Is one's own existence that gratifying? Mu Lingyun didn't pay too much attention to this, but instead glanced at Lu Qingyue's cultivation level at the moment. Although she was only a budding cultivator who had just entered the Qi practicing stage, her aura at this moment was already much stronger than most Qi practicing stage cultivators. There was certainly the help of the endless sword intent in this, but more than that, it was still Lu Qingyu's own talent. After all, Lu Qingyu wasn't the only one who had stepped into the cultivation path with the endless sword intent. How does it feel? Any discomfort during the luck? Hearing Mu Lingyun's concern for herself, Lu Qingyue immediately said with red cheeks, "No, everything in the cultivation process is exactly the same as what is stated on the Bai Qi sword technique, and with the help of Master's endless sword intent, I feel terribly strong right now. Maybe I can fight across the ranks just like Master did back in his time." Fighting over the top? Hearing Lu Qingyue say that she had once fought across the ranks back then, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed across Mu Lingyun's eyes. When have I ever fought across the ranks? Before refining the endless sword I remember I was always the one being whisked away, right? However, after hearing Lu Qingyu say that she was alright, Mu Lingyun didn't care about what just came out of her mouth, but turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. Since the cultivation is going well, then come with me. I will teach you a few sword techniques, and after a few months, there is a chance that you need to fight for yourself, so don't throw your life away when the time comes. Aha! I won't disgrace Master. This kind of thing like face should be lost, but don't do anything that you don't want to lose your life for the sake of face, got it? Ha! But won't this embarrass Master? Seeing the confused look on Lu Qingyu's face, a light smile surfaced at the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth. Losing face is only for a moment. Staying alive is the most important thing. If you can't beat them, run away. There is no shame. The big deal is to come back to Master. Master will give you anger. If you can't beat me, you run? Lu Qingyu always felt that there was something different between what Mu Lingyun taught and what her parents said, but after thinking about it, she finally decided to trust what her own master had taught her. Apprentice knows, if you can't beat me, run back to Master and fight back. Well, the children are teachable. Coming to the center of the square, Mu Lingyun held the endless sword in his hand and said to Lu Qingyu behind him, "Watch this. This style is called Cloud Scroll." The sword light suddenly lit up in the center of the field, then suddenly dissipated, and finally the roiling sword light coalesced into a slender figure. Mosher Yuan on the side couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw it. Not bad. Fourth senior sister's practice of this Cloud Scroll is really getting more and more refined. If Master is still around, he would definitely praise you. Hearing the word Master, Zhongling Jun, who had been seriously injured, immediately raised the long sword she had temporarily found in her hand towards Mosher Yuan and said in an icy tone, "Don't ever mention him in front of me again." Looking at Zhongling Jun, whose face was pale, but was still holding on strongly, Mosher Yuan could not help but smile. Fine. I won't mention Master's name is all, but I really want to know. Obviously it was Master who raised you. Why would you hold such a strong hatred towards Master? Fourth senior sister, just because Master killed that love interest of yours? Miso dash. I said, don't mention him again. Chapter 8, you shouldn't have taken me as your disciple. Looking at Zhongling Jun, who suddenly drew her sword on herself in front of her, not only did Mosher Yuan not get scared, but instead, she even reached out her hand and gently flicked the sword. What? Is fourth senior sister going to make a move on me? Then come on. Hearing that Mosher Yuan was actually urging her to hurry up, Zhongling Jun's hand immediately trembled. Look at Moose Edge's unconcerned demeanor. Zhongling Jun gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort after a long period of silence. Then she put away the spirit sword in her hand. I'm not going to lay hands on a fellow soldier. It won't be against a fellow disciple? Hearing Zhongling Jun's words, Mosher Yuan started laughing without any image, as if she had heard some heavenly joke. My good senior sister, did you not even blush when you said that? You didn't hesitate at all when you made a move against your master. And now you're even telling me that you won't make a move against a fellow disciple? Looking at Mosher Yuan, who was laughing recklessly, Zhongling Jun instantly gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand, but she finally restrained the urge to make a move. After snorting coldly again, he planned to find another place to continue practicing his sword technique, unwilling to pay any more attention to Mosher Yuan. And when Mosher Yuan saw that Zhongling Jun was so irritated by herself that she still restrained herself, the smile on her face disappeared. She sat on the swing under the tree and swung, just like she had once pampered herself in Mu Lingyun's arms. But the difference was that she still had a big smile on her face at that time. But even without a smile, Moose Edge didn't care. She had always understood that if you want to have something you have to lose something first. Give and take and give and take. This was the most valuable thing she had learned from Mu Lingyun. So fourth senior sister, why on earth would you go after senior? I was initiated a little later than you. But as far as I know, senior never seemed to have failed you. Right. Just because senior killed that sinister and cunning Lin Bei? Fellow Daoist Lin Bei treats people with sincerity. How is that devil comparable? When she heard Mosher Yuan mention that Lin Bei, Zhong Lingjun immediately stopped herself. Her tone was icy cold and vaguely mixed with some anger. Seeing Zhong Lingjun in this state, Mosher Yuan felt a little surprised. Which Lin Bei is so good at pleasing girls? As far as she knew, that Lin Bei hadn't appeared for a very long time. Had he? Surprisingly, even someone as withdrawn as fourth senior sister was speaking up for him. Thinking of the way the remaining few senior sisters treated Lin Bei, Mosher Yuan instantly sensed that something was wrong. If Zhong Lingjun was the only one who was like this by herself, then it could still be said that it was because she fell in love with Lin Bei at first sight. But even when Kai Hua, who had always been concerned with the greater good and would give anything for the Bai Chi sect, had an unusual attitude towards Lin Bei, so there was something here worth pondering. Thinking about some of the changes that had occurred in the Bai Chi Sword sect since Lin Bei had come to the Bai Chi Sword sect, as well as the demonic army that had suddenly arrived, Mosher Yuan gradually understood something. But what could be done about it? Lin Bei was already dead anyway, and the master had left anyway. Mosher Yuan jumped down from the swing and stretched, then remembered that Zhong Lingjun hadn't answered her question yet. Thinking of this, Mu Ziyuan looked at the frosty-faced Zhong Lingjun and asked again with a smile. So, senior sister, you still haven't told me why you wielded that sword against Master Teacher. Don't tell me that you really turned against Master Teacher for that Lin Bei. Hearing Mosher Yuan's renewed inquiry, Zhong Lingjun fell into a long silence. Why? If you're really curious, then why don't you go and ask that devil yourself where he was when the Zhong family extermination tragedy happened in Defeng City. Zhong family extermination tragedy? Hearing Zhong Lingjun talk about something worth caring about, a few moments of curiosity immediately flashed amongst Mosher Yuan's eyes. But soon Moose Edge put this matter behind her, though she hadn't figured out some of what was going on. However, she could surmise that Zhong Lingjun, this fool, should have misunderstood Master Teacher for some reason and had dumped all the blame on him. Although Zhong Lingjun had been withdrawn in nature before, her attitude towards her master was actually considered still good, and she would occasionally smile in front of her master. But ever since Lin Bei had appeared, she had often looked at her master with hateful and resentful eyes. Well, that's right. This fool was fooled by Lin Bei with a few words, so he made the Master Teacher who had worked so hard to raise him the culprit. Thinking of this, a few smiles couldn't help but spread across Moose Edge's face. For once it wasn't a pretense. She was genuinely amused. Master raised her from a young age, teaching her the ways of the world, imparting her own lifelong Taoist teachings, and casting spirit swords for her in the 9 heavens to celebrate her breakthroughs in the realm. As a result, this fool had held a grudge against his own master because of the words of an outsider. The more she thought about it, the funnier Mosher Yuan really felt, and after giving Zhong Lingjun a pitying look, she left the place and found a deserted place to let out a loud laugh. But the smile disappeared from her face as she laughed. She took out a small doll from among her storage ring. It was a small gift given to her by Mu Lingyun when she was a child because she was too scared to sleep at night and cried to Mu Lingyun in order to be able to get her courage. Mu Lingyun sealed his breath into the little doll, so that as long as Mu Ziyuan held the doll in her hand, she could feel Mu Lingyun's breath, gently caressing the small doll in her hand that bore a slight resemblance to Mu Lingyun. Mu Ziyuan suddenly said with some sadness, "My good master, you really don't know how to teach disciples, thinking that all you need to do is to be good to your disciples, not thinking at all about whether we are a bunch of wolves and dogs." Mu Ziyuan felt unworthy and heartbroken for her master. For Mu Lingyun had given so much for the sake of his several disciples, and as a result, they had forgotten all their past experiences and kindnesses just because of a few words from someone else, and instead, they still wanted to join forces with others to force him to his death. Even he has left and has to be called a devil. The heartache of this, Moose Edge felt suffocated even just thinking about it. But even so, when Lin Bei joined forces with a few other disciples of Mu Lingyun to prepare to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword, Mu Ziyuan still chose to join forces with them. As to why, if you want to blame, let's blame it on your bad eyesight. Master, you even took in a white-eyed wolf. You should never have done that. You just shouldn't have taken me as your disciple. If you didn't take me as your disciple, where would there be such a thing? Mosher Yuan stood on top of a mountain, looking out in the direction where Mu Lingyun had left with Lu Qingyue in the first place. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder what his master teacher and that little senior sister, who was the last to be initiated, were doing at this moment. Fifth uncle, A voice suddenly sounded behind Moo's edge. Mosher Yuan turned around and realized that it was one of the Foundation Establishment stage disciples within the gate. Replacing a false smile on her face out of habit, Muzi Yuan then cordially asked that disciple what he was looking for her for. Hearing Mosher Yuan's cordial greeting, that Bai Chi disciple didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly conveyed the order that Yen Lingsheng had asked him to pass on. It's the Sect Master's realm who wanted to tell Fifth Uncle himself that an auction will be held in Great Feng City not long from now. And the Sect Master said that there are a few items in the auction that the Bai Chi Sword Sect is in dire need of right now. So he wants Fifth Uncle to take Fourth Uncle on a trip. An auction? Hearing that it was Yen Lingsheng who wanted her to take Zhong Lingjun to attend an auction in Great Feng City, a playful smile immediately appeared on Mosher Yuan's face. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, that senior sister of hers shouldn't know about Zhong Lingjun yet. Moosedge suddenly felt that things were starting to get interesting. After thinking about it, he felt that he had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well bring Zhong Lingjun to Great Feng City to join in the fun. So he nodded to the disciple. You go and report back to the sect leader. I'll take fourth senior sister to Great Feng City to bring back the things that are urgently needed now. Yes. Hearing Mosher Yuan's order, that disciple immediately turned around and left the place. Moosedge, on the other hand, suddenly thought of something. That little sister of hers had just been admitted under the master's tutelage, and the master hadn't taken anything with him when he left. Would they also go to the auction in Great Seal City to join in the fun? If that's true, then things are really starting to get interesting. Chapter 9 Great Feng City Auction. Master, see how well I've practiced this sword style. On Cloud Moon Mountain, on that palace square, Lu Qingyue wielded the iron sword in her hand earnestly while looking expectantly at Mu Lingyun, who stood to the side instructing her. Hearing Lu Qinyu's expectant little expression, Mu Lingyun did not begrudge his praise in the slightest and directly nodded his head. Not bad. This style of cloud scroll sword technique you have already been considered a small success. The next time as long as you practice diligently, until after you enter amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, you will also be able to have a few more chances of winning. Recalling Lu Qingyu's cultivation in swordsmanship over the past few days, Mu Lingyun could not help but let out a gasp. Should I say that it was worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride descended with his endless sword intent? Lu Qingyue was born as if she was going to learn the Bai Chi sword technique. It was important to realize that although the Cloud Scroll sword technique was only the most basic and introductory sword technique among the Bai Chi sword technique, it did not mean that it was any less powerful. Once the Cloud Scroll sword technique was performed, it allowed the sword light to turn into a cloud, trapping the opponent in the sword cloud with continuous attacks, and eating away at them little by little. While it was easy to start, it also had an extremely high ceiling, so it could be said that this was a sword art that could be easy to start but hard to master. However, Lu Qingyu was hardwired to introduce the Cloud Scroll sword technique in just a few days and successfully cultivated it to the realm of minor accomplishment. Mu Linyun even suspected that if it wasn't for the drag of her own cultivation, she might have been able to cultivate the Cloud Scroll sword technique all the way to the perfection realm. At least so far Mu Linyun couldn't see any phenomenon of Lu Qingyu encountering a bottleneck appearing. Moreover, during this process Mu Lingyun also discovered that not only could the disciple's cultivation progress be fed back to him, but any progress in the Dao aptitude would also be synchronized to Mu Lingyun. It was a pity that when he heard the system's beeps in his ears, Mu Lingyun's eyes did not have any ripples in them. As the creator of the Bai Chi sword technique, Mu Lingyun had long since cultivated all of the sword techniques to the realm of perfection, so where was the need for Lu Qingyu to synchronize them to him? However, this also allowed Mu Lingyun to understand the true usefulness of this system. Recruiting extremely talented disciples, then imparting them with different Dao aptitudes, and finally he, the master, would then sit back and enjoy the benefits. It's safe to say that as a gimme, the system is fully qualified. But nay, Mu Lingyun had already stepped out extremely far on the path of cultivation, and those disciples he recruited would be hard-pressed to bring him anything more than longevity in a short period of time. That's just it. All the other problems will be thought about later. The most important thing now is to live first. Having lived for so long, Mu Lingyun did not say that his heart was as quiet as water, but he also knew that complaining about the sky was of no use. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was still practicing diligently, Mu Lingyun was trying to take advantage of the fact that there was still some time left before the start of the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven to teach her a few more sword techniques, so that her chances of winning in the middle of the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven would be a few points higher. An aura was suddenly flickering among his storage ring. Mu Lingyun, who had his attention diverted, took out a spirit talisman from amongst his own storage ring, and a message was immediately synchronized and delivered to Mu Lingyun. The true gentleman can still be well in recent days. This ant, cough cough cough. This seat recently heard that the true gentleman out of the Bai Chi sword sect, the reason for which this seat is not yet clear, but I think that the true gentleman's heart must be bitter. 3 days later Wanbao Pavilion will start an auction in the Great Feng City. There will be countless exotic treasures on the scene. The true gentleman. If you have the time, spare time to come to see. Write as a distraction to relieve boredom. Looking at the message delivered by the spirit talisman in his hand, Mu Lingyun's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. This old fellow, my lifespan is coming to an end and she's still staring at my storage ring. The so-called 10,000 treasures pavilion that is a special force in Ningzhou. They do not have a fixed station. All the important members of the force are stationed on top of a large spirit boat all year round, traveling to and from all over the Ningzhou to do business between cultivators. There were times when the goods were almost stocked up. The Wanbao Pavilion would choose a suitable location to hold an auction, and whenever it came to this time, it would attract countless cultivators to go there, which was also considered a great event in Ningzhou. The one who delivered the message to Mu Lingyun was the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion, True Lord Wanbao, who was likewise a veteran void practicing True Lord. She and Mu Lingyun had known each other for almost close to 2,000 years, and the two had always had a good relationship. And Mu Lingyun had once commissioned True Monarch Wanbao to look for life-extending elixirs for himself. But unfortunately, heavenly treasures that could prolong the life of a true monarch of practicing void were too rare, and there had been no results whatsoever. Now that she had suddenly sent a message to Mu Lingyun inviting him to attend the auction organized by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, aside from being concerned about an old friend, she was probably also eyeing the treasure in his storage ring. When Mu Lingyun had broken through the void practicing stage and was holding the endless sword, he was so spirited that he thought there was no place in heaven and earth that he couldn't go to. Although it turned out later on that he had indeed drifted, he did collect quite a few treasures during his travels around the world, and True Lord Wanbao had been craving for it for quite a while, but Mu Lingyun had never given it to her. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was still diligently practicing her swordsmanship in front of him, Mu Lingyun suddenly put away the spirit talisman in his hand. Apprentice. Coming. Master. Lu Qingyue seemed to be ever so enthusiastic. As soon as Mu Lingyun called out to her, she immediately put down the matter at hand and ran to Mu Lingyun. Looking at the well-behaved Lu Qingyu standing in front of him, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt that teaching just one disciple for the rest of his life seemed not bad at all. But soon the thought was thrown out of his mind. An apprentice? What are you thinking? Isn't that a waste of the system's functionality? Putting away those thoughts of his own, Mu Lingyun then said to Lu Qingyue with a calm face, "You are now a small success with the sword technique, but you still lack a handy spirit sword. There is not much time left until the cave opens. It's too late for Master to refine it for you now. It just so happens that there is a recent auction that will start soon, so I'm going to take you to take a look, and buy you a spirit sword to transition to first." An auction? Hearing that Mu Lingyun was going to take himself to the auction, Lu Qingyue immediately looked as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time, with an impatient expression on her face. To go. Apprentice wants to follow Master to the auction. Seeing Lu Qingyu's exuberant look, Mu Lingyun felt that it was probably just a young girl who was curious about unfamiliar things, and did not pay much attention to this. After receiving the answer that Lu Qingyue wanted to head to the auction, Mu Lingyun nodded and then instructed her, "Since you want to go then stand." In the face of Mu Lingyun's instructions, although Lu Qingyue was a bit puzzled, she obediently stood still and waited for Mu Lingyun's next action. On the other hand, Mu Lingyun did not summon the endless sword to rely on the royal sword flight to take Lu Qingyue to Great Feng City as Lu Qingyue had imagined. Neither did he pinch his spell and take Lu Qingyue to fly into the Great Feng City as a spirit light. After Mu Lingyun only slightly recalled the exact location of Great Feng City, he raised his own hand and waved his sleeve in front of Lu Qingyue. Subsequently, the hustle and bustle of the mountains and forests ceased, and was replaced by the ancient green bricks on the ground, the travelers passing by, the vendors hawking in the distance, the spiritual light that crossed the sky from time to time, and the tall city wall in front of them. In an instant, Lu Qingyue and Mu Lingyun arrived in front of a city that could be considered magnificent. After casually casting a spell to bring Lu Qingyue to Great Feng City, Mu Lingyun headed towards the city. "Apprentice, follow." "Oh, come on." Looking at Mu Lingyun who was walking towards the front, Lu Qingyue hurriedly returned to her senses and followed her master. The two men just walked forward and back, one steady, one curious, into the midst of the brightly lit, incomparably noisy bustle. Chapter 10, The Gradually Declining Bichi Sword Sect. Sect Master Senior Sister. "I've come to find you." Mosher Yuan dragged the reluctant Zhong Lingjun to the Bai Chi sect's main hall, looking for Yan Lingshang, who was taking care of business. The tired-faced Yan Lingfang saw that it was Mosher Yuan who had dragged Zhong Lingjun to find herself, and a forced smile immediately appeared on her face. "It's fourth and fifth senior sisters. What's the matter with finding me?" Upon hearing Yan Lingfang's inquiry, Mosher Yuan simply spread both of his hands out, followed by a shameless smile on his face. He, Didn't senior sister sect master instruct me and fourth sister to go to Great Seal City for the auction before? I'm here to ask for money now la. Senior sister master wouldn't want poor senior sister me to pad the money to go in, right? Monsieur Yuan said with a very pitiful look on her face. And Yanling Shuang saw this and said in a hurry, how could it be? This is after all a matter for the clan. Surely we won't let senior sister pay for it. Don't worry. This time when we travel to Great Seal City to participate in the auction, the clan will take care of all of the spirit stone expenditures. Yanling Shuang said and also flipped open the account book in front of her, preparing to divide a sum of spirit stones out for Mu Si Yuan and Zhong Lingjun's trip to Great Seal City. But looking at the dense expenses on the account book, Yanling Xiang hesitated for a long time but did not divide even half a spirit stone out of it. Zhong Lingjun, who had been standing on the side in silence, seemed to have seen Yanling Xiang's difficulty and immediately stepped forward to say, eldest senior sister, I still have a little bit of spirit stone savings here. When the time comes, let's use mine first. The clan is now in a state of disarray. There are a lot of places where spirit stones are needed, and as a part of the clan, it's only right for me to make a contribution as well. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had stepped forward, Monsieur Yuan could not continue to act as a penny-pinching iron rooster, so she could only follow with a sigh. Alright, since fourth senior sister has said so, it would be too much for me to say if I were to be stingy, counting my savings as well. The entire fortune of the two Yuaning real people should also be enough for this purchase. Hearing that Monsieur Yuan and Zhong Lingjun were willing to take out their own personal reserves to contribute to the Bai Chi sword sect, Yanling Shang was instantly moved to moistness in her eyes. After she calmed down, she solemnly said to Monsieur Yuan and Zhong Lingjun, many thanks to the two senior sisters for their thoughtfulness. Don't worry, when the situation of the sect improves, I will definitely pay back the two senior sisters for their contribution right away. Saying that, Yan Lingfang even got up and bowed to both Monsieur Yuan and Zhong Lingjun. Zhong Lingjun hurriedly dodged away when she saw this, while Monsieur Yuan accepted the salute with a bland face. However, although the spirit stones were available for this auction, Monsieur Yuan still curiously looked at the ledger in front of Yanling Shuang and asked curiously, Sect Master Elder Sister, how did our Bai Chi Sword Sect suddenly become so shabby? Even if the Master left and the Earth Dragons rioted, the rest of the sect shouldn't have been affected too much, right? Hearing Monsieur Yuan's inquiry, Yanling Shuang's face immediately became a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun immediately wanted to pull Monsieur Yuan away, saving this unsettling fellow from continuing to talk here. However, Yanling Xian waved her hand to signal them to stay. Forget it, it's not something unseemly, and you're all elders of the clan, so this matter was meant to be known to you. Yanling Xian left Zhong Lingjun and Monsieur Yuan behind, then talked about the current situation of the Bai Chi Sword Sect while flipping through the Bai Chi Sword Sect's account books. Ever since True Lord Bai Chi left, many of the forces that used to have dealings with our clan have broken ties. Yanling Xiang said and also looked towards the large formation outside the main hall that had cost countless spirit stones to construct but hadn't been utilized at all. Previously, in order to repel the demon army, the clan took out almost half of the savings in the treasury to form a large array for fellow Taoist Lin Bei, and coupled with the Earth Dragon riots some time ago, the spiritual chi in the vicinity of the clan was weakened drastically, so in order to ensure that the disciples cultivate, the clan took out a large amount of extra spirit stones to form a spirit gathering array. Saying this, Yan Lingshang did not continue, but even if it was just these few things, Mu Ziyuan and Zhong Lingjun could feel just how difficult the situation that the Bai Chi Sword Sect was facing at the moment was, and the reason for all of this boiled down to just Mu Lingyun's departure. With the presence of true Lord Bai Chi missing, the Bai Chi Sword Sect had, almost instantly, gone from a great sect with a great reputation to the precarious state it was in now. Hearing that the Bai Chi Sword Sect was almost already in a four-sided situation at the moment, Zhong Lingjun was somewhat incredulous. Just because there's that devil missing, the Bai Chi Sword Sect is going to be unable to hold on? He sure is a fool who only knows right and wrong. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's incredulous look, a few moments of hidden disdain immediately flashed under Monsieur Yuan's eyes. She did know that Zhong Lingjun had been cultivating under her master's wings, but she had never thought that Zhong Lingjun would be naive to this extent. No wonder he had been fooled by that Lin Bei fellow with a few words. Not even knowing such things, how dare you still have the face to wield a sword towards your master? What made Mu Lingyun able to establish the huge Bai Chi Sword Sect in a mountain range that was not suitable for cultivators at all? Why would those three earth dragons that were strong enough to shake the heavens and move the earth obediently shrink underground to provide the Bai Chi Sword Sect's disciples with spiritual chi? On what grounds were the cultivators of the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society willing to give up 50% of the harvest of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven to the Bai Chi Sword Sect? Even those in the Bai Chi Sword Sect has dealings with the various forces, and what is the basis in the various businesses to give Bai Chi Sword Sect a huge convenience? there was only one answer to these questions, and that was the true lord of Bai Chi himself. In the current situation where the Mahayana stage cultivators were hidden from the world and the harmonization stage cultivators were the strongest battle force in the bright lights of the 9 states, holding the endless sword across the 9 states and being known as the number 1 person under the mergence, Bai Chi True Lord was the true root of the Bai Chi sword Sect's power. Do you expect a house to remain stable when you have taken the beams out of it? Looking at the 2 unknowing guys in front of her, Mosher Yuan suddenly felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in this so-called Bai Chi sword sect. She had already broken the master-disciple relationship with Mu Lingyun anyway, so even if she just left now, it would be fine. However, after thinking about it, Musej decided to stay in the Bai Chi sword sect for a while. She wasn't sure if Mu Lingyun could successfully break through to the harmonization stage. Although she had faith in her master, she had to prepare for everything twice. If Mu Lingyun's breakthrough failed, then this Bai Chi sword sect would be her last resort. Looking at the large formation outside that enveloped the entire Bai Chi sword sect, a smirk suddenly surfaced at the corner of Mosher Yuan's mouth. This group of fools couldn't really think that they could pay nothing after enjoying the shelter and blessings of true Lord Bai Chi, could they? Thinking of the picture when his backhand was activated, Muzi Yuan had even somewhat begun to look forward to the moment when Mu Lingyun's breakthrough failed and his body fell into oblivion. If we do wait until that time, there will never be a difference again. 5th senior sister, why are you suddenly smiling so happily? Nothing, just thought of a happy thing. Well, the Great Feng City's auction is also about to start, so 4th senior sister and I will set off first. Sect Master's senior sister should pay attention to resting. Oh, well, thanks for your concern senior sister. You guys be careful on the road as well. The scale of this auction is said to be unprecedented. There are many high-ranked cultivators coming. There are even a few practicing Void True Lords, so you guys remember to be careful with everything. I know. Senior sister Sect Master will wait for our good news. 4th senior sister, let's go. TSK, don't yank me. Chapter 11, The True Lord of 10,000 Treasures. It should be this direction. In the clouds, when Kai Hua, who should have appeared in the 10,000 Spirits Cave heaven to prepare for the signing of the covenant, was at the moment constantly searching for something. Her hands kept pinching her spells, sensing the meager wisps of chi in the underworld, and finally found a mountain range where a palace was situated. Seeing that palace with an architectural style similar to that of the Bai Chi sword Sect's building, a few joyful looks immediately flashed across Wen Kai Hua's face. Finally, I found it. I didn't expect Master to have come so far away. Is he really angry with the behavior of these few disciples of ours? Thinking of her earlier act of teaming up with Yen Lingshang and Jin Lingya and the others to join forces with Lin Bei to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword, Wen Saiwa's heart instantly flashed with a few moments of regret. In his heart, he very much regretted why he had not chosen to trust his master more at that time. When the demon dragon led the demonic army to besiege the Bai Chi sword sect, Wen Kaihua finally agreed to Lin Bei's proposal in order to protect the foundation of the Bai Chi sword sect. But it wasn't until Mu Lingyun forced back the demon army with one man and one sword that Wen Kaihua realized that she didn't know enough about her master. She actually suspected that her master was no match for that demon army. If she had known from the start, even if Mu Lingyun's lifespan was about to end, she would still be able to force back the demonic army. Then there was absolutely no way she would agree to Lin Bei's so-called plan. But alas, by the time she began to regret it, everything had become irreparable. Looking at the palace in front of her, Wen Kaihua was well aware that she was most likely going to return in vain this time, but for the sake of the foundation of the Bai Chi sword sect, she still decided to try once. The Bai Chi sword sect without true Lord Bai Chi had reached a precarious level at the moment, and if Mu Lingyun could not be invited back, then the Bai Chi sword sect would only be a short distance away from annihilation. Thinking of the oath she had made in front of Mu Lingyun, Wen Kaihua resolved to give everything she had for the Bai Chi sword sect. Riding the clouds to the front door of the palace, Wen Kaihua didn't have any hesitation and knelt straight down in the direction of the main hall. Ungrateful disciple, Wen Kaihua has come to apologize to master. After saying that, Wen Kaihua lowered his own head deeply towards the front and heavily kowtowed on the ground. No voice responded to her, nor did anyone come to drive her away. Wen Kaihua didn't mind this at all either. As she remained kneeling in front of the palace, kneeling long and hard, she had come to give thanks for her sins, and she was willing to bear all the guilt and consequences for her earlier act of uniting with the other disciples to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword. If Mu Lingyun was asking her to chastise her by kneeling long in front of the door, then she would kneel here until Mu Lingyun saw her. Extremely far away in the middle of Great Feng City, Mu Lingyun was wandering around the city with Lu Qingyue when he suddenly sensed that someone had intruded into the Cloud Moon Mountain and triggered the prohibition he had left behind. After a brief sense, he realized that it was one of those rebellious disciples of his. However, despite spotting Wen Kaihua, Mu Lingyun did not have any desire to pay any attention to her. Like to kneel? Then you'll stay on your knees. If kneeling was useful, then what was the point of having the endless sword? Retrieving his attention, Mu Lingyun then looked behind him to Lu Qingyue, who had been keeping her eyes on the surroundings. Foolishly, want to go for a walk around? Hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, Lu Qingyue, who had been curiously looking at those things around her, first nodded her head in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and then immediately shook her head again immediately afterward. Apprentice hasn't even seen those things before, so I'm a bit curious, but master doesn't need to worry about me. Just go take care of the important things first. Hearing that Lu Qingyue was curious about those things in the city, Mu Lingyun first pondered for a moment before tapping Lu Qingyue's brow. If you feel curious, then go and see. For the master will first go to meet the deceased. You will walk around in this city, and I will come to call you when it is time to start. Hearing Mu Lingyun's arrangement, Lu Qingyue immediately nodded excitedly. Well, it's all up to master. After giving Lu Qingyue some spirit stones, Mu Lingyun instantly arrived at a tall building. Looking up at the three big words Wanbao Pavilion on the eaves of the house, Mu Lingyun lifted his leg and walked in with a light smile. Hello customer, I don't know what you're looking to buy. Let's see if I can recommend you a thing or two. As soon as Mu Lingyun entered the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a nimble boy respectfully came forward to greet him. Looking at the young boy, Mu Lingyun didn't bother to explain more to him, and then took out a token from his storage ring and threw it to him. Take me to meet your courtmaster. Master of the court? I didn't know you were. Hearing that Mu Lingyun wanted to go see the pavilion master, the boy was just about to ask him what his status was when he saw the token that Mu Lingyun had thrown over. Looking at the token engraved with dark gold patterns and the word Wanbao written in the middle, the boy first froze for a moment before recognizing that this was an identity token that only Wanbao Pavilion's valued guests would have. After recognizing that this was a token that only cultivators of at least the god transformation stage would possess, the boy didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent a message to his superiors, and then stood respectfully at Mu Lingyun's side, waiting for dispatch at any time. Soon there was a graceful female cultivator who came to greet Mu Lingyun with a smile. So it's senior who has come to visit. We've missed our welcome. I hope you'll forgive us. The female cultivator obviously knew Mu Lingyun and first gave the boy a look, telling him to go ahead and busy himself with something else. She then lightly led Mu Lingyun to the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Senior, please also follow me. The pavilion master is currently waiting for Senior on the top floor. The female cultivator's eyes even glanced his way from time to time as she led the way for Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun saw this and immediately said with a smile, "No need to look. I am indeed dying, and this one may be the last time you see me." Hearing Mu Lingyun's words, the female cultivator immediately showed a look of trepidation and hurriedly tried to make amends to Mu Lingyun. Please calm down, Senior. The youngest daughter is not this meaning. The youngest daughter is only to see the senior alone, so some curiosity only. The senior previously came to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The side is always accompanied by disciples. Hearing the female cultivator mention those rebellious disciples of his, the smile on Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but fade a few points. You might as well have said I was dying. Hearing this sentence, the female cultivator immediately knelt down with a pale face. However, looking at the female cultivator who was kneeling on the ground and wanted to kowtow in thanks, Mu Lingyun waved his hand in a bored manner. Never mind. Just back off. I'll just go see that old guy all by myself. After saying that, Mu Lingyun also didn't bother to look at that female cultivator again, and walked towards the top floor by himself. The female cultivator still knelt on the ground for a long time, not daring to get up at the sight of the situation. Arriving at the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Mu Lingyun smelled a strange fragrance as soon as he pushed open the door. Smelling this fragrance, Mu Lingyun felt that his gradually decaying body had a little more vitality, and even had a vague tendency to reverse life and death. Underworld incense? You're quite the tactician, old man. How much did you give that group of ghost cultivators to be able to get them to help you get the spectral flower in the middle of the Yellow Springs? Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, a delicate voice immediately came from within the room. What old man? Am I that old? Chapter 12, The Underworld Incense. A delicate voice resounded within the room, and then a copper coin flew towards Mu Lingyun from within the room right after it. Looking at the copper coin that was emitting a precious light, even a cultivator like Mu Lingyun, who had once been able to traverse the world, couldn't help but slightly change his face at this moment. Mu Lingyun hastily took several steps back, and then only after he was fully prepared did he reach out his hand to catch the copper coin that contained an infinite amount of power. Falling treasure copper coin. You really don't hold back. Aren't you afraid that my lifespan will really end and I won't be able to take this copper coin of yours anymore? Humph. If you can't catch it, then just die. In response to Mu Lingyun calling himself an old man, Wan Ziding, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, appeared extremely dissatisfied. Looking at the delicate young girl sitting on top of the cloud bed, Mu Lingyun said somewhat helplessly. Aren't you old yet? We're all guys with half of our bodies going into the ground. There's no need to continue pretending to be young. Right. Besides, we all knew each other when we were at the Yuaning stage. You weren't as young as you look now at that time. This girl was born with a beautiful face. Her face does not age. Is it not possible to grow in the reverse direction? And besides, I am not you, who has spent your whole life consuming your mind on your disciple. I have already touched the threshold of the harmonization stage law. Ensemble stage? Upon hearing that Wan Ziding had touched the threshold of the harmonization stage, Mu Lingyun was first stunned, and then a smile immediately spread across his face. Not bad, old man. I didn't expect that this time it would be you who would be one step ahead of me instead. In the past, it was always me who broke through first, followed by your turn. Now it seems that the one who will win in the end will be you. Seeing Mu Lingyun with an open and cheerful demeanor, Wan Ziding immediately felt a dullness in her chest, and the original joy of seeing Mu Lingyun immediately disappeared without a trace. So you're really going to die? Well, it's really dying, and for once I'm not lying to you. In a calm tone, Mu Lingyun informed his best friend, who had already known him for nearly 2,000 years, of his impending death. And when Wan Ziding heard it, her heart was indescribably hard. It was hard for her to imagine that the spirited, still optimistic Bai Chi True Lord, even when faced with a desperate situation, was actually going to die. To this day, Wan Ziding could still recall the time when they were surrounded by demonic cultivators, when Mu Lingyun, with one man and one sword, led her to kill her way out of the siege. After taking out 2 bottles of good wine of great value from amongst the storage rings and tossing one of them to Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding began to pour the fine wine into her stomach as if no one else was there. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun didn't say anything more, and after opening the cork, he also began to drink the rare wine. After drinking the fine wine, Wan Ziding looked at Mu Lingyun beside her with a reddened face. How was it? Did that spectral incense work for you? And how much did you prolong your life? Upon hearing Wan Ziding's inquiry, Mu Lingyun put down the bottle of wine in his hand and sniffed the strange fragrance that filled the room before shaking his head. It's useless. Although the underworld incense is precious, its main function is to replenish the deficient origin. I have no loss of origin. I've just come to the end set by heaven and earth. Unless I can break through to the harmonization stage, even if I come with more life-extending elixirs, it's useless. Mu Lingyun spoke in a very spontaneous manner, not at all embarrassed by the fact that he was about to reach the end of his lifespan. But the more spontaneous he acted, the harder it was for Wan Ziding. Undeterred, she asked again, does not even a tiny bit of it work? Seeing Wan Ziding's refusal to die, Mu Lingyun could only feel the situation inside his body again before finally opening his eyes in surprise. Wait, it's working. Really? How much life extension? Hearing Mu Lingyun say that it had an effect, Wan Ziding hurriedly asked nervously. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, opened his character panel. Master, Mu Lingyun, Daoist name, Bichi Jinjuan, cultivation, perfection of void practicing stage. Longevity, 3157/3158, life expectancy. Seeing that the upper limit of his lifespan had increased by an additional number, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad. In the end, it's a legendary strange fragrance. It can even extend my life for a year. A year tops ass. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had only prolonged his life for a year, Wan Ziding was instantly infuriated by him and wanted to continue throwing the fallen treasure copper coins in his hands. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun quickly gestured for her to calm down first. Wait, don't be in a hurry. Who said that a year's time is gone? With this year's time, I can be sure of breaking through to the harmonization stage. Really? When she heard Mu Lingyun say that with this 1 year's time he would be sure to break through to the harmonization stage, Wan Ziding immediately looked at him with some skepticism. Mu Lingyun didn't know how much effort he had put in over the years to break through to the harmonization stage, and now he was sure of it after just 1 more year? This guy couldn't be consoling me, planning to leave first and wait until he's dead to send me a message. Could he? Seeing Wan Ziding's disbelief, Mu Lingyun didn't go too far in explaining the existence of the system, and just said with a smile, of course, you also know that I have already left from the Bai Chi Sword sect, and while I was leaving, I met a rare chance. Originally I was a little worried that my remaining lifespan would not be enough. Now with this 1 year's time, I am much more certain. Seeing Mu Lingyun speak seriously, Wan Ziding's heart couldn't help but have a few more moments of anticipation. Is it hard to believe that this guy is telling the truth? Thinking of this, Wan Ziding couldn't help but add a few more shades of joy amongst her sorrowful eyes for many days. Then do you need any help from me? If there's anything you need, just say so. As long as it's something I have in my Wanbao pavilion, you can take it. So generous. Not like you used to be. Hearing Wan Ziding say that she could take away the treasures in the 10,000 treasures pavilion as she pleased, Mu Lingyun immediately couldn't help but flirt with her. In the past, you were stingy when you wanted to take some spirit stones from you, but now you're letting me take whatever I want. Is it possible that you've changed your nature? That's not because you used to pull out your heart and soul for your group of disciples. If I didn't mince words a little bit, you're afraid you wouldn't even sell me out. Thinking of the old Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding was angry. She didn't know exactly what had happened. Mu Lingyun's entire mind had completely changed since he had taken in his first disciple. A Grand Bai Chi true lord with the endless sword could kill from the south of Ningzhou to the north of Ningzhou, but he ended up becoming a ridiculous disciple slave. For the sake of his group of disciples, Mu Lingyun had even begun to lose himself, and Wan Ziding's repeated attempts to dissuade him were to no avail. Helplessly, in order to prevent Mu Lingyun from really acting recklessly for the sake of his group of disciples, Wan Ziding could only refuse to provide him with any assistance that had nothing to do with him personally. Seeing Wan Ziding's exasperated appearance, Mu Lingyun could only smile helplessly. He couldn't tell Wan Ziding that the reason he did that was all for the unlocking system. However, looking at the bustling Dafeng city outside the window, Mu Lingyun really thought of something. Do you have a method to cultivate with the innate fetal mother aura? I'll be useful. Innate fetal mother aura? You want to recultivate? Upon hearing that Mu Lingyun needed a matching cultivation method for the innate fetal mother aura, Wan Ziding's first reaction was that Mu Lingyun was planning to recultivate. The history of the immortal cultivation world did have quite a number of former cultivators who had furthered their cultivation by means of recultivation, but they all recultivated only when they still had quite a bit of their remaining lifespan left. You only have a year left to live now. Is it really too late for you to recultivate now? It's not that I'm going to retrain. I'm preparing it for my disciples. Wan Ziding suddenly looked at Mu Lingyun and then asked, who did you say you were going to use it for? For my disciples. Why? You put down the fallen treasure coin in your hand. Chapter 13, The Lost Treasure Coin. Mu Lingyun summoned the endless sword and deadlocked the space, thus preventing Wan Ziding from throwing out the fallen treasure coin in her hand. Unlike ordinary magic treasures, this falling treasure copper coin of Wan Ziding was not so much a magic treasure as it was an extremely special divine ability. The falling treasure coin could not be upgraded by any means of refining, and the only way to increase its power was through the path of accumulating wealth. The more fortune a cultivator accumulated, the more powerful the falling treasure copper coins would be, which was one of the fundamental reasons why Wan Ziding would open the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had been in existence for over 1,000 years, and the wealth that had been accumulated for Wan Ziding during this period had already reached a figure beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the power of the falling treasure copper coins had also reached an unprecedented peak along with the prosperity of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Even Mu Lingyun wasn't willing to easily take the full force of the falling treasure copper coin strike. Looking at the frosty-faced Wan Ziding, Mu Lingyun first swallowed his saliva, then hurriedly explained, calm down for a moment. I'm in a different situation this time. Don't rush to throw out the fallen treasure coins yet. Different? Humph. What difference can there be? It's nothing more than continuing to sacrifice yourself for the future of those disciples of yours. Rather than seeing you continue to turn into a disciple slave, it would be better to smash you to death while you're still here, so that you can at least retain the last of true Lord Bai Chi's face. As Wan Ziding spoke, a strong color of sadness also flashed among her eyes. She didn't understand what was so good about those disciples of Mu Lingyun. Was the inheritance really so important? So important that Mu Lingyun could give without any bottom line? If true Lord Bai Chi's later years were really so ridiculous, then it would be better to let her send her old friend on his last journey. As Wan Ziding made up her mind, the cultivation level of the perfection of void practicing stage within her body revealed itself without reservation. Unlike Mu Lingyun's decaying mana, Wan Ziding's mana presented a thriving scene, as if it would leap to another height at any moment. Feeling Wan Ziding's cultivation mana, Mu Lingyun completely believed her claim that she would soon break through to the harmonization stage. I didn't expect you to have even made it this far. Unfortunately, you're still at the practicing void stage. So what? Even if I haven't made a breakthrough yet, you may not be my opponent. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he was only a void practicing stage, a defiant expression immediately appeared on Wan Ziding's face, while the cultivation within her body exploded even further, ready to end Mu Lingyun's life with a single move. Leave him with a decent ending at the end. Looking at Wan Ziding, who had a dead brain appearance, Mu Lingyun first sighed somewhat helplessly. Then he suddenly overrode Wan Ziding's pressure and walked to her body step by step, holding her hand, which was tightly clutching the fallen treasure coin, in the middle of her palm. It's a little prideful and arrogant to say so, but, Mu Lingyun looked at Wan Ziding's radiant, gem-like eyes, and a smile filled with confidence flowed from the bottom of his eyes. I'm the number one person under the merged body. Didn't you already know this? Why do you still dare to let me get close? Looking at Mu Lingyun, who had come up to him, and his confidence that could be described as arrogance, Wan Ziding couldn't help but clench her teeth and said hatefully, The number one person under the merged body? So what? Even if you can fight, you're just a disciple slave. Hearing Wan Ziding's gnashing of teeth, Mu Lingyun's eyes once again flashed a few points of helplessness amongst them. Obviously when I was in business my brain was good. Why is it so brain dead now? However, remembering those acts he had committed in the past when trying to unlock the system, Mu Lingyun was not unable to understand Wan Ziding's fierce reaction at this moment. After all, a guy who has been a dog licker all day suddenly says he's not going to lick anymore. From just because he's going to start being a high-flying male god. That's not something anyone would choose to believe as long as they're a human being. Sighing, Mu Lingyun suddenly said to Wan Ziding with a serious expression, I swear to the avenue that all my actions now are for my own sake, this way. You can trust me. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had actually sworn an oath to the Great Tao, Wan Ziding's originally stubborn demeanor instantly froze, and then looking at Mu Lingyun's serious eyes, she then asked with some disbelief, You really don't become a disciple slave anymore? Looking at Wan Ziding, who was still somewhat incredulous, Mu Lingyun nodded without hesitation. Well, it's not easy for me to explain to you about the past, but now that I've left the Bai Chi Sword sect, as for this disciple I've taken in now, although you may find it hard to believe, she's my hope for ascension. Ascension. Hearing Mu Lingyun's mouth, he actually uttered this word that countless cultivators could only dream of. Wan Ziding's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of gravity. Since she had already chosen to believe Mu Lingyun, she naturally would not continue to doubt his words. But if this is the case, then that would mean that Mu Lingyun used to act as a disciple slave solely because doing so would allow him to ascend? Thinking of this, Wan Ziding instantly felt that Mu Lingyun's previous behavior that was no different from licking a dog was not incomprehensible. For the sake of ascension, cultivators would do anything, not to mention being a lickspittle. It's something 100 times more excessive than that they can carry out to the end without changing their faces. If it's for the sake of ascension, then it's not like this method of recultivating by utilizing the innate fetal mother aura can't be given to you. Wan Ziding pondered for a moment and decided to trust Mu Lingyun one last time, casually sending a communication spirit talisman to a few of her subordinates. It didn't take long for a special book of foundation building techniques to be delivered to the door. That one Bao Gu disciple, after delivering the matching foundation establishment method to Mu Lingyun's face, glanced at Mu Lingyun again with a complicated expression, as if he still had something important to report, but was concerned about Mu Lingyun's presence. Wan Ziding, on the other hand, waved her hand without a care in the world when she saw this. Just say what you have to say. This guy you can just pretend he doesn't exist. He doesn't have long to live anyway. Upon hearing Wan Ziding's order, that one Treasure Pavilion disciple then reported the news he had just received to her. Greetings, Pavilion Master. It's the second elder of the Bai Chi Sword Sect, Jean Lingya, who sent a transmission, and based on the content of the transmission, it should be that he wants to continue the previous cooperation with us. Hearing that it was news related to the Bai Chi Sword Sect, Mu Lingyun then realized why this Wan Baogu disciple had looked at himself like that earlier. But what does the Bai Chi Sword Sect have to do with me? Mu Lingyun continued to drink without changing his face, pretending that he hadn't heard that news just now. As for Wan Ziding, after hearing that it was the Bai Chi Sword Sect that wanted to continue to maintain cooperation with the Wan Bao Pavilion, her eyes also instantly looked towards Mu Lingyun. In the past, although Wan Ziding was very displeased with Mu Lingyun's behavior of acting as a disciple's slave, he was in the end a close friend who had known her for nearly 2,000 years, plus some obvious reasons. Wan Ziding had still given the other party a lot of facilities in her previous cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect, and it could even be said that she was doing business at a loss. Now that she heard that the Bai Chi Sword Sect's people had come to look for Wan Baogu to continue their cooperation, Wan Ziting subconsciously wanted to see Mu Lingyun's current attitude. Seeing Mu Lingyun's appearance of being unconcerned, Wan Ziding couldn't help but nod her head in satisfaction. This guy finally knows to save her some money. However, just to be on the safe side, Wan Ziding still intended to test Mu Lingyun in a small way. As you've heard, the Bai Chi Sword Sect's people have come to look for the Wan Bao Pavilion for cooperation, so I don't know what you, a Bai Chi true lord, have to say about it. Hearing Wan Ziding ask for his opinion, Mu Lingyun's mouth sketched out a smile before he said in a calm tone, the Pavilion Master asked for my opinion. Of course I have no opinion. Is it hard to believe that just because I'm called the Bai Chi True Monarch, that it must be related to the Bai Chi Sword Sect? And besides, even if I voiced out my opinion, would the Pavilion Master even listen to it? Of course I won't listen. If you dare to have an opinion, I'll smash your head with a drop of precious copper coins. Wan Ziding was quite satisfied with Mu Lingyun's attitude. Alright, since our Bai Chi True Lords are fine with it, then go tell the Jean Lingya that from today onwards, the Wan Bao Pavilion cuts off all cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect, and tell her to get the hell out of there. Chapter 14, Everything starts because of him, everything ends because of him. Cut off all cooperation. Inside another Wanbao Pavilion branch, Jean Lingya immediately questioned with some incredulity when she heard the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator in front of her say that she wanted to cut off all cooperation. Why? Haven't we always worked well together before? Why are we suddenly breaking off all cooperation now? However, in response to her vehement attitude, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator sitting opposite her said with a cold face, "Elder Jean, it's useless even if you question me. This is an order from the pavilion master himself. We can only follow it." Hearing that the order to sever all cooperation between the Wanbao Pavilion and the Bai Chi Sword Sect was given by that legendary Wanbao Pavilion master himself, even if Jean Lingya's face was as ugly as it could be, all that could be done was to take a deep breath and sit back down. However, thinking of the Bai Chi Sword Sect situation at the moment, Jean Lingya still asked somewhat undeterred, "Can't we really just continue to cooperate? We can adjust our share downwards accordingly. As long as the previous just 30% of the previous earnings would be enough." Hearing Jean Lingya say that this cooperation only requires 30% of the previous revenue, a few heartbeats immediately flashed amongst the eyes of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion cultivator. Although the previous cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect had been losing money, it was because it was necessary to maintain the relationship between the Wan Bao Gu and the Bai Chi True Lord, so some small losses were worth it. Now that True Lord Bai Chi had left the Bai Chi Sword Sect was news that was widely circulated throughout Ningzhou. Originally, even without Wan Ziting's order, Wan Baogu was not prepared to maintain this kind of money-losing cooperation with Bai Chi Sword Sect anymore. But if the Bai Chi Sword Sect only needs 30% of its previous earnings, alas, I have seen Elder Jin's sincerity, but this is an order from the pavilion master himself, and no one can let go of it. So unless the Bai Chi Sword Sect can now have another practicing Void True Monarch appear, it's better to please return. Benefits can certainly move the heart, but if the cost is one's own life, then any amount of benefit loses its significance. Of course cultivators loved money, but what would happen if they disobeyed Wan Ziting's orders? Those fools who had their heads smashed by the falling treasure coins had already given him a sufficient demonstration. There was no need to see Wan Ziting acting like a delicate young girl in front of Mu Lingyun. Only they, the bottom cultivators, knew that which was a young girl. It was clearly the heavenly might that loomed over their heads. Hearing that even if it was only 30% of the proceeds, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator still refused. Jean Lingya couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Again? During this period of time, she went around looking for those forces from the past that had worked closely with the Bai Chi Sword Sect, wanting to continue the previous cooperation and show them that even if they lost True Lord Bai Chi, their cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect would never be affected. However, no matter how much Jean Lingya tried to persuade and prove, those forces were going to cut off their cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect, and the only few forces that were still willing to cooperate gave conditions that were difficult for the Bai Chi Sword Sect to accept. How could Jean Lingya not understand the reason here? With the loss of True Lord Bai Chi, the Bai Chi Sword Sect was nothing more than a clan that was thinning out. The Bai Chi Sword Sect was occupying too many resources that it shouldn't be occupying at all, and now it all had to be spat out bit by bit until it returned to its rightful place. It was also not until this time that Jean Lingya realized that her previous invincibility in the business world had never relied on her eloquence and cleverness. The real and only reason why those forces were willing to engage in cooperation with the Bai Chi Sword Sect was because of Mu Lingyun, who was invincible under the harmonization stage. The cruelty of the immortal cultivation world had not been unreservedly displayed in front of Jean Lingya until this time. The Bai Chi Sword Sect was fortunate enough to have risen because of Mu Lingyun alone, and it was also going to decline because of Mu Lingyun's departure. It was only after a long time that Jean Lingya finally came back to her senses. The cultivators of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had long since left, and only Jean Lingya was left here. Recalling the precarious finances of the Bai Chi Sword Sect, Jean Lingya finally flew in one direction after hesitating for a long time. There was a Yuaning stage cultivator sitting over there in the sect. If it was before, Jean Lingya would definitely not even look at it. But at the moment even such a tiny clan was an object that the Bai Chi Sword Sect had to fight for. At the entrance of Great Feng City, two women with outstanding figures descended here in the air. Cultivators with insight could tell at a glance that these two were at least at the Jindan stage of cultivation, and only then could they support them in digesting their own mana to maintain their flight without fear. However, now that the auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was about to be held in Great Feng City, it was already unknown how many cultivators had traveled thousands of miles to come here, and among them, there was no shortage of Jindan Yuanin cultivators. So for the appearance of the Mosher Yuan duo, the other cultivators just looked at them for a few moments before continuing to go about their business. Looking at the magnificent city, Mosher Yuan couldn't help but stretch her waist, and her moving figure was in full view at this time. But it was a pity that other than Zhong Lingjun, other people were not able to enjoy such a beautiful view. It's finally here. If we were a little later, we might have to miss the auction. It's not because you had to go to some peach blossom forest halfway. Otherwise how would we have arrived at Defeng City so late? Hearing Mo Yuan's sentiments beside her, Zhong Lingjun instantly gave her a somewhat impatient look. Only God knew how annoying Mo Yuan had been along the way, babbling on, and Zhong Lingjun was about to fail to hold back from pulling her sword on her several times. However, hearing Zhong Lingjun blame herself for her impending tardiness, Mo Yuan said with some amusement, "Fourth senior sister, how to only blame me? You are not also in the middle of the road when you have to go after what demonic cultivator, but also almost by that demonic cultivator set up a trap to trap. If it is not the senior sister me, today I am afraid that only one person to come to the Great Seal City to participate in the auction law. When she heard Mo Yuan mention the fact that she had gone halfway after the demonic cultivator, Zhong Lingjun's cheeks instantly turned red. After a long time she said defiantly, "My generation of righteous cultivators should have taken the subjugation of demons and the elimination of devils as their own duty. If they see a devil cultivator and don't eradicate him, do they have to wait until the devil cultivator scourges a party before eradicating him?" Hearing Zhong Lingjun speak with great righteousness and the appearance of a righteous man, Mu Ziyuan smiled on her expression and agreed with her. But in her heart, she was actually quite disdainful. A righteous monk? A righteous monk who deceives his master? If even the guy who deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestor could be considered a righteous cultivator, then the threshold of this righteous path could really be a bit too low. And she, Mu Ziyuan, might even be able to claim to be a righteous cultivator to others. But this was good. At least this way this group of boring guys would be farther away from master. I only hope that you can always be so sensible. And you'd better stay far away from your masters all the time. Or else. A bloodlight suddenly flashed underneath Mu Ziyuan's eyes, and Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, immediately noticed. But when she turned her head to look over, she only saw Moose Edge's harmless appearance. Taking a closer look at Moose Edge, he found that there was nothing out of the ordinary other than that pretentious face that was still annoying. Why is fourth senior sister suddenly looking at me like this? Is it possible that she likes the senior sister? Then fourth senior sister will have her heart broken. Oh, senior sister, I like men. Seeing Zhong Lingjun staring at herself, Mo Yuan immediately displayed a shy yet refusing look. Zhong Lingjun immediately snorted coldly when she heard her pretentious appearance. Who likes you? Just now is just, forget it. Let's go into the city first and inquire about the exact time of the auction. And then, there's a place I want to visit. So you can go ahead and busy yourself then. Okay day. All listen to senior sister. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's arrangement, Mo Yuan acted quite obediently. But just as they entered the city, the sharp-eyed Mo Yuan suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure. Looking at that innocent, wandering around figure, a hint of danger flashed under Mo Yuan's eyes once again, and this time, the killing intent in her heart intensified. Chapter 15, The Rite of Worship. Fourth senior sister, you just said that you have somewhere you want to go, so go ahead. I just happen to have some things I need to take care of. Hearing that Mo Yuan had something she needed to attend to, Zhong Lingjun nodded without saying anything more. A Yuaning stage cultivator always had a lot of things to take care of even if he was loose on weekdays. And this was no exception even for Zhong Lingjun, who was intoxicated with the sword. Looking at the departing Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan first confirmed that she had moved away, and then immediately turned her own gaze to the young girl not far away. That child is called Lu Qingyue, isn't it? What a good name. For this last disciple that Mu Lingyun had taken in only when he left the Bai Chi sword sect, Mu Ziyuan had a deep impression. Because Lu Qingyue's appearance had disrupted Mo Yuan's layout to a certain extent. In Mu Ziyuan's plan, Mu Lingyun should have left the Bai Chi sword sect alone, and then she would have followed Mu Lingyun's footsteps and defected from the Bai Chi sword sect together to find Mu Lingyun. But Lu Qingyue's appearance made her plans fall through. How could she not have imagined that a daughter of a district loose cultivator without any cultivation would have the guts to follow Mu Lingyun out of the Bai Chi sword sect at that time? The thought that during the period of time that Mu Lingyun was away, Lu Qingyue could enjoy Mu Lingyun's teaching and care all by herself. Mo Yuan was about to go crazy with envy. That is the tenderness that goes deep into the marrow. That is the unfailing care. That is everything that once possessed, even if it is only briefly lost, will make people lose themselves. The master, the master, master. Mu Ziyuan kept chanting the words master, and the envy in his eyes suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yeah, she's just a disciple of her master. How could a disciple possibly hold that kind of filthy thoughts about his master? And I'm really too. That I would go so far as to be jealous of my own little sister. It was also unknown what exactly Mo Yuan had realized amongst the word master. She looked at her junior sister and suddenly reached out her hand to her face. Then a woman with the same beautiful appearance but unrelated to her original appearance appeared in place. Well, it's so hard to choose. The spirit stone that Master left me before he left isn't enough to buy all of them. Or why don't we just pick a few and give them to Master? But what kind of ones will Master like? Lu Qingyu was currently standing in front of a foundation establishment stage cultivator's stall. She looked at the wide array of accessories on the stall, and for a moment she didn't know what to choose. The cultivator behind the stall was not in a hurry to see this and cheerfully let Lu Qingyu take her time to look and pick. Oh, so it's these jewels that are sold here. I thought they were something rare. A seductive voice suddenly sounded at Lu Qingyu's side. Lu Qingyu looked back to find a female cultivator with a graceful and luxurious appearance. Strange. I'm obviously meeting this person for the first time. So why do I somehow feel a sense of familiarity with her? While Lu Qingyu was sizing up Mosher Yuan after her disguise, Mosher Yuan was also picking out jewelry from the stall while scanning Lu Qingyu's body with her own divine sense. Nice likeness, clean breath, talented roots and all. When Mosher Yuan realized that a familiar aura was emanating from Lu Qingyu's dantian, even though her personality was as jumpy as she couldn't help but freeze in place at the moment. Endless sword intent? Practicing qi? Junior sister, she refined the endless sword intent when she was in the qi practicing stage? How is this possible? The endless sword intent was not unfamiliar to Mu Siyuan. All of Mu Lingyun's disciples had refined the endless sword intent as a means of consolidating their foundation. But even for Zhong Lingjun, who had the best talent, she had only refined the endless sword intent as the root of her Dao foundation at the time of foundation establishment. Lu Qingyue had actually refined the endless sword intent when she had just stepped into qi practicing. This made Mu Sej a little incredulous. This was the sword intent that a practicing Void True Lord had cultivated for a lifetime. Even if Lu Qingyue had Mu Lingyun's protection throughout her breakthrough, trying to refine the endless sword intent that was still difficult. Realizing that Lu Qingyu's talent might be beyond his expectations, Mosher Yuan moved in this instant to chop Lu Qingyu again. She would not allow anyone to carry more weight in Mu Lingyun's heart than herself, even if that person should theoretically be no threat to her. But just as this thought surfaced in Mu Sej's mind, a deadly threat followed it, constantly issuing warnings in Mu Sej's mind. If she dared to make a move against Lu Qingyue, she would die violently on the spot in the next second. Feeling that threat, even though Mosher Yuan was still unwilling, she could only collect her killing intent, worthy of being a disciple of the master. I'm afraid that there are quite a few things on her body that are used to keep her safe, but the more so, the more cynical Mu Sej became. This was supposed to belong to her, and now it was being taken away from her by a guy from nowhere. Just as Mu Yuan was still pondering what to do next to Lu Qingyu beside her then suddenly asked her softly, "Are you free now, senior?" Hearing that Lu Qingyu dared to strike up a conversation with her, Mosher Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a few moments of surprise. In the immortal cultivation world, if a cultivator encountered an unfamiliar high-ranking cultivator, they would all want to stay far away immediately. Lu Qingyu not only did not leave, but even dared to strike up a conversation with her. This courage. That's right, if he didn't even have the guts to do so, how could he dare to leave the Bai Chi sword sect with his master in front of everyone? Thinking that Lu Qingyu had avoided letting Mu Lingyun leave the Bai Chi sword sect alone and forlorn, Mu Siyuan had a few more points of goodwill towards her. I can't get her to die now, so let's see what she wants to say first. This seed is in a good mood today, so if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that Mosher Yuan was willing to take care of herself, a few smiles immediately appeared amongst Lu Qingyu's eyes. She then said that this senior looked so kind and would be a good person. Lu Qingyu didn't dare to let Mosher Yuan wait for a long time, and hurriedly took out a few of her previously selected jewelry, wanting to let Mosher Yuan help herself to see which one was better in the end. Jewelry? I wonder who you want to give it to. Looking at those jewelry held in Lu Qingyu's hands, although she already had an answer in her heart, Mosher Yuan still deliberately asked. And Lu Qingyu was not at all wary when she heard this, and directly stated her thoughts on picking out jewelry. It's like this, senior. Recently I've worshipped a very good master, who treats me very well and kindly. So I was thinking of choosing a piece of jewelry to give to my master, as a gift of worship from me to him. Worship? Looking at Lu Qingyu's smiling eyes, Mosher Yuan's expression suddenly stiffened a little. Worship. Immediately, Mu Yuan quickly searched for relevant memories in her mind, wanting to see if she had given Mu Lingyun any teacher worship gifts back then. But the memories that were turned out by her were all Mu Lingyun gave her gifts, and the scene where she gave Mu Lingyun gifts pressed. No, there is. Although it was only that one time, she did give Mu Lingyun a gift. Mu Sej, who had finally found a relevant memory, was instantly relieved. Phew, that was close. I was almost about to be compared to the youngest sister who had just been initiated. If she really lost to her junior sister, then Mosher Yuan would have no choice but to try and get her killed without drawing Mu Lingyun's attention. Still, she would not allow anyone to surpass herself in Mu Lingyun's heart. Chapter 16 Seeds planted 1,000 years ago. Looking at the pieces of jewelry in Lu Qingyu's hands, Mu Siyuan could tell which one suited Mu Lingyun the most with just one glance. However, she didn't pick out which one, but instead chose the second piece of jewelry that suited Mu Lingyun, handing it over to Lu Qingyu. This one just feels right to me. Your master will love it. Aha! Thanks, senpai. Seeing the piece of jewelry that Mo Yuan had chosen, Lu Qingyu immediately held it in her hand happily. Growing up on the beach since she was a child, she didn't really know anything about these beautiful jewelry, but she trusted Moose Edge's vision. When she thought of the smile that would show in Mu Lingyun's eyes when he received the gift from her, a bright smile followed amongst Lu Qingyu's eyes. During this time, Lu Qingyu had been quietly observing her master. It was discovered that although Mu Lingyun had been acting breezily, there was basically no smile showing on his face. Lu Qingyu thought that it might be because of the Bai Chi sword sex matter. That was why Mu Lingyun rarely showed a smile. But now with this gift, master will surely be happy. Seeing Lu Qingyu's happy appearance, Mo Yuan on the side couldn't help but ask, "Are you so sure your master will like your gift? What if he doesn't?" "No?" Hearing Mo Yuan's question, Lu Qingyu first froze for a moment. In her tiny head it never occurred to her that her master would not like the gift she gave her. But it mattered even if Mu Lingyun didn't like it. Then I'll keep on delivering. Master will always have something he likes, and I'll always be able to deliver something master likes. And master will always have a smile on his face. Hearing Lu Qingyu's naive thoughts, Mo Yuan subconsciously wanted to taunt her. But after thinking about it she couldn't say anything. After an instant of silence, Mu Ziyuan handed over the piece of jewelry that best suited Mu Lingyun to Lu Qingyu's hands. "Take this. To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master must be the best master in heaven and on earth. This gift is considered as a token of my appreciation. Help me give it to your master." Seeing the other piece of jewelry that Mo Yuan had handed over to her, Lu Qingyu was a bit puzzled as to why a strange cultivator would want to give a gift to her master though. However, given that Mo Yuan had always acted in a friendly manner, Lu Qingyu still agreed to this trivial request with alacrity. "Well, I will definitely pass it on to my master. Don't worry, senior." After Lu Qingyu finished speaking, she chose to retire, turning around and preparing to go find her master. Mu Lingyun, who was chatting with Wan Ziding on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Just moments before his psychic senses had hinted at something worthwhile and concerning on his side, but the feeling was not strong. "What's the matter? Notice anything?" Wan Ziding poured Mu Lingyun a cup of enlightenment tea while playing with a dragon horn in her hand. Returning to his senses, Mu Lingyun shook his head, not taking the spiritual awareness cue he had just received seriously. There were those times like this or a cue every so often, through the simultaneous of some small chance that was of some use to him, but not much. If it was the Mu Lingyun of old who was still interested in seeing each other, but now he was more willing to talk more with his old friend than those small chances. "Nothing, it's probably just some small chance again. No need to pay attention to it." With that, Mu Lingyun drank the cup of enlightenment tea in front of him, which was enough to stir up a bloody storm in the immortal cultivation world, and then felt his spiritual platform clearing up, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Not bad. In the end it's a precious enlightenment tea. It's still effective even at my realm. But how come I haven't seen you take it out to entertain me before? When I came here in the past, you wouldn't even prepare a cup of the most ordinary tea for me." Hearing that Mu Lingyun's mind was all over the enlightenment tea, Wan Ziding couldn't help but let out a light hum. "Humph. If you had left the Bai Chi sword sect earlier, you would have already drank the enlightenment tea that I personally brewed. But that chance you just sensed, although it's not of much use to us, you can let that disciple of yours go and take a look at it. Just think of it as sharpening her." Hearing Wan Ziding's suggestion, Mu Lingyun thought about it and felt that it made so much sense. If Lu Qingyu had been under his shelter, then even if she had a higher cultivation level, it would be difficult to go against those battle-hardened cultivators, and she really did need to hone her skills. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun didn't hesitate and directly exuded his divine sense to bring Lu Qingyu, who was still strolling in the middle of the Great Seal City, to the middle of the room. I'm this." Lu Qingyu, who was walking around the city and looking for her own master, suddenly realized that her location had changed, and before she could vigilantly stimulate the endless sword intent within her body, she saw her own master sitting by the side of a young girl looking at her. "Master." Seeing that it turned out to be her own master who had captured her, a bright smile immediately surfaced amongst Lu Qingyu's eyes. When Wan Ziding, who was on the side, saw this look on Lu Qingyu's face, a few moments of surprise immediately flashed through her eyes as well. "This disciple, it looks a little different from those disciples from before." Those few disciples of Mu Lingyun's in the past had been more heaven-defying than one another, and now that he had suddenly taken in a normal-looking disciple, Wan Ziding was surprisingly a bit uncomfortable for a moment. As for Mu Lingyun, when he saw Lu Qingyue's lively and cheerful appearance, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but emerge with a few smiles. Let me introduce to you. This is Senior Wan Ziting, the owner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and also a void practicing true lord, and she is about to break through to the harmonization stage. If the lifespan of my teacher runs out, you can come to join Senior Wan, and according to my relationship with her, there is no problem in sheltering you for a lifetime without any worries. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, both Lu Qingyue and Wan Ziting fell into a moment of silence at this moment. Wan Ziting gritted her teeth after taking a deep breath. Do you just have to say such things at this time? Seeing that Wan Ziting was somewhat less than happy, Mu Lingyun could not help but have a few moments of doubt flash through his eyes. What's wrong with my words? Is it anything very strange for a master to want his disciple to seek a few ways out? Old man, didn't your master do the same thing back then? I told you not to call me old man. Wan Ziting snatched the teacup from Mu Lingyun's hand, then gave him a disgusted look. Really? It's such a waste to give you such a good tea to drink. After so many years except for your cultivation, your brain is not enlightened at all. Can't you see that your little disciple is about to cry out? With that, Wan Ziting drank the rare cup of enlightenment tea in one go. While hearing Wan Ziting's reminder, Mu Lingyun realized that Lu Qingyue's eyes had begun to redden. Realizing the problem, Mu Lingyun hurriedly said with a smile, Okay, is not just life and death. This is a problem that no one can avoid. Even if it is the ascension of the immortals, there will be the day of the fall. Even if you have just stepped into the world of immortal cultivation, you have to begin to learn to adapt to these. Life, old age, sickness and death, in the future can be much more. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that birth, old age, sickness, and death were the common sense of the world and no one could avoid it, Lu Qingyue bit her own lips and said with some reluctance, But, I just don't want Master to die. Master hasn't even seen the day when my disciple becomes a practicing void true lord yet. In Lu Qingyue's perception, a void practicing true lord was already the most powerful cultivator in the world, so she thought that one day, she would become a void practicing stage cultivator herself, so that she could become Mu Lingyun's pride. Seeing Lu Qingyue's sad appearance, Mu Lingyun also shook his head somewhat helplessly. He just thought it was because the little guy had just stepped into the world of immortal cultivation and couldn't adapt to the mentality of the cultivators yet. Alright, don't cry anymore. Master promises you just that. Until you become a practicing void true lord, Master will live well, but only if you cultivate well first. Apprentice will definitely cultivate well. Having received Mu Lingyun's promise, the expression on Lu Qingyue's face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, becoming joyful and smiling. Wan Ziting on the side suddenly asked with interest at the sight, Where on earth did you find this disciple? Or let me forget it. When he heard Wan Ziting asking for Lu Qingyue with himself, Mu Lingyun rejected her without even thinking. That's not good. Didn't I say so? She's my hope. As for where she comes from, looking at the vibrant Lu Qingyu, the corners of Mu Lingyun's mouth suddenly sketched out a few smiles in an unintentional moment. Think of her, as a seed I planted 1,000 years ago, and now that she's finally taken root, she's come to me to return the favor. Chapter 17, Zhong Family Ancestral Ground. This should be the place, the ancestral land of the Zhong clan back then. After parting ways with Mosher Yuan, Zhong Lingjun kept searching for something in Defeng City, and finally found a dilapidated mansion in the middle of a remote corner. Looking at the plaque above her head that was engraved with the word Zhongfu, Zhong Lingjun's heart suddenly had a few moments of nervousness of being near her hometown. On the way here, Zhong Lingjun also took the time to find some intelligence organizations to inquire about the Zhong family extermination tragedy back then. It is said that the Zhong family is also a famous and prestigious family in Defeng City. Not only is it kind and charitable, but it also likes to subsidize those cultivators who are in a momentary predicament. The Zhong family had stood in Great Feng City for an unknown number of years, and it was unknown how many cultivators they had helped through their difficulties on the road to cultivation. However, it was such a family that was besieged by a group of crazy devil cultivators hundreds of years ago, and although the Zhong family fought back to the death, in the end, they only ended up dying together with the group of devil cultivators. In the end, only one orphan was left behind, namely Zhong Lingjun, who was adopted by a passing Bichi Zhenjuan. But these are all rumors circulating in the outside world, and no one has ever been able to give a definitive answer as to what really happened back then. Zhong Lingjun had also been under the impression that her family had been invaded by demonic cultivators, while she had been lucky enough to be saved by Mu Lingyun only. Thus Zhong Lingjun had always held a deep sense of gratitude towards Mu Lingyun, and had vowed more than once to properly honor her master. It wasn't until Zhong Lingjun got an image from Lin Bei that she finally knew the truth about that incident back then, and because of that, she also saw the true face that her master teacher had been hiding. The thought that the ever-amiable master teacher was actually a moralistic hypocrite made Zhong Lingjun's heart ache beyond words. Mu Lingyun had always taught her that she should take it as her duty to cut down the demons and remove the devils, and that she should never connive at evil devils and foreigners going on the rampage for the sake of her own selfish desires. But if that's what you taught me, why did you do something like that again one day? Zhong Lingjun was really reluctant to believe that cold-faced fellow would be her master. Her master was a gentle person, and would never point at those innocent and weak beings even if he had boundless killing intent. But the bloody reality was right in front of Zhong Lingjun, so she couldn't help but believe it. Zhong Lingjun had privately gone to verify the image provided by Lin Bei countless times after she had gotten it, but the conclusion she had finally reached was that the image was real and had not undergone any traces of modification. On the day of the Zhong family extermination tragedy, Mu Lingyun had indeed been a walled-in spectator, witnessing those devilish cultivators slaughtering the Zhong family cultivators. In order to find out what really happened that day, and in order to completely extinguish that wisp of fantasy within her heart, Zhong Lingjun finally decided to return to the Zhong family's ancestral land to find out the ins and outs of that incident back then. But before that, she still needed to open the prohibition that sealed the Zhong family's ancestral land before she could do so. Strange. It's been hundreds of years since the Zhong clan's demise. Why is there still a prohibition here that prevents others from entering? It was reasonable to say that with the demise of a cultivation force, other forces would go and scavenge those remnants after the incident even if they didn't take advantage of the fire. However, the Zhong family ancestral ground in front of them was shrouded by a powerful prohibition that prevented everyone from entering, and it looked like no one had entered the Zhong family ancestral ground for hundreds of years. But this is good. At least this way everything inside should be properly preserved, and it's also convenient for me to find out the truth of that year more easily. Looking at that prohibition in front of her, Zhong Lingjun reached out her hand and tried to undo it. Back then, the highest cultivation of the Zhong family was only a cultivator of the incarnation stage. And even if it left a powerful prohibition, after so many years have passed, it should not be. Buzz. As Zhong Lingjun's hand touched the prohibition, a buzzing sound instantly shook her hand away. Looking at that rune displayed on the prohibition, Zhong Lingjun's face instantly became extremely ugly. True Lord Bai Qi. This prohibition was left behind by True Lord Bai Qi. Zhong Lingjun hadn't thought that back then. Mu Lingyun had not only sat back and watched the demise of the Zhong family, but had even left behind a powerful prohibition to prevent others from entering the Zhong family. The possible meanings that could exist here, Zhong Lingjun felt creeped out just thinking about it. With Mu Lingyun's cultivation level, the thing that needed to make him leave a ban in place besides being difficult to completely eliminate, must also be something that he didn't want other cultivators to see. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun immediately wanted to break through the prohibition and enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land to find out what was going on. However, the prohibition that Mu Lingyun had casually left behind was incomparably powerful, and no matter how much Zhong Lingjun tried, she could not shake the prohibition in the slightest. Looking at the still intact prohibition in front of her, Zhong Lingjun could not help but frown. TSK, is it time to use that move? The conventional means Zhong Lingjun had already tried, and at this moment, the only one she had not yet used, and at the same time the most powerful move, was the endless sword intent that she had refined in the beginning. As a piece of sword intent that came from a split from the true lord of practicing void, Zhong Lingjun could even injure a spirit transformation stage cultivator if she fully activated her endless sword intent. Even if this prohibition in front of him was left behind by Mu Lingyun, and it would be difficult for the endless sword intent to completely destroy it, it would not be difficult to open an opening for Zhong Lingjun to enter. But it was precisely because this endless sword intent was left to her by Mu Lingyun that Zhong Lingjun was so entangled. In her mind, Mu Lingyun was already a complete hypocrite, and what he left her, Zhong Lingjun naturally refused to use again. But if she didn't use it now, she simply couldn't find any other way to break through the prohibition and enter the Zhong family's ancestral land. Just as Zhong Lingjun was feeling all tangled up, her divine sense suddenly sensed someone approaching, and when her divine sense saw the other party's appearance, Zhong Lingjun's expression could not help but be stunned. That one is Lu Qingyue? For this disciple that Mu Lingyun had only taken in when he left the Bai Qi sword sect, Zhong Lingjun naturally still had an impression. But the question is, why is she here? Is it hard to believe that it's an arrangement by True Lord Bai Qi? Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun first looked behind her at the Zhong family's ancestral land with some hesitation, and then followed Mosher Yuan's example of using the cloud mist transformation method among the Bai Qi sword technique to change her appearance. Changing his appearance into a righteous-looking monk, Zhong Lingjun had just disguised her appearance when Lu Qingyue entered her field of vision. Well, Zhong family ancestral ground. It should be here. Master said that as long as I take the jade pendant he handed over to me, I can enter the Zhong family ancestral ground unimpeded. And I don't know what kind of goodies are inside. There might be some strange encounters among the legends. Carrying the jade pendant and orders given to her by Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue traveled all the way to the front of the Zhong clan's ancestral land in Great Feng City with anticipation. But what surprised her was that there was already a cultivator's presence in front of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. However, looking at the cultivator in the distance with a righteous look, Lu Qingyu was slightly relieved. It didn't look like a bad guy, but Master had said to be wary of strangers when out and about. Thinking of Mu Lingyun's instructions, Lu Qingyue still carefully put away the jade pendant before walking towards Zhong Lingyuan's direction. As Lu Qingyue drew closer, Zhong Lingyuan's eyes grew more and more complicated as she looked at her. Is this the master? Is the last disciple the true Lord Bai Qi took? Chapter 18. I will never believe that my master is a hypocrite. Lu Qingyu looked at the indifferent-looking cultivator in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt the same kind of inexplicable affinity in the other party's body, she was afraid that she would have already turned around and left this place by now. And Zhong Lingjun looked at the one in front of her, her nominal junior sister, and at the moment, she was also hesitating on how to open her mouth. Although she felt chilled about Mu Lingyun's behavior back then, she really didn't have any ill will towards Lu Qingyue, her junior sister. Well, as a qualified sister, shouldn't I send her something? Thinking of her own identity as a senior sister, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but soften her eyes towards Lu Qingyue. Although she was ranked fourth among those disciples of Mu Lingyun, there was also a Mosher Yuan ranked behind her. But for that mixed-up devil Mosher Yuan, Zhong Lingjun really had a hard time treating her as her senior sister. Not to mention the fact that the difference between the two men's introductory times was actually only a few months. Zhong Lingjun felt that she was already doing her due diligence as a senior sister by tolerating her existence up until now. Cough cough cough, who are you and what are you doing here? As much as Zhong Lingjun wanted to recognize his little sister and take her away from Mu Lingyun's side, the most crucial thing at the moment was to explore the Zhong clan's ancestral land behind him. So in order to avoid accidents, she needed to get rid of Lu Qingyue before she could do so. But don't worry, junior sister, when I figure out the truth about that year, senior sister will bring a gift to you. After posing as a former senior, Zhong Lingjun intended to drive Lu Qingyue away, but Lu Qingyue had come here with her own master's mission, so how could she just leave so easily? After thinking about it, Lu Qingyue decided to bring up her master's name. Although the outside world knew the true Lord Bai Qi's lifespan was about to run out, at least until Mu Lingyun actually closed his eyes, no one dared to make a move against Mu Lingyun's disciples. Elder, I am a personal disciple of true Lord Bai Qi, and I have come here on my master's orders to fetch one thing from the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Going to the Zhong family's ancestral land to get one thing? Hearing that it was Mu Lingyun who had sent Lu Qingyue to the Zhong clan's ancestral land, a trace of gravity instantly flashed amongst Zhong Lingyuan's eyes. She didn't understand why Mu Lingyun would send his own disciple to the Zhong clan's ancestral land again after his 100 years. However, since Mu Lingyun had sent Lu Qingyue here, he must have also given her the token that would enable her to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land without any problems. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun decided to join forces with her junior sister first. She just wanted to figure out what exactly happened back then. She wasn't really interested in what was inside. So if Lu Qingyu wanted to take anything away, just go ahead and take it. As the last orphan of the Zhong family, Zhong Lingjun naturally had the power to dispose of everything within the Zhong family's ancestral land. Since that's the case, this seat just happens to have something that needs to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land as well. So if you don't mind, let's travel together. And if we find any treasures, they'll all go to you as well. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land with her, Lu Qingyue subconsciously wanted to refuse. It was fine outside, with Mu Lingyun's name as a deterrent. The other party should not dare to make a move. But what would happen after entering the Zhong clan's ancestral ground? It was all hard to say. However, Zhong Lingjun was in a hurry to find the truth within the ancestral land of the Zhong clan and did not have the heart to engage in entanglement with Lu Qingyue. Reaching out and grabbing her, he headed towards the interior of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Feeling the aura contained in the jade pendant on Lu Qingyu's body, the originally still impenetrable prohibition suddenly opened a gap allowing the two to enter without any problems. When Lu Qingyu saw Zhong Lingjun acting so brutally, she could only be helplessly anxious. She was only a Qi practicing stage cultivator, and the other party's cultivation level was obviously far greater than hers. And this was amongst the immortal cultivation world where one person's cultivation was higher than the other. And that meant one thing, and that was that she couldn't go against Zhong Lingjun's wishes. As for the so-called over-the-top battles, there were indeed, but it was rare, and as the realms of both sides rose, the likelihood of trying to fight across the ranks became lower. At least so far Lu Qinyu had only heard of her own master, Bai Qi true monarch Mu Lingyun, who had once beheaded a demonic cultivator who was about to break through to the void practicing stage when he was at the spirit transformation stage while wielding an endless sword. However, even Mu Lingyun was severely injured after that battle, and was almost about to die on the spot. It's just a matter of hoping that master's name can deter the senior. Otherwise, my disciple can only honor you in the afterlife. Lu Qingyue was in the middle of her pessimistic state, but as she entered the Zhong clan's ancestral land with Zhong Lingjun, an extremely strong smell of blood entered her nostrils. Ahem! It's Lu Qingyue, who was caught off guard and choked by the strong smell of blood, looked around herself with a shocked expression. One could only see that there were bloodstains everywhere in the midst of the luxurious Zhong clan's ancestral land, and the blood left behind by those cultivators had not dried up even after hundreds of years of time, especially since there was also a thick mist of blood that was wafting through the air. Lu Qinyu, who realized that she had just inhaled something, instantly turned pale and opened her mouth to spit out something. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun immediately cast a spell to cleanse the surrounding blood mist, and then walked over to Lu Qinyu's side to ferry in a spell. Feeling that cordial mana, Lu Qingyu's face instantly improved. She said with some disbelief as she looked at the ghastly sight in front of her. Who on earth caused such a gruesome killing? These bloodstains must have taken the deaths of at least thousands of cultivators to leave behind. Who? Humph. Who else could it be? Upon hearing Lu Qinyu inquire about who exactly caused all of this, Zhong Lingjun immediately let out a cold snort. She walked up and looked at the silent and unoccupied mansion, and suddenly said with a sad face, all of this is caused by True Lord Bai Qi. No way. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that it was Mu Lingyun who caused everything before her, Lu Qinyu instantly rebutted her loudly. She would never believe that her master would cause such a tragedy, much less allow someone to slander her master out of thin air, even if the other party was a senior high-ranking person whose cultivation was far superior to her own, and who could pinch her to death with their hands. If someone slandered her master and she was just silent, then she might as well die. Seeing Lu Qinyu looking at herself with a hostile face, Zhong Lingjun could not help but fall into silence. When she had just learned the news from Lin Bei, Zhong Lingjun had reacted just as Lu Qinyu had. She drew the traceless sword that had been personally refined for her by Mu Lingyun, and was instantly about to defend her master's reputation to the death. But what Lin Bei took out immediately afterward turned everything Zhong Lingjun had been holding on to into a ridiculous joke. It's normal that you don't want to believe it. Who would have thought that the mighty Bai Qi, true lord of the 9 states, would be a hypocrite? Zhong Lingjun said, and took out a jade slip containing an image from her storage ring and threw it to Lu Qinyu. Take it and see what kind of person that true Lord Bai Qi you're talking about is. Catching the image jade slip that flew over, hearing Zhong Lingjun's words, Lu Qingyu's eyes couldn't help but stare, but she quickly strengthened her belief again. She would never believe that her master would be a hypocrite. As Lu Qingyu's mana was injected into the image jade slip, a dim picture surfaced in front of the two of them in an instant. In the middle of the image was the Zhong clan's ancestral land where the two of them were at the moment, but unlike the silent Zhong clan's ancestral land at this moment, the Zhong clan's ancestral land in the middle of the picture was experiencing a bloody massacre. Countless cultivators with red eyes and blood aura emanating from their bodies rushed towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Even if they were to die, they refused to stop their steps. This scene, no matter who was looking at it, would feel like a demonic cultivator invading the Zhong clan's ancestral land in a big way. And in the middle of this image, Lu Qinyu also saw a familiar figure on one of the roofs. Master. Chapter 19, Disciple is exploring the copy. Countless devil Dao cultivators were constantly pounding the Zhong family's ancestral land, and the torrential rain that fell from the sky could hardly wash away those bloodstains on the ground. In the midst of such a tragic battle, all the other cultivators in Great Feng City had closed their portals to avoid being implicated and thus losing their lives. Yet it was such a grueling battle, yet there was still a man standing on one of the roofs as a spectator. The battle around him was so gruesome, but he just coldly looked at the Zhong clan that was about to be destroyed. The wind blew through the hem of his coat, like a spirit guide raised for the Zhong family. Those devil Dao cultivators didn't bother to attack Mu Lingyun even when they saw him, but continued to frantically launch an attack towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Like a moth to a flame, he kept trying to put out the blazing flame. At the end of this battle, the crazy devil Dao cultivators and the Zhong clan's cultivators had died together. There was only a baby's cry coming from the middle of the large Zhong family's ancestral land, and it was also at this time that Mu Lingyun, who had been acting as a wall observer, finally made a move. He walked towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land, and immediately afterward, as if he had noticed something, he glanced towards Lu Qinyu who was watching the image, and that was the end of the image. Looking at the image that she had viewed countless times, Zhong Lingjun looked at Lu Qinyu beside her with a complicated expression. How is it? After seeing this image, do you still think that your master, true Lord Bai Qi, is a good person? Hearing Zhong Lingjun's inquiry, Lu Qinyu instantly fell into silence. If Mu Lingyun really condoned those devilish cultivators to slaughter the Zhong family cultivators, then no matter how much she defended Mu Lingyun, it would be useless. But soon enough, Lu Qinyu reacted. She held the image jade slip questioningly and looked at Zhong Lingjun. How are you sure that my master is the cause of this tragedy? My master doesn't seem to have done anything except keep a cold eye on the situation. In the middle of the image, although Mu Lingyun had been acting as a spectator, it was also true that he hadn't made any moves against the Zhong family. What makes Zhong Lingjun so sure that Mu Lingyun is the instigator? Is it just because she has her whole family dead? Hearing that Lu Qingyue was still undeterred in her attempt to defend Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun immediately pointed at the prohibition above her head and said to her, "See, the prohibition above the head is what true Lord Bai Qi left behind. If it wasn't to cover up the killings he committed, how could he have put up a prohibition to stop others from exploring the Zhong family's ancestral land? And who else but a hallowed true lord of practicing void would be able to muster that kind of number of demonic cultivators?" The more Zhong Lingjun spoke, the angrier she became. She wasn't just angry for the wrong souls of the Zhong family who had died tragically, she was even angrier for herself who had been hoodwinked in the first place. Her master, the true monarch of Bichi. She was told to make it her duty to cut down demons and remove devils, and to always remember that she was on the right path. Yet he had overthrown her clan hundreds of years ago, and in the end, he had even pretended to take her as his disciple. Only God knows how devastated Zhong Lingjun really was after learning the truth. The master teacher she regarded as her lifelong faith turned out to be a hypocrite. She broke down and tried to get out of it by killing herself on the spot. But in the end, Lin Bei persuaded her. Lin Bei tells her that death is easy, but the souls of the Zhong family who died tragically are still waiting for her to redeem them. Therefore, in order to free these Zhong clan's wrong souls that were still trapped in place, and also to cleanse Mu Lingyun of the sins he had created in the first place, Zhong Lingjun finally made up her mind. She would personally behead Mu Lingyun's head and place him in front of the Zhong family's grieving souls to console their resentment. In the end, Zhong Lingjun would then kill herself in front of Mu Lingyun's corpse as a way to pay back the master-disciple bond between her and Mu Lingyun. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, whose emotions were getting more and more agitated, and feeling the increasingly strong pressure on her, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but take a step back, but immediately after that, she took another step forward. "She's still the same. I would never believe that Master would be the instigator of the tragedy that caused the Zhong family. Since Senior insisted on saying that Master is the leader of the demonic cultivators, then come with me into the Zhong family's ancestral land to see who actually caused that tragedy back then." Hearing that Lu Qingyue wanted herself to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land with her to find out what exactly happened somehow back then, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but look into her eyes, and from amongst Lu Qinyu's eyes, Zhong Lingjun saw an incomparably resolute look. How similar to her reaction at that time. Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath, then nodded towards Lu Qingyue. "Good guts, since you dare to make such a request, how could I refuse? Come on, let's go together and see who actually caused the tragedy back then." After saying that, Zhong Lingjun walked into the Zhong clan's ancestral land in a flash. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu did not hesitate and directly followed Zhong Lingjun's pace. Mu Lingyun, who was studying the method of using the matching with the innate fetal mother aura from afar, suddenly raised his head. Just now a system beep suddenly came to his ears. Looking at Wan Ziding, who was idly putting grapes into her mouth while looking at the scenery outside the window beside her, and after confirming that her attention was not on his own body, Mu Lingyun then conjured up the system's interface. As a curtain of light unfolded in front of Mu Lingyun, a prompt also sounded in Mu Lingyun's ears once again. Disciple Lu Qingyue is exploring the copy, Zhong family ancestral ground. Does Master want to synchronize the live situation and explore the copy with disciple Lu Qingyue? Seeing the system's prompt, a bright light immediately flashed in Mu Lingyun's eyes. I can also synchronize the scene conditions while the disciple explores the copy. So what kind of place meets the requirements of the copy? Blessed caves, secret places, and other special places are eligible for copies. Do all the blessed caves count? Discovering that the system even had this function, Mu Lingyun was instantly filled with confidence in Lu Qingyue's soon-to-be expedition to the 10,000 Spirit Cave. Originally, he was thinking of finding Wan Ziding to borrow a few magic treasures to protect Lu Qingyue when the time came, but now it seemed that there were better options for each other. After slightly studying this function of exploring the duplicates in sync with his disciples, Mu Lingyun realized that he could provide guidance to Lu Qingyue and enhance her strength by consuming his own mana at critical moments. All in all, it was that Lu Qinyu still needed to explore those secret realms on her own. But at critical moments Mu Lingyun could come down and save the day. After understanding the usefulness of this function, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Now that Lu Qingyue was his hope for ascension, naturally the safer the better. This feature appeared in a timely manner. After studying and understanding this function, Mu Lingyun didn't have any hesitation and directly chose to synchronize Lu Qingyue's condition at the moment. As he chose OK, another perspective was immediately in front of him. Lu Qingyue is in the middle of the Zhong family's ancestral land constantly searching for something, while at her side is Cheng Lingquan? Chapter 20 It's the Master. In the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun were constantly searching for something. As a great family that had once flourished for a while, The Zhong family's ancestral land not only had a restriction laid down by Mu Lingyun, but also had a number of formations with varying effects laid down itself. The effect of one of the formations was spatial folding. The effect of this formation could make the actual area of the Zhong clan's ancestral land far larger than it appeared from the outside. Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue were currently at the outskirts of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, carefully searching for any clues that might be there. Mu Lingyun, who had been observing them through the system, on the other hand, focused his attention on the disguised Zhong Lingjun. Why is she here? Back then, Mu Lingyun was the one who picked up Zhong Lingjun, who had yet to open her eyes, within the Zhong family's ancestral land. At that time Mu Lingyun saw that she was young, and in a moment of weakness he brought her back to the Bai Chi sword sect and accepted her as his fourth disciple to patiently raise her. It turned out that he didn't realize that he had picked up a white-eyed wolf back then. Should I say that it's worthy of being the bloodline of the Zhong family? But this kind of shady trickery is done neatly. After paying a little attention to Zhong Lingjun, Mu Lingyun placed his attention on Lu Qingyue. For these rebellious disciples who wanted to kill their masters, Mu Lingyun's failure to take action against them for the sake of his former feelings was considered to be his great mercy. And now where would he go to look at them one more time? Right now it was still Lu Qingyue's safety that was a bit more important. Although he could be sure that there was nothing that could threaten Lu Qingyue's existence amongst the Zhong clan's ancestral land. In the end, after hundreds of years, and with the great wars that had erupted here, even if there were really born any strange and weird fellows, it wouldn't be uncommon. As if she could sense Mu Lingyun's gaze from the underworld, Lu Qingyue, who was originally still a bit nervous, gradually became more at ease as her exploration continued to advance. She first inspected another courtyard before turning to Zhong Lingjun. Senior, I don't think there should be any clues worth mentioning in the periphery. When the great battle erupted suddenly, the important figures of the Zhong clan didn't have time to flee. So let's go straight to the core area of the ancestral ground and take a look. Hearing Lu Qingyue's suggestion, Zhong Lingjun also nodded after glancing around. Let's go. There shouldn't be any clues around. To be honest, although it was said on the lips that they wanted to come to the Zhong family's ancestral land to search for the truth of that year, but in the end, what exactly they were going to search for? Even Zhong Lingjun herself didn't have any clues. But obviously the area where the fighting was most intense back then must have had relevant clues. Looking at the two people who had searched for half a day without finding a single clue, Mu Lingyun, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also somewhat speechless. Lu Qingyue was even better. She had only just set foot on the cultivation path after all. Inexperience and all that was understandable. But you, Zhong Lingjun, are also wandering around like a headless fly. Have you fed all the things he taught you to the dogs? Mu Lingyun looked at Zhong Lingjun with a lingering disappointment in his eyes. I can't believe he's been teaching this kind of stuff all along. No wonder the system hasn't been unlocked even after thousands of years. If it wasn't for the fact that he had accepted Lu Qingyue as a disciple later on, Mu Lingyun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the day when the system was unlocked until his lifespan was exhausted. Sighing somewhat helplessly, Mu Lingyun then borrowed the system's function to point out the location of the Zhong family ancestral hall to Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue, who was pondering where to look for clues, looked at a highlight that suddenly lit up in the middle of her field of vision, and instantly looked around vigilantly. However, he realized that Zhong Lingjun was acting as if she hadn't seen the highlight in the distance, still searching for clues on her own. Elder, she can't see it? Realizing this, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but look again at the highlight in the distance, and then she felt a familiar aura from it. It's the master. It's the master who's come to help. Noticing that it was Mu Lingyun who was showing her the way out behind the scenes, Lu Qingyue's expression immediately became exuberant. She knew master wouldn't just throw a jade pendant at her and leave her alone. So master really has been paying attention to her. Knowing that Mu Lingyun had been paying attention to her side of the story behind the scenes, Lu Qingyue became more and more confident in the fact that Mu Lingyun was innocent. After all, if master was really the murderer behind the Zhong family tragedy in the first place, then when Zhong Lingjun appeared, he would just directly slap her to death. Where would he need to go through so much trouble? Since master didn't choose to do it, that means master is innocent, worthy of being a master. It is true that, like a noble gentleman, no matter how others slander him, it is like a pine and cypress in the wind and snow, standing tall, not shaken by all the influence of the outside world. Lu Qingyue was gushing in her own mind, blowing up Mu Lingyun, blowing him up into a character that had not existed before and would never exist again. However, Mu Lingyun, who borrowed the system's function and could hear her heart, was a bit taut. The one the apprentice was talking about. Is it me? Mu Lingyun had realized earlier that some of Lu Qingyue's impressions of him were a bit too favorable. What a cross-step challenge. What a noble gentleman. What a universal saint and so on. Things that Mu Lingyun himself was too embarrassed to brag about. But Lu Qingyue was able to say it without a change of color on her face. Where did this girl learn all this stuff? Why didn't I know I was that good myself? Mu Lingyun was still wondering where exactly Lu Qingyue had heard these unrealistic rumors from. Lu Qingyue was already preparing to drag Zhong Lingjun to the Zhong family ancestral hall that Mu Lingyun had previously labeled a shrine. Hearing Lu Qingyue say that the key clue should be in the ancestral shrine of the Zhong family's ancestral land, Zhong Lingjun first hesitated for a split second, and then felt that Lu Qingyue's words were reasonable. For a family power like the Zhong clan's ancestral land, the ancestral hall would definitely be the most central area. The battle at the shrine must have also been the most intense when the Great War broke out back then, and there might really be a very crucial clue there. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly followed Lu Qingyue in the direction of the ancestral hall. The entire Zhong clan's ancestral land was covered by a large formation, and their cultivation levels were less than the transformation of God stage, so they were unable to harness the air and fly. But the good thing was that none of them were mortal, and even if they were running on two legs they were rapidly approaching the area where the shrine was located. Along the way, there were also some zombie ghosts and other demons that blocked the way. Most of them were transformed by the fall of the Zhong family cultivators back then, but they were all killed by Zhong Lingjun's sword without hesitation. It wasn't until the two of them came to the location of a square that they stopped themselves, looking at the dense and terrifying sword marks in the center of the square. Not to mention Lu Qingyue, who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Even Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but feel a chill. This is... Lu Qingyue looked at what was in front of her with some disbelief. Countless corpses lay everywhere, and from their still undecaying bodies it was easy to see that they were all cultivators who had at least practiced Jindan in their lifetime. This is the only way to ensure that their bodies do not decay for 1,000 years. But even for the cultivators who had practiced Jindan, at the moment their bodies were casually discarded to the side. No one bothered to care about them. This shows just how intense that battle was back then. Yet it was such a corpse-strewn scene, and in the very center, there was an incredibly clean area. Not only were there no sword marks, there was also no blood soaking through. In the middle of such a tragic battlefield, the appearance of this area seemed to portend something. Lu Qingyue curiously walked to that area, but again, she found nothing. Just when Lu Qingyue thought that there was nothing to be found here as well, she realized that behind her, Zhong Lingjun was standing in front of the two corpses, fuming. Chapter 21 Branding in Heaven and Earth. Zhong Lingjun stood in front of the two corpses that had long since lost their vitality for a long time. These two corpses were dressed in similar styles of clothing, and even though they had been dead for years, their hands were still holding each other tightly, as if even death could not separate them. In accordance with the special connection between bloodlines, Zhong Lingjun could clearly feel that the two corpses in front of her were her parents, the parents she had hoped to see in her dreams countless times. They were so strange, so kind, and you could tell by the smiles at the corners of their mouths that they must have found a good place for themselves before they died. Zhong Lingjun stood in front of her parents' corpses for a long time, and finally gently waved her sleeves as the endless sword intent within her body was driven to cut the space in front of her and send her parents' corpses to a place that was far away, but with a beautiful scenery, so that this couple, who must have been very much in love during their lives, can continue to be by each other's side in peace after death. On the side, Lu Qingyue instantly felt the endless sword intent within her own body stirring when Zhong Lingjun drove it out of her body. Lu Qingyue, who noticed this, immediately looked at Zhong Lingjun incredulously, but before she could ask something, around the square, those sword marks left by Mu Lingyun hundreds of years ago suddenly rioted. In obedience to the call of the driven endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body, these sword marks emitted a very shallow light, and finally coalesced into an unreadable figure in the clean area in the center of the square. Master? As soon as she saw the silhouette that had coalesced from the sword marks left behind by the endless sword, Lu Qingyue instantly recognized that it was her master, and Mu Lingyun felt a bit surprised when he saw the shadow. Heaven and Earth brand? My actions back then could even leave behind a brand of heaven and earth. It seems that the things this Zhong family has committed have indeed provoked the wrath of the heavens and the people, to the extent that the great Tao of heaven and earth have all remembered this scene from back then. Unlike the unseen Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun easily recognized the substance of the shadow. That was a brand of heaven and earth that only appeared under certain specific conditions. The essence is that when certain great events occur, if some conditions are met, the great Tao between heaven and earth will memorize that scene. If those fulfilled conditions were triggered again, the imprint of heaven and earth that had been remembered would also be triggered to reappear in front of the world. However, Mu Lingyun knew himself well enough. He might indeed have good attainments in swordsmanship, but he was definitely not yet powerful enough to be remembered by the great Tao of heaven and earth. So, am I tainted by those rebels? Think of the rebels who once willingly sacrificed their lives for freedom. Mu Lingyun was also the one who finally put away his thoughts of watching the show, and turned to continue watching everything that would happen next with the most serious attitude. Zhong Lingjun obviously also recognized the heaven and earth brand. and she looked at the imaginary figure in the center of the square that had been induced by the endless sword intent, and there was an incomparable complexity in her eyes. She knew that what would happen next would be the scene where Mu Lingyun adopted himself. Just thinking about this, Zhong Lingjuan's heart was overwhelmed with pain. Why was she an orphan of the Zhong family? Why was her master a hypocrite? And why did she make it her mission to cut down demons? But whenever one of these conditions was not fulfilled, Zhong Lingjun could comfortably persuade herself that none of this had happened, that it was none of her business. She could all go on enjoying Mu Lingyun's care for her with peace of mind. But there were no ifs. She was the orphan of the Zhong family. Her master was the one who did the wall watching in the first place, and was even most likely behind everything, and she was also taught by Mu Lingyun to make it her duty to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Swallowing the sadness in her heart, Zhong Lingjun continued to look at what was happening in front of her. Mu Lingyun's silhouette picked up another silhouette from the ground right after it appeared. Zhong Lingjun knew it was her younger self and the beginning of all the tragedy. Just when Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun thought that the next episode would be Mu Lingyun carrying the young Zhong Lingjun out of here, Mu Lingyun's silhouette suddenly looked up into the sky. Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue also subconsciously raised their heads in the direction of the sky when they saw this, realizing that in the skies above the Zhong clan's ancestral land, a roiling white light had appeared at some point. Those white lights appeared out of nowhere, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the entire Great Feng City. Even Mu Lingyun, who was currently located on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, could clearly see the roiling white light floating in the sky of Defeng City. Looking at that shocking and tragic scene, a few moments of admiration surfaced among Mu Lingyun's eyes. It wasn't just Mu Lingyun. Some of the older cultivators amongst the Great Feng City also recognized this scene. This is white light that appeared in the middle of the sky on the day of the Zhong family's tragic extermination. It's those white lights. Could it be that the demonic cultivators are fighting their way in again? What's the point of panicking? At this moment, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is in the middle of Great Feng City, and there's also a true lord of practicing void suppressing this place. So even if the demonic cultivators dare to come, they will surely be wiped out. Upon hearing the name of true lord practicing void, the originally panicked cultivators immediately settled down. Yes, with the practicing void true lord, then what's there to panic about? Even if the sky really falls, then there's a taller one to hold the roof. As a result, the cultivators who had settled down looked at the white light that filled the sky with a spectator's mindset. That roiling white light kept circling in the sky of Defeng City, and finally, as if they had made some sort of determination, they all rushed towards the direction of the Zhong clan's ancestral land in unison. They were like moths fluttering on a flame, disappearing in a flash in the sky above the Zhong clan's ancestral land, unable to make the slightest ripple. But the deaths of their predecessors didn't stop them, and from the moment they decided to launch a revolt, there was no turning back. Death, death, or death. After countless deaths, a white light finally flew into the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, and then endless white light began to fly into the Zhong clan's ancestral land following the gap created by the first white light. They flew to various places, some disappearing immediately while others flew towards the Zhong clan ancestral hall. The white light flew past Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun, and they faintly heard voices coming out of the white light. Death, freedom. Subsequently, all the white light converged in the direction of the ancestral hall, followed by a dazzling light that lit up the day, obscuring all sights looking towards this place. Even Lu Qingyu and Zhong Lingjun, by the time the two of them regained their sight, the Zhong clan's ancestral land had already returned to a scene of dead silence. Thinking back to that tragic scene just now, Lu Qingyu could not help but look at Zhong Lingjun beside her. Senior, do you know what all just happened? Hearing Lu Qingyu's inquiry, Zhong Lingjun did not answer her. She lapsed into a long silence, suddenly realizing that it seemed as if something had been misunderstood by her from the beginning. Chapter 22. Who is the demon cultivator? Devil's discipline. Will you go to your death like this? From the moment Mu Lingyun taught her to make it her duty to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, Zhong Lingjun had been engaged in a long-lasting confrontation with the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators she encountered might be greedy, cunning, or insane, but without exception, they are all very life-affirming. The reason why demonic cultivators would embark on this path was largely to live as they pleased, so how could they easily abandon their lives? It would be fine if there were only a few. They might have just gone off the deep end and gone crazy, but going to the death on such a large scale, thinking of the sound of those white lights hissing before they dissipated, Zhong Lingjun was suddenly like falling into an ice cave. A horrible suspicion loomed in her mind. Who, in the end, is the devil? Breathing gradually became a little difficult, but Zhong Lingjun still held herself together and grabbed Lu Qingyue's hand beside her before quickly rushing in the direction of the Zhong family ancestral hall. This time she no longer deliberately avoided using the endless sword intent. No matter what lay ahead, Zhong Lingjun would not hesitate to drive the endless sword intent to cut it to pieces. zombies, ghosts, prohibitions. Those insurmountable hurdles for ordinary cultivators were reduced to pieces in front of the endless sword intent. Lu Qingyue, who was pulled forward by Zhong Lingjun, felt the undisguised aura of her body and her eyes became more and more gloomy. She was now certain that what came out of Zhong Lingjun was the aura of endless sword intent. But she had heard Mu Lingyun himself say that the only ones in the world who possessed the endless sword intent besides her were her senior sisters. Lu Qingyue might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. So which adversary is pulling her back at this moment? Thinking that the one who was now pulling on her arm was one of those rebellious disciples who wanted to kill their teacher. Lu Qingyue felt a vicious chill rise up in her body. If she wasn't far inferior to Zhong Lingjun in terms of cultivation, she would only be about to flip out with her at this moment. Mu Lingyun, who was watching all of this, couldn't help but flash a few smiles among his eyes when he saw that Lu Qingyue was fighting for herself. The little guy is not bad, compared to those few rebellious disciples. At least he knows how to write the words honor the teacher. But now is not the time to get carried away. It's better to hurry up and follow that adversary. Mu Lingyun made a mark on Zhong Lingjun's body, and when Lu Qingyue saw it, she immediately understood that this was her master's way of telling her to follow Zhong Lingjun properly first, and not to turn against her. After knowing that this was Mu Lingyun's intention, Lu Qingyue, even if she was no longer disgusted with Zhong Lingjun, she could only put away all of her dissatisfaction and followed Zhong Lingjun with an expressionless face. With the presence of the endless sword intent, Zhong Lingjun, a Yuaning stage cultivator, could be said to be unimpeded in the Zhong clan's ancestral land. She quickly led Lu Qingyue to the front of the Zhong family's ancestral hall. Looking at the shrine, even though it was already quite dilapidated, you could still tell that it had been prosperous in the past. After Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath, she went straight forward and pushed open the door of the shrine. There was originally a forbidden presence on the gate, but after sensing the aura on Zhong Lingjun's body, it was still smoothly pushed open by her. Unlike the outside area, the interior of the shrine showed no signs of destruction, as if the great battle back then hadn't affected this place. Looking at those Zhong family ancestor tablets in front of her, Zhong Lingjun hesitated for a moment. Before today she was planning to return to the Zhong family's ancestral land to recognize her ancestors, but after experiencing those things just now, she couldn't kneel down no matter what when she looked at those ancient pagodas now. No, the truth of the matter is not yet fully revealed. It must be probed before it is clear. Retracting her attention, Zhong Lingjun released her own divine sense to scan through the Zhong family ancestral hall, and soon discovered the existence of a secret passage at the back of the hall. Looking at the secret passage, Zhong Lingjun immediately wanted to walk in, but looking at the expressionless Lu Qingyue by her side, Zhong Lingjun still asked with some hesitation after hesitating, "Do you want to come along with me? The scene inside might. Why don't you go?" Hearing Zhong Lingjun's hesitant inquiry, Lu Qingyue showed no hesitation. "As I said, I must prove my master's innocence, and since the truth of the matter is down there at this very moment, is there any reason for me not to go?" Lu Qingyue had absolute confidence in her master. She believed that her master would never be a hypocrite who would kill innocents indiscriminately, so there was nothing for her to hesitate or flinch at. Just let that truth come out. Seeing how open Lu Qingyue was, Zhong Lingjun's heart actually flashed a few moments of hesitation, but thinking of what Mu Lingyun had once taught her, Zhong Lingjun still made up her mind after taking a deep breath, to take it upon himself to kill the demons, no matter who that so-called demon really is, even if it's yourself. Show no mercy. Zhong Lingjun no longer hesitated and directly opened the dusty secret passageway, leading Lu Qingyue one with her, and Mu Lingyun, who had been watching all of this from the sidelines, nodded affirmatively after seeing Zhong Lingjun's change in demeanor. "Not bad, at least that's one thing, you didn't disappoint me." Zhong Lingjun's insistence on cutting down the demons could at least prove that his education hadn't been that much of a failure, but that was all Mu Lingyun could be sure of. He'd taught them that whatever they did, they had to make sure they really understood the whole picture of what was going on first, and whether or not one understands the full picture of what's going on, just go for it, then don't regret it. As for whether or not the cost of those things was something they could afford, that was not something Mu Lingyun had to consider. The situation of the Zhong clan's ancestral land was completely clear to him, and there was no point in continuing to look at it. After disconnecting the system's synchronization, Mu Lingyun saw Wan Ziding suddenly come up to his face. "What for?" Looking at Wan Ziding, who was close to kissing up, Mu Lingyun stepped back while not moving and covering his storage ring. "First things first, I only have that one dragon horn of the dragon monarch. I don't have more if you want it again." I know. The rest of that one was taken by you to solve the problem of your great disciple's physique. I was asking if that incident outside just now had anything to do with you?" Upon hearing Wan Ziding's curiosity about the Heaven and Earth brand that had just been activated, Mu Lingyun first pondered for a moment before telling her about the incident that had happened hundreds of years ago, and after hearing the whole story, Wan Ziding came to a realization. So that's how it is. I told you why you kept hanging around in Great Feng City during that period of time. I thought you were looking for a breakthrough opportunity. But then again, aside from that disciple of yours, is it true that none of the remaining members of the Zhong clan survived? Mu Lingyun, who was drinking tea, saw the curiosity under Wan Ziding's eyes, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. If we really want to talk about it, there's actually another one, and it's right in the Zhong family ancestral ground. Originally I was about to forget about it, but I didn't expect it to give me a surprise after hundreds of years. Thinking of that chance he had sensed earlier, Mu Lingyun was suddenly a little curious about what kind of surprise his little disciple could bring to him in the end. Maybe he could directly break through to the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 23, Endless Regret. You stay behind me and be careful not to get lost. While scouting ahead, Zhong Lingjun carefully injected her mana into the Endless Sword intent, and as long as there was the slightest movement, the Endless Sword intent would be directly activated. After Lu Qingyu heard Zhong Lingjun's exhortation, she also looked at her with a complicated expression. But in the end, she decided to listen to her own master's words and not to reveal Zhong Lingjun's identity. The two of them walked out a long distance amongst the secret passages and eventually came to a secret room. When they saw the scene in the middle of the chamber, their faces all instantly changed. Lu Qingyu forced herself to endure the feeling of nausea amongst her heart and walked to the center of the chamber. Looking at those corpses around her, she couldn't help but turn around and question Zhong Lingjun. Are these the demonic cultivators you're talking about? Looking at the surrounding corpses that had been imprisoned by all sorts of torture devices, Zhong Lingjun's lips turned white and she was unable to say anything for a moment. She trembled as she walked over to those corpses, and with just a glance, she could tell that this was a common tactic used by demonic cultivators. By injecting parasites or poisons into the bodies of other cultivators, the purpose of controlling cultivators is achieved. But why would this scene appear on the ground floor of the Zhong family's ancestral hall? This kind of hell-like scene can appear anywhere, but only it should not appear here. In an instant, a possibility suddenly surfaced in Zhong Lingjun's mind. She glanced back at Lu Qingyu, who was full of anger. Then panic filled her eyes. She could no longer care about maintaining her righteous demeanor. As she searched in a panic in the middle of the chamber, her mouth still chanting, "It's impossible. This is impossible. How could these things have appeared underneath the Zhong family ancestral hall?" Zhong Lingjun searched in a panic and eventually found a journal-like book on a table. Looking at the book that had begun to yellow, Zhong Lingjun trembled as she held it in her hands. For a split second, the two thoughts of destroying it and turning it over came to her mind. The two thoughts were constantly scrambling, trying to make decisions about Zhong Lingjun's behavior. But at the end of the day, Zhong Lingjun remembered what Mu Lingyun had once taught her, that no matter what kind of choices were made, one had to go and bear the consequences. Consequences? After hesitating for a long time, Zhong Lingjun finally trembled and flipped open the book. It details the name of each cultivator, their cultivation level, the direction they specialize in, and finally how to control that cultivator through the demon heart compulsion for my Zhong family. Demon heart compulsion, a kind of compulsion used by the devil cultivator. As long as drilled into the cultivator's heart, it can be symbiotic with the cultivator, and the owner of the demon heart compulsion can also use it to control the cultivator. Once the cultivator tried to resist, or if the owner of the compulsion died, the cultivator would be instantly killed by the demon heart compass. Zhong Lingjun, who realized this, hurriedly looked at those corpses around him, yet the more she looked, the colder her heart grew. As long as the cultivators who were not wearing the Zhong clan's clothing on their bodies, all of them had the corpse of a parasite at their heart. It was as if she could still see the time hundreds of years ago, when the cultivators of the Zhong clan were in the middle of this secret room, constantly releasing a strange-shaped parasite into the hearts of those innocent cultivators. Those cultivators wanted to struggle, but in the end, they could only watch themselves fall into slavery to the Zhong family, and she went so far as to regard those cultivators who had fallen into slavery as Devil's Way cultivators. Zhong Lingjun's mind suddenly conjured up the scene where she joined the others in forcing Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword. At the time, she prided herself on being righteous and full of rage. Even though Mu Lingyun had raised her and brought her onto the path of cultivation, Zhong Lingjun still had to plan to behead Mu Lingyun for the sake of justice. Yet at the moment, it was like a joke. What justice? What anger? She's nothing but a blinded wretch. Is there any difference between her behavior now and that of the Zhang family hundreds of years ago? All in the name of justice to brutalize those innocent cultivators. The only difference was that Mu Lingyun's cultivation was high enough, so high that Zhong Lingjun couldn't lay a hand on him in a short period of time. Zhong Lingjun didn't dare to imagine if that day, Mu Lingyun had really been weakened to the point of being unable to resist, and she had really made a move on him. And how far will she break down when she finds out the truth for herself? Looking at the thick record in his hand, at the blood stains on it, Zhong Lingjun was a bit thankful that Mu Lingyun had not been victimized by this rebellious disciple of hers, but what followed was endless remorse. Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but question herself as to why she hadn't investigated before taking action, and had nearly persecuted her master, who had always cared for her. It was only at this moment that Zhong Lingjun realized why Mu Lingyun did not do anything at that time when he saw her swinging the sword, but instead allowed the sharp sword to fall on his body. Zhong Lingjun had once thought that Mu Lingyun was not bothering to dodge because Zhong Lingjun's attacks could not hurt him at all. But Zhong Lingjun now understood that Mu Lingyun just didn't want to make a move against his own disciples. When that sword was swung, Zhong Lingjun was no longer his disciple. The Devil's Cult. Devotional. Zhong Lingjun stood frozen in place, her mouth muttering the words Demon Cultivator over and over again. On the side, Lu Qingyu was looking at her with pitying and complicated eyes. The truth was already obvious. The real demonic cultivators weren't those cultivators who slaughtered the Zhong family at all. The real devil cultivators were those Zhong family cultivators who seemed hospitable on the surface. Those so-called demonic cultivators were simply tricked into coming by the Zhong family, and then utilized the demon heart compass to bring them under control so that they could be used for the Zhong family. No wonder the Zhong family, whose highest cultivator was obviously only at the god transformation stage, was able to possess an ancestral land covering such a vast area in Great Feng City, with a group of deathly controlled cultivators working for them. As long as they didn't mess with the true Lord of Practicing Void, who would be able to defeat them? But there are no eternal things in the world, and the day will come when the controlled cultivators will explode. The revolt happened when the resentment in their hearts built up to a crescendo. Even though they knew that after the demise of the Zhong clan, their cultivators who had been planted with the demon heart compass would also perish on the spot, they still launched a final resistance. Lu Qingyue didn't know exactly how many cultivators were controlled by the Zhong family, but she knew that the white light that filled the sky must have been only a minuscule fraction of it. Zhong family? Lu Qingyue remembered Zhong Lingjun who had swung her sword at Mu Lingyun that day in the middle of the Bai Qi Hall. She was also surnamed Zhong, and coupled with the person in front of her who was lost in thought at the moment, it was not difficult for Lu Qingyu to guess her true identity. Even though Lu Qingyu was filled with disgust for those rebellious disciples who presumptuously attempted to kill their masters, but seeing Zhong Lingjun's disoriented appearance at the moment, she still said with some impatience, "Fourth senior sister, let me call you that for now. No matter what kind of killing sins the Zhong family created in the past, none of this has anything to do with you. There's no need for you to blame yourself so much." Irrelevant? How is it irrelevant? Admittedly, no matter how many cultivators the Zhong clan had persecuted in the past, they didn't have much karma with her. But what about the karma between her and Mu Lingyun? When he thought that he had once been hoodwinked by Lin Bei and had actually swung his sword towards his master, Zhong Lingjun's heart ached to the extreme. She thought that her actions were for the sake of justice, to avenge the wronged souls of the Zhong family, and to fulfill her duty of cutting down demons and removing devils. But reality slapped her hard in the face. The Zhong family, which she thought was the victim, was the one that was the aggressor, and the sharp sword she thought she was wielding against the evil demon had severed the master-disciple bond between her and Mu Lingyun, and the duty to cut down the demons. Looking at everything around her, what face did Zhong Lingjun have to mention the words demon slaying and demon removal again? Taking out the image jade slip in the middle of her storage ring, Zhong Lingjun ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Looking at the jade slips that were shattered all over the place, the tears that had accumulated in the corners of Zhong Lingjun's eyes finally slipped down. Now she's really lost the last of her own. The only person who cared about her, loved her, and genuinely wanted the best for her was cut off from each other by her own hand. It was also at this point that Zhong Lingjun finally understood why Mu Lingyun would always emphasize to her that she should take it as her duty to eliminate demons and devils, because she came from the most horrible hell in the human world, and Mu Lingyun didn't want the sins in the middle of hell to stain her soul again. Chapter 24. The disciple has returned. Should the master accept the lost disciple? The disciple has returned. Is the master going to accept the lost disciple? Mu Lingyun, who was in the middle of the top floor of the Wanbao pavilion smelling the underworld incense to recuperate, froze for a moment when he heard the sudden prompt from the system, and then raised his own eyes to look ahead. In front of him, the system's prompt was flashing, as if urging him to hurry up and make a decision. Disciple, Zhong Lingjun. Talent, heavenly rank C medium grade. Physique, magic blood sacred heart. Cultivation, middle yuaning. Comment, as the remaining Zhong family born from the land of sin, she should have taken the same path as her ancestor, but the Zhong family suddenly met with a huge change. She had not yet experienced the baptism of the Zhong family's demonic blood, and had not yet coalesced into a demonic heart. She was saved by the true monarch of the Bichi and accepted as a disciple. She had committed a heinous crime due to the bewitchment of the outlaws, and now she has already returned to the right path, and is willing to let go of all the obsessive thoughts, just to return to the side of her master. Looking at the image of Zhong Lingjun in front of her, and that choice of whether or not to accept her back. Mu Linyun first blinked, then suddenly asked the system a question. If I choose to accept Zhonglingjun, will the cultivation in her body be synchronized with mine? Upon hearing Mu Linyun's inquiry, the system immediately gave an affirmative answer. Disciple Zhonglingjun has been brought up by her master since she was young, and all of her cultivation skills have been taught by her master. So if her master accepts her return, all of her cultivation skills will be immediately synchronized to her master's. Hearing the system give an affirmative answer, Mu Linyun first nodded before making his choice. Denied. Master has rejected the return of disciple Zhonglingjun. As Mu Linyun made his choice, Zhonglingjun's character panel in front of him immediately disappeared, and throughout the entire process, Mu Linyun didn't have much of a reaction. Zhonglingjun had good talent and was also still young, with quite a lot of longevity. If Mu Linyun chose to accept Zhonglingjun's return, it could indeed alleviate the crisis of his lifespan ending at the moment within a short period of time, and Mu Linyun might even be able to use this to break through to the harmonization stage in one fell swoop. But so what? Why do practitioners cultivate? The figure is not a free and easy. If you fail your heart for a little cultivation and longevity, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Raising the wine glass in his hand, Mu Linyun then smiled and said to Wan Zitting by his side, "Come on, old man. Let's have another drink." When Wan Zitting, who was counting the accounts on the side, heard Mu Linyun's fastidious voice, she also picked up the wineglass beside her in passing and drank it with him. Then she heavily smashed the wineglass in her hand onto Mu Linyun's head. "If you dare to call me old man again, the next thing that hits your head will be a fallen treasure copper coin. Ha 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 ha. Come on, drink again, drink again." On the other hand, in the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, Lu Qingyu looked at Zhonglingjun, who was standing dumbfounded in place, and was somewhat distressed as she wondered what she should do now. Obviously, he was a Yuaning stage cultivator now, and when placed outside, he could be respectfully shouted as a senior, but now he was condescending like a little girl. But what have you got to be aggrieved about? The one who should be aggrieved is obviously the master. Okay, master hasn't said anything yet, and you're crying alone here. But right now, Lu Qingyu could not afford to leave Zhonglingjun behind. After all, this Zhong family ancestral ground was dangerous at first glance, although master had said that she basically wouldn't be in any danger at her current level. But a free Yuaning stage fighter was not used for nothing. Lu Qingyu wouldn't feel guilty for pulling Zhonglingjun's wool over her eyes. However, before Lu Qingyu could open her mouth to comfort Zhonglingjun, Zhonglingjun came back to her senses. This time Lu Qingyu could clearly feel Zhonglingjun's eyes change. Looking at those corpses around her, Zhonglingjun first knelt down towards them and heavily kowtowed a few times, before sitting down on the ground and reciting a uniquely rhyming scripture. As soon as Lu Qingyu heard it, she knew that it was a spell for the afterlife that was purposely passed down by a great power in the ancient times who had compassion for the plight of all living beings. But these corpses have been dead for hundreds of years, and even if there were souls left behind, they would have been dispersed long ago. So what's the use of reciting the mantra of the past life now? Just when Lu Qingyu thought that Zhonglingjun was doing nothing but self-congratulation, a scene that made her feel incredibly dreamy suddenly happened in front of her eyes. Zhonglingjun recited a strange spell for the past life, and there were also violent fluctuations of mana on her body. For a moment, Lu Qingyu seemed to see Mu Linyun's shadow in Zhonglingjun's body. Souls, uncountable souls, souls with bodies so shallow as to be almost invisible, flew out of the already depleted corpses. Not only the secret room, but amongst the entire Zhong family ancestral ground. The souls of those cultivators who had sacrificed their lives for the sake of resistance had all followed the connection of the past life mantra to this place at this moment. It was as if they had no wisdom left in their lives, but after sensing the Zhong clan bloodline in Zhonglingjun's body, they still looked at her with spiteful eyes, itching to eat her flesh and drink her blood. However, with a soft chant from the endless sword intent within Zhonglingjun's body, the resentment in the eyes of those souls instantly turned into gratitude. Obviously, they recognized the endless sword intent even if they were still dead. They still held a deep sense of gratitude towards true Lord Baichi, who had liberated them hundreds of years ago, and for that reason they were willing to spare the last orphan of the Zhong family. Seeing this scene, the look of sadness on Zhonglingjun's face intensified. The souls that died hundreds of years ago are still remembering Mu Lingyun's kindness. But what about her? As the mantra of the past life continued, all those souls were also pulled in some way, and entered among an invisible doorway to the underworld, waiting for their reincarnation in the past life. Only after doing this did Zhonglingjun gasp and stand up from the ground. The past life mantra she recited had been amended by Mu Lingyun, and if one were to recite the name of Bai Qi in one's mind while reciting the past life mantra, one could consume mana to add to the effects of the past life mantra. This time letting the souls from hundreds of years ago pass on to the next life en masse was a huge drain even for her, a Yuaning stage cultivator. looking at the shocked Lu Qingyu behind her. Zhong Lingjun, after hesitating for a split second, tried her best to put a kind smile on her face. That, junior sister, if you are curious about the means that senior sister I just used, I can teach you. Hearing Zhong Lingjun call out to her junior sister, Lu Qingyue's face instantly went cold. She didn't pay the slightest attention to Zhong Lingjun's kindness, but said in a distant manner, Senior, it's better not to call him so affectionately. You've already severed your ties with Master, haven't you? And besides, if I want to learn, I'll go to Master on my own and let him teach me. Hearing Lu Qingyu mention that she had severed her master-disciple relationship with Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's lips immediately turned a little white, and seeing the proud look on Lu Qingyu's face when she mentioned Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun even realized that her heart was hurting that much. She wanted to say something, but looking at Lu Qingyu's distant look, she ended up only being able to resentfully lower her head. But soon Zhong Lingjun got her spirits up again. No matter what kind of things were done, one had to go and bear the corresponding costs, which was what Mu Lingyun had once taught her. Therefore, whether Mu Lingyun would forgive her or not, Zhong Lingjun would have to go and make up for the faults she had committed. Whether or not she could make amends, she was going to do it, and it was the only way she could get a moment's peace of mind. And it all started with her junior sister, Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue was Mu Lingyun's only disciple right now, and it was only through her that Zhong Lingjun would be able to see her master again. But before Zhong Lingjun could say anything to Lu Qingyue, her face suddenly turned pale. She looked incredulously in a distant direction. Just now, she seemed to have completely lost something, and her heart was empty. Mastermind. Chapter 25, The Devil's Blood. It was only after a long time that Zhong Lingjun finally got over that pain of losing something important. She looked at the puzzled Lu Qingyue beside her and put a forced smile on her face. Let's just continue exploring forward first. No matter if you are still willing to let me be your senior sister or not. You've always come to the Zhong clan's ancestral land to look for a chance, haven't you? And with me, a remaining Zhong clan member and Yuaning stage cultivator, you can be a little safer. Junior sister. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's proposal, Lu Qingyue was first a little hesitant, but when she saw Zhong Lingjun's almost begging eyes, she, who had just set foot on the path of cultivation, was ultimately a little soft-hearted. Only after sighing helplessly did Lu Qingyue say somewhat reluctantly, Then let's make a deal. Whatever we find then, we'll split it equally, and we'll owe each other nothing. Lu Qingyu was unwilling to owe a favor because she knew that Zhong Lingjun would definitely use the opportunity to make a request related to Mu Lingyun. When the time comes, it's either she agrees or she doesn't. Instead of making things difficult when the time comes, it's better to make it clear from the start. As for Zhong Lingjun, when she heard Lu Qingyue's request for an equal share of the chance, a trace of loss immediately flashed through her eyes. Was it detected? Forget it, an equal share is an equal share. At least we have to pull the strings with our little sister first. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun didn't hesitate and immediately nodded her head. No problem, we'll all listen to junior sister, and if there are any opportunities at that time we'll split them equally. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had agreed to her request, Lu Qingyue let out a sigh of relief and took the lead towards the deeper part of the secret passage. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly followed in Lu Qingyue's footsteps. She couldn't let Lu Qingyu suffer any harm here. Otherwise, what face would she have to meet Mu Lingyun? The two heirs of true Lord Bai Qi kept moving forward in the middle of the tunnels of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Strange enough, obviously there were still a lot of corpses present in that secret room just now. But as Lu Qingyu and Zhong Lingjun continued to go deeper and deeper, the number of corpses instead became less and less. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zhong Lingjun somewhat hesitantly stretched out the spirit sword in her hand and gently tapped it, after which the sturdy-looking corpse instantly turned into pieces. Seeing this scene, a look of gravity instantly spread across Zhong Lingjun's face. She hadn't used any mana just now, just a light nod. However, the corpse of that body, which was at least a Yuaning stage cultivator in front of him, had directly turned into dust. The information contained here instantly put Zhong Lingjun on guard. She puffed up her surrounding mana and said to Lu Qingyue behind her with a serious face, Junior sister, no matter what happens later, you have to hide behind me immediately. Senior sister will protect your safety. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's serious look, Lu Qingyue also knew that now was not the time to be intentional and hurriedly walked to Zhong Lingjun's side. Well, I'll be right behind you. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing Lu Qingyu walk behind her, even though Zhong Lingjun herself knew that it indicated nothing, she couldn't help but feel a pang of joy in her heart. If she kept on progressing as she had been, wouldn't she also be able to return to her master's side again one day? Thinking of that magnificent figure that had once held herself in her arms and taught her with care, Zhong Lingjun instantly clenched her teeth. Today, even if she was seriously injured, she would still help her junior sister seize that chance. Holding the spirit sword in her hand, Zhong Lingjun then carefully walked towards the end of the secret passage with Lu Qingyue behind her. After crossing an unknown distance, they came to a closed doorway, listening to the sound similar to a heartbeat coming from behind the door. Zhong Lingjun first exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyue behind her, and then the endless sword intent within her body instantly emitted a fluctuation. The door, which was covered in prohibitions and was absolutely difficult to open without the appropriate spells, was instantly cut into countless tiny pieces. Immediately after that, the things behind the door were reflected into Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue's eyes. In the middle of a huge underground space, an altar composed of countless obscure runes hung in the air, and on top of the altar was a mass of blood imprisoned by countless runic chains. The moment she saw that mass of blood, Zhong Lingjun knew exactly what it was. It was demonic blood that consisted of the bloodlines of countless Zhong clan cultivators. It contained the life's work of successive generations of Zhong clan cultivators, and if it was baptized, Zhong Lingjun would be able to awaken the devil's heart and thus control the devil's heart compass. It could be said that as long as she wanted to, Zhong Lingjun could now recreate the splendor of the Zhong family back then. With the blood and tears of countless cultivators, a huge family was consecrated. But, after knowing the origin of that blood, Zhong Lingjun did not hesitate to directly swing out a sword chi, wanting to completely annihilate this demonic blood. Her master had managed to pull her out of hell with great difficulty. How could she possibly go back? However, what surprised her was that although the mass of demonic blood was defenseless in the face of Zhong Lingjun's attack, the sword chi that was strong enough to cut through mountains did not cause any damage to it. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lingjun immediately frowned. Unbelievingly, she continuously swung her sword towards the demonic blood again, but even if she chopped it into countless tiny parts, the demonic blood would eventually recover. It was only at this point that she somewhat understood why Mu Lingyun had clearly discovered this mass of demonic blood in the first place, but did not destroy it, instead only sealing it underground in the ancestral hall. But she didn't believe that this mass of demonic blood could even resist the endless sword intent. As the surging mana was injected into the endless sword intent, the air began to become sticky. The surrounding space gradually solidified, while the endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body began to manifest outside her body. Seeing that the endless sword intent was about to destroy this space along with that mass of demonic blood, that mass of demonic blood finally reacted. Descendant of the Zhong clan, why are you making a move against me? Knowing that I was condensed from the heart and blood of the Zhong clan's generations of ancestors, and I'm the last of your blood relatives. My last blood relative is not you. It's just a lump of demonic blood, and you're trying to compel me. Hearing Demon Blood's voice, Zhong Lingjun was not moved in the slightest, and the endless sword intent within her body was still rapidly condensing. Devil's Blood, on the other hand, fell into silence when he saw this, seemingly not intending to resist. Just as Zhong Lingjun was about to swing this sword, Lu Qingyue on the side suddenly realized something and hurriedly stopped Zhong Lingjun's attack. Senior sister, wait a moment. Upon hearing Lu Qingyue call out to her senior sister, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously put away her mana, and the endless sword intent within her body calmed down. Looking at Lu Qingyue behind her with a grave face, Zhong Lingjun was first puzzled, then a smirk spread across her face. Don't worry, little senior sister. Senior sister has master's endless sword intent in place. A mere demonic blood won't be a problem. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's voice, Lu Qingyue was shaking her head after thinking about it. Senior sister's endless sword intent has certainly taken on a few of master's elegance, but back then, master was holding the endless sword in his hand, yet he still chose to seal the demonic blood rather than destroy it outright. There must be some other reason in there. Other reasons? Just kill it directly. Where is the need for any other reason? When Zhong Lingjun heard Lu Qingyue say that there was some other reason, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed through her eyes. However, looking at Lu Qingyue's grave look, Zhong Lingjun still pursed her lips and began to ponder the possible reasons for this. Devil's Blood, the bloodline of the Zhong family converges. Could it be? Zhong Lingjun suddenly thought of something as she looked at the demonic blood in the distance and tried to use her mana to destroy her heart chakra. When she felt a sharp pain in her heart, the demonic blood in the distance also instantly underwent a violent fluctuation. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lingjun immediately confirmed her suspicions. This demonic blood is condensed from the Zhong family bloodline. As long as there is still Zhong family bloodline alive, it will not die out. Chapter 26, The Seed Finally Sprouts. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that as long as the Zhong family bloodline did not die out, this mass of demonic blood would not die out, Lu Qingyue's eyes subconsciously glanced towards Zhong Lingjun's neck. Even Zhong Lingjun had begun to think about whether or not to sacrifice herself for the sake of the world's people or something. The moment he thought that he was sacrificing himself for the sake of the world to eliminate the great mistake made by his ancestor, Zhong Lingjun inexplicably felt a heavy sense of mission shouldered on his body. And Zhong Lingjun suddenly thought of something. If she had sacrificed herself in order to eliminate the demons, would Mu Lingyun have forgiven her? As her thoughts flowed to this point, Zhong Lingjun could not help but tighten her grip on the spirit sword in her hand. On the side, Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun's actions and hurriedly stepped forward to grab her sword-wielding hand, trying to persuade her not to do something impulsive. Little senior sister, you let go of me. For the sake of the world's life. Even if it is to sacrifice my life, and how? As long as you live and die in me? Truthfully tell the master. His disciple Zhong Lingjun did not continue to lose his face as enough. With that, Zhong Lingjun raised her spirit sword and placed it on her neck. She was going to kill herself in this place full of pain as a way to end the karma of the Zhong family that had stretched on for an unknown number of years. And when Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun's behavior, she immediately became anxious. It wasn't that she couldn't see Zhong Lingjun killing herself. She didn't have any good feelings for this group of rebels. Even if they all died out, it had nothing to do with her. But if Zhong Lingjun kills herself here, she might have to suffer along with her. That massive demonic blood had clearly shown intelligence before. But now that Zhong Lingjun, the last bloodline of the Zhong family, was about to kill itself, it wasn't in a hurry at all, which made Lu Qingyue notice that something wasn't right. Wait a moment. You may not be able to finish off that massive demonic blood even if you kill yourself. Hearing Lu Qingyue say that even if she killed herself, she might not be able to finish off that massive demonic blood, Zhong Lingjun could not help but stop herself. Glancing back at the demon blood, he realized that it really didn't react at all to his attempt to kill himself. But when she attacked her heart chakra earlier, didn't the demonic blood produce violent fluctuations? Zhong Lingjun's straightforward brain suddenly had a flash of insight. This fellow relies on the Zhong clan bloodline for dependence. But it won't be affected if the Zhong clan bloodline really dies out. Instead it will benefit from it. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun was finally reacting, Lu Qingyue let out a long sigh of relief. My heart is so tired. Why did master accept this kind of guy as a disciple in the past? Then when she thought that Zhong Lingjun was actually still her senior sister, Lu Qingyue felt even more tired. Seeing that his own calculations were recognized by Zhong Lingjun, the demon blood was not in a hurry. It was certain that the two guys in front of it definitely did not know how to deal with it. And as Lu Qingyue looked at the mass of demonic blood in the distance, something suddenly came to her mind. From among her storage ring, she took out the jade pendant that Mu Lingyun had given her earlier and aimed it at the demonic blood. In just an instant, the demonic blood trembled violently, and a faint shimmering light began to emanate from the jade pendant. Those points of light gradually condensed into a shadow, and when Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, saw it, her pupils immediately shrunk slightly. Master, looking at Mu Lingyun, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhong Lingjun wanted to reach out her hand to grab the corner of his coat, but hesitantly stood still. In the face of Zhong Lingjun's call, Mu Lingyun did not react in any way. He only looked at the demonic blood in front of him and gently stretched out his hand to point. Then, that mass of demonic blood, which had condensed the heart and blood of successive generations of cultivators from the Zhong family, was instantly shattered, and it took hundreds of years for the sanity to coalesce with great difficulty. Hundreds of years ago when Mu Lingyun discovered this mass of demonic blood, he realized that it was closely connected to the Zhong family bloodline, and if he destroyed it, the young Zhong Lingjun at that time would die as well. So Mu Lingyun sealed it in this place, and now that the demonic blood had coalesced into a divine mind, it instead took the initiative to seek to detach itself from the Zhong family lineage, wanting to regain its free body, which made it convenient for Mu Lingyun to settle it. After resolving the demonic blood, Mu Lingyun glanced back at Lu Qingyue, who immediately understood and bowed towards Mu Lingyun's silhouette before walking towards the demonic blood. The residual thoughts amongst the demonic blood coalesced into a divine sense that was shattered by Mu Lingyun, and the remaining mass of blood at this moment was greatly beneficial to bloodline cultivators. It just so happened that in addition to his endless sword intent, Lu Qingyue's body also had the heart blood of the Lianshu dragon monarch, so if he could awaken the dragon bloodline, he would be greatly benefited by entering the 10,000 spirits cave heaven when the time came. After seeing that Lu Qingyue had already begun to absorb the bloodline power of that mass of blood, awakening her own dragon bloodline, Mu Lingyun nodded, and then glanced at Zhong Lingjun by her side. Zhong Lingjun immediately stood nervously at the sight of this. Her eyes lowered and she tried as much as she could to make herself appear as well-behaved as possible. However, Mu Lingyun only gave her an expressionless look before disappearing in place. Zhong Lingjun deadpanned her lips at the sight, and at the corner of her eyes, a tear even slipped down her fair cheek. Master, looking at Lu Qingyue on the altar, who was still absorbing the power of her bloodline, Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath and stopped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, she made such a big mistake. It's normal that master would hate her. Wait until the master's anger subsides, and go back to master again. Master will surely forgive her. The The most important thing now was that absolutely nothing could happen to Lu Qingyue, or else she would never have the face to see her master again in this life. On the other hand, in the middle of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Mu Lingyun opened his own eyes, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Wan Ziding staring at her with a nervous expression. Looking at her nervous appearance, Mu Lingyun could not help but laugh dumbly. Alright, there's no need to be so nervous. I just went to help my little apprentice with some trouble. Trouble? Is that the demonic blood left behind by the Zhong clan that you're talking about? Mu Lingyun nodded, then summoned the sun and moon wheel. The power of time instantly enveloped his body, and it was only after a while that Mu Lingyun felt that his breathing was much smoother. Looking at Wan Ziding's nervous appearance, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but laugh and knock her on the head. No obstacle, but it has not moved for a long time. For a moment the qi in blood is a little unruly. You see that I am not now back to normal. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that everything was fine, Wan Ziding still couldn't help but say with worry, you are now only casting a spell through your divine soul across the sky, resolving a mass of demonic blood that is no more than the harmonized god stage at the highest, and your body is already as bad as this. Tell me honestly how much time you actually have left. Seeing that Wan Ziding refused to believe herself, Mu Lingyun was also somewhat helpless. Just as he wanted to prove to Wan Ziding that he was indeed safe and sound, his expression suddenly froze. Seeing this, Wan Ziding immediately disregarded Mu Lingyun's opinion and pulled out a bottle of extremely high-grade healing elixir from her storage ring and was about to pour it into Mu Lingyun's mouth. But before she could stuff the elixir into Mu Lingyun's mouth, she suddenly felt the aura on Mu Lingyun's body instantly skyrocket by a hair. If the previous Mu Lingyun was an ancient tree that was about to decay, the current Mu Lingyun had at least recovered its roots. In other words, although Mu Lingyun was still in a situation where his lifespan was about to end, the mana in his body had begun to become active, and it would no longer be like before, where every time he used his mana, he was consuming what little life he had left. Looking at the suddenly changed Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding couldn't help but ask curiously, what in the world has happened to your body? How come your aura has suddenly risen so much? Mu Lingyun, who had returned to his senses, heard Wan Ziding's doubts and first felt the mana that was once again active in his body. Then a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. If you insist, think of it as a seed I planted that finally sprouted. Chapter 27. Let them know again. Disciple Lu Qingyue has successfully awakened the dragon bloodline. It has been synchronized into Master's body. Please pay attention to check it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mu Lingyun knew that Lu Qingyue had successfully absorbed the bloodline power amongst that mass of demonic blood. If it was already expected of him, then the fact that that constant stream of vitality had sprung up within his body had given Mu Lingyun unexpected joy. He hadn't expected that after Lu Qingyue successfully awakened her dragon bloodline, he would actually follow suit and awaken the dragon bloodline as well. Although this awakening level of the dragon bloodline could not do enough to give Mu Lingyun the same long life as the dragons, it also brought a few rare moments of vitality to Mu Lingyun's withered body. Now, as long as he wasn't overly reckless, Mu Lingyun could strike at will. No longer would he be like before, hanging on to his breath by the endless sword, and as long as he used some of his mana a little bit, his qi and blood would be out of whack. With his body regaining some of its vitality, Mu Lingyun instantly couldn't help but stand up and stretch his limbs, while Wan Ziding couldn't help but sigh with emotion when she saw Mu Lingyun in this state of being alive again. Earlier you said that the little disciple you took in was your hope for ascension. I was a little less convinced at first, but now that I see how you look, I do believe it. If you really do ascend at that time, don't forget about me. Hearing Wan Ziding flirt with himself, Mu Lingyun also said without modesty, alright, if I really ascend at that time, I'll take you with me, and we'll continue to do business together when we go to the immortal world. In the face of Mu Lingyun's promise, Wan Ziding didn't say whether she believed it or not, but it was clear that she was in a good mood. Let's go. Since your body has recovered quite a bit, then we don't need to stay here all the time. Let's go for a walk outside together. We haven't been out these past few days, and there are even quite a lot of people who say that you have actually fallen. Hearing Wan Ziding say to go out for a walk, Mu Lingyun also felt that he had been lying down for several days and his body bones were a bit stiff, so he simply followed Wan Ziding out and prepared to see the changes in Defeng City over the years. But the two of them had just stepped out of the door of the room when they saw a Wan Baoge cultivator hurrying over. Greetings, Pavilion Master. My subordinate has something important to report. Seeing that Wan Baoge cultivator who had suddenly come to report to her, a few points of dissatisfaction immediately flashed through Wan Ziding's eyes. She'd had a hard time getting a chance to go for a walk with this bad guy, so how could something come to her door at this exact moment? But in the end, after living for thousands of years, she wasn't the little girl she once was who didn't know what was important. Anyway, Mu Lingyun's condition had recovered quite a bit, and there was no need to rush this moment. Wan Ziding ended up patiently letting that Wanbao Pavilion cultivator report on the situation. Court Master. According to the news sent back by the Secret Sun, cultivators from the Devil Dao Imperial Demon Sect have infiltrated Great Feng City and are preparing to cast the Demon Refining Grand Formation on all the cultivators in the city when the auction begins, in an attempt to train all the cultivators in the city to become devils for them to drive around. Demon Refining Sect? That group of goods that beg for food in the gutter. How dare they come to the Seat's territory to cause trouble? Do they think that this Seat's fallen treasure copper coins can't smash people to death? As soon as she heard that someone was trying to disturb her from making money, Wan Ziding's fire instantly came up, and she was about to go and smash the group of Demon Refining Sect's cultivators to death with her falling treasure copper coins. The Wanbao Pavilion cultivator who had come to report saw that Wan Ziding was going to make a direct move and hurriedly looked with pleading eyes to Mu Lingyun, who was eating his melon on the side. As a subordinate, he would never dare to go up and persuade Wan Ziting when she was angry. It was okay to persuade him, but if he couldn't, his whole person would be bad. When Mu Lingyun, who was eating melons and watching the show, saw the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator who was begging for help from himself, a helpless expression appeared on his face. If this manpower pavilion doesn't have him, it's going to fall apart sooner or later. It is also funny to say that the Bai Chi sword sect that he created with his own hands has no one to listen to him. On the contrary, it is the cultivators of this Wanbao Gu who listen to his words as if they were holy orders, and they look forward to him coming every day. After summoning the endless sword to pin the furious Wan Ziding in place, Mu Lingyun smiled and took the fallen treasure coin in her hand. Alright, the people of the Demon Refining Sect aren't fools. Why would they stand there and let you kill them? You'll only end up letting them run away if you make such a big deal out of capturing them. Hearing Mu Lingyun's persuasion, Wan Ziding, who was also originally just in a fit of anger, first took a deep breath, then snatched back the fallen treasure coin with a hand. Looking at the falling treasure copper coin in her hand that was held in Mu Lingyun's palm, all without any resistance, Wan Ziding first cursed the Heartless One before asking Mu Lingyun's opinion. Then what do you think should be done? Do we have to use the secret agents of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to check it out? How much wasted money would it cost? The thought of spending so many spirit stones to search for the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect made Wan Ziding's heart ache. Seeing Wan Ziding's wealth-crazed appearance, the corners of Mu Lingyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's been so many years, and she still got that same nature. However, remembering Wan Ziding's journey of leading the Wanbao Pavilion to become rich, Mu Lingyun could only sigh helplessly. The reason why Wan Ziding was able to lead the Wanbao Pavilion to grow all the way to this point, apart from her own cultivation at the void practicing stage, she relied more on the ability of the falling treasure copper coins to gather wealth. For such gutter calculations, she was better at crushing them directly than playing any mind games with them. In the immortal cultivation world, greatness is attributed to oneself, and it is far better to do more to enhance one's own cultivation than to engage in mental calculations and the like. Those so-called wise men were 100 times and 1,000 times better at strategizing than Wan Ziding. But what was the final result? Not all of them died under the boundless power of the fallen treasure coins. Commercial warfare in the immortal cultivation world is not an exaggeration. After holding Wan Ziding down, Mu Lingyun first glanced out the window. Then an idea came to his mind. Looking is a must, but no need for you to spend money. After eating so many of your treasures for life extension, let me do it for you this time. What do you mean? You're going to do it yourself? Upon hearing that Mu Lingyun was planning to make a move, Wan Ziding's eyes instantly went to the endless sword floating behind him. If the ability to control space with the endless sword was utilized, that group of rats from the Demon Refining Sect was not worth mentioning. But Wan Ziding quickly shook her head. You'd better save your breath. Don't let the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect catch you before your person is gone. A little spirit stone is just a little bit of spirit stone. If you spend it, you spend it. It's useless to put it there. The corner of the mouth of the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator on the side couldn't help but twitch along when he saw that his own pavilion master had suddenly become generous. She refused to let the pavilion master spend money, but if it was to trouble true Lord Bai Chi, then the pavilion master would be willing to spend money again. The pavilion master, her old man, is really a person who likes to compromise. Just as this Wanbao Pavilion cultivator was about to go and gather his men to search for the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect, Mu Lingyun was shaking his head and said with a smile, "There's no need to spend that wasted money. Don't we have an apprentice? An apprentice is for making use of. It just so happens that that little one has been slightly successful lately, so let her go and take a look at that group of Demon Refining Sect cultivators." Let that little guy go? Your brain isn't broken, right? That's the Demon Refining Sect. There's a void practicing stage demon monarch sitting there. You let a chi practicing stage cultivator go to look for their clues. If you think the disciple is redundant, just say so. There's no need to let her go to her death. How troublesome. Wan Ziding first touched Mu Lingyun's forehead with worry. and said that she even called for the attendant at the side. Spirit stones or whatever. Just spend some, there's no need to save me money. Seeing that Wan Ziding had ignored him, Mu Lingyun could only sigh and wave his hand at the Wanbao Pavilion cultivators around him. That Wanbao Gu cultivator immediately fell into hesitation when he saw this. What should we do? Listen to our own pavilion master? Or listen to true Lord Bichi who is an outsider? Looking at Wan Ziding and Mu Lingyun in front of him, for the first time in his life, this 10,000 treasures pavilion cultivator felt so embarrassed. But after a moment's hesitation, he figured it out. Although Mu Lingyun was an outsider to the Wanbao Pavilion, but not to Wan Ziding. So, listen to the true Lord of Baichi. Seeing that the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator actually listened to Mu Lingyun and turned around to leave, Wan Ziding, who felt that Her Majesty was damaged, immediately looked at Mu Lingyun in dissatisfaction. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, smiled and pinched a spell. Don't worry, just leave it to me, and it's been a long time since you've seen me perform a trick, hasn't it? As Mu Lingyun's words fell, the endless sword floating behind him suddenly shone brightly, followed by a clear and pleasant sword chime that spread throughout the entire Great Feng City. No matter who or what they were doing at the moment, as long as they heard the sound of the sword, they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. The righteous and bright people hear this sword sound only feel clear consciousness, while the inner darkness of the people hear this sword sound but feel a splitting headache. Mu Lingyun declared to everyone in the simplest and most straightforward way, as long as he hadn't closed his eyes, he was still the mighty Baichi true lord of the 9 states. Chapter 28, Master's Mission. This is Zhong Lingjun, who was protecting Lu Qingyue under the ground floor of the Zhong family ancestral hall, heard that sword roar coming from above her head, and instantly felt a wave of annoyance in her mind, but soon felt a wave of clarity in her spiritual platform again. When she recovered, she then recognized what the voice had just been. Master's avatar? Having followed Mu Lingyun for hundreds of years, Zhong Lingjun had more or less some understanding of his entire Tao. This sword sound was one of the divine abilities that Mu Lingyun had mastered, roughly mimicking the 6 true words of the Buddhist sect, using a strange sound rhythm to deter those with evil intentions. But Zhong Lingjun never thought that she would one day be affected by this voice. Thinking of all the stupid things she had committed when she was under Lin Bei's spell, Zhong Lingjun's eyes flickered with a hint of gloom, but immediately afterward, she came back to her senses, looking at Lu Qingyue on the altar, who was calm and unaffected, and even vaguely felt a few moments of joy. Zhong Lingjun continued to sit on the side, protecting Lu Qingyue from accidents. Within a short period of time, Lu Qingyue completely refined the bloodline power amongst that mass of demonic blood. She opened her own eyes, which for a moment presented vertical pupils as bright as gold, but only lasted an instant before returning to normal. The same concentration of dragon bloodline could only barely maintain some vitality when placed on Mu Lingyun's body, but when placed on Lu Qingyue's body, it made her feel unprecedentedly powerful. With a light handshake, Lu Qingyue heard the loud sound of air compressing, and a white gas was spat out from her mouth, stretching several meters in front of her before it managed to dissipate. Is this the dragon bloodline? It really is extraordinary. Lu Qingyue had once heard Mu Lingyun say that she had endless sword intent and dragon monarch's blood accompanying her body together at the time of her birth. The endless sword intent had previously been activated by Mu Lingyun when she entered the Qi practicing stage, and now this dragon monarch's blood had awakened with it. With the awakening of her physique, Lu Qingyue also instantly felt that her cultivation had gained a substantial increase. She was probably only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation before, but now she had already come to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and as long as she was a little quiet in her cultivation, the realm of foundation building was just within reach. However, compared to quieting her mind to break through the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qingyu now wanted to hurry up and meet Mu Lingyun. Master will definitely praise me if he sees that my cultivation has increased. Unlike the vast majority of cultivators, because realm advancement was too easy, Lu Qingyue did not derive joy from it, but Mu Lingyun's compliments were different. The thought of Mu Lingyun touching his little head and praising himself when the time came, Lu Qingyue felt a heart full of joy. As she rose from the altar, a crackling sound came from all parts of her body. Walking down the altar, Lu Qingyu saw Zhong Lingjun, who had been shielding herself, looking at herself with somewhat hesitant eyes. For this her nominal 4th senior sister, Lu Qingyue's emotions were still quite complicated. She had committed the great crime of matricide, and that alone made it impossible for Lu Qingyu to recognize her. But she was indeed quite kind to Lu Qingyu as well, and although Lu Qingyu knew that this was nothing more than a penance on her part after realizing that she had made a big mistake, it was still a bit difficult for her to really ask Lu Qingyu to speak ill of her. After thinking about it, Lu Qingyu still decided to ignore Zhong Lingjun's presence. After all, she was Master's disciple. The people that Master hated, she could never like either. Seeing that Lu Qingyue had ignored her presence, she walked past her side and looked to leave. Zhong Lingjun subconsciously tried to reach out and grab her, but was again sidestepped by Lu Qingyue. A chi practicing stage cultivator would never be able to dodge the movements of a Yuaning realist, but Zhong Lingjun's hand still fell short. Looking at Lu Qinyu's complicated eyes, Zhong Lingjun trembled as she tried to say something, but in the end, she could only hang her own arm helplessly. Seeing that the two were about to part ways again, a spirit talisman suddenly passed through the thick strata of the ground and arrived in front of Lu Qinyu, who was about to leave. Seeing the spirit talisman that had the aura of Mu Lingyun's mana, both Lu Qinyue and Zhong Lingjun's attention was immediately attracted. Without letting the two of them wait for a long time, after confirming that they had found Lu Qinyu, Mu Lingyun's voice came out from amongst the spirit talisman. Apprentice, a large group of demonic cultivators from the demon refining sect have appeared in the city now. Go check out the situation and find them. Upon hearing the mission from Mu Lingyun, Lu Qinyu at first agreed without thinking. Yes, master. However, after agreeing to do so, Lu Qinyu said with some difficulty, but master, it's fine for you to ask my disciple to work, but how much help should I give? That's the demon refining sect, eh? My disciple is only at the chi practicing stage now. Isn't it a bit difficult for my disciple? Upon hearing Lu Qinyu's voice in distress, Mu Lingyun's voice immediately came out from within again. Of course I won't let you deal with the cultivators of the demon refining sect. You just need to be responsible for finding them, and master will take care of the rest. Hearing that she only needed to find the group of cultivators from the demon refining sect and leave all the rest to Mu Lingyun, Lu Qinyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then excitedly took on the task. Then, master, just leave it to my apprentice without worry. I will definitely complete the mission successfully. Seeing that Lu Qinyu had accepted this task with confidence, Mu Lingyun did not say anything more and casually pasted this spirit talisman on Lu Qingyu's head. After a final admonition he disappeared. This spirit talisman will guarantee your safety. Just go and look for it without worry. Don't worry if you can't beat them. There's master. Bye master. After waving her hand at the air in front of her, Lu Qinyu began to wonder where she would go next to look for that group of demon refining sect's demonic cultivators. Behind her, Zhong Lingjun, who had witnessed the entire process, first hesitated a little after seeing Lu Qinyu's thoughtful face, but then bit her own lip and summoned up the courage to call out to Lu Qinyu that, if you don't mind, junior sister, if you don't mind, senior sister can go with you to find the demonic cultivator. Hearing the Zhongling monarch behind her move to propose to go with herself to find the demonic cultivator, a few moments of hesitation instantly flashed amongst Lu Qinyu's eyes. This was the task Mu Lingyun had given her, and if he found out that she had sought the help of those few rebellious disciples, he might get angry. But it was also true that it was a bit difficult for her to find out those demonic cultivators on her own. Even with Mu Lingyun's help, the limitations of a chi practicing stage cultivator were still too great. Seeing that Lu Qinyu was caught in hesitation, Zhong Lingjun, who was afraid that she would refuse, hurriedly went forward and held her hand, pleadingly saying, "Let sister help you this time, okay? Sister is the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. Find up people very quickly, and sister also do not rob you of the credit. As long as you then in front of the masters, help senior sister to say a few good say good?" Hearing that Zhong Lingjun actually wished for her to say a few good words for her in front of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qinyu hurriedly pulled her hand out of Zhong Lingjun's palm without moving. Although Mu Lingyun never mentioned this matter, it looked as if he was also just treating that group of rebels as if they were dead. However, Lu Qinyu knew very well that Mu Lingyun was absolutely filled with disgust for that group of rebellious disciples. If she dared to speak for this group of rebellious disciples, Mu Lingyun would definitely alienate her even if he didn't kick her out of the division. No way. No way. She's not going to be kicked out by her master. Lu Qinyu hastily took several steps back and looked at Zhong Lingjun with a wary expression. If senior is requesting this matter, then it's better to forget about it. It's fine for me to go and find it alone, so I won't bother senior sister. Hearing Lu Qinyu's refusal, Zhong Lingjun immediately became anxious, and tears began to rise from the corners of her eyes. Wait, I won't say, just don't say it. At least let senior sister do you this favor, okay? Zhong Lingjun now no longer dared to hope that Lu Qinyu could put in a good word for herself in front of Mu Lingyun. She only prayed that her karma with her would not be disconnected. Only then would she be able to get back into a karmic connection with Mu Lingyun. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wasn't asking herself to put in a good word for her anymore, Lu Qinyu then began to think about it. Thinking that this was the first mission given to her by Mu Lingyun, Lu Qinyu was determined to complete her properly before she could prove it to her master. Thinking of this, Lu Qinyu nodded to Zhong Lingjun despite her many concerns. Alright, then I'll be obliged to senior this time, but after it's over, I still hope that senior can receive the desired payment. Hearing that Lu Qinyu wanted to pay herself, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in the face of her distant eyes, Zhong Lingjuan's heart nodded helplessly after letting out a silent lament. Well, senior sister, naturally, I won't make things difficult for senior sister. Chapter 29, The End of the Devil Cultivators. This one is a real pain in the ass. Looking at the spirit sword hanging in the sky, in the middle of a private residence in Defeng City, an elder of the Yuaning stage of the demon refining sect had an incomparably ugly expression. Which son of a bitch passed this out? Didn't he fucking say that true Lord Bai Qi has already reached the end of his lifespan and is incapable of performing his divine abilities anymore? Can someone fucking tell me why the endless sword has risen again? In the face of the elder's questioning, the group of demon refining sect disciples behind him were silent, fearing that speaking at this time would offend the already exposed elder. Seeing that the several disciples behind him were as silent as if they were mute, a few points of ruthlessness immediately flashed through the eyes of that demon refining sect elder. You're mute, aren't you? And since you're mute, you'll never speak again in your life. As the words of the demon refining sect's elder fell, the faces of those disciples immediately changed, but before they could resist, a blood-red demonic light sliced through all of their necks. When the remaining disciples saw this scene, their bodies immediately trembled, but they didn't dare to show too much obviousness for fear that they would offend this old man again. Feeling the cultivation that had grown a few more points within his body, the face of the demon refining sect's elder looked a lot better. However, when he saw the endless sword in the sky that was still emitting endless spiritual light, his face still immediately sank. It was earlier that they had gotten the news that true Lord Bai Qi's lifespan was about to run out. So the cultivators of the demon refining sect collectively deliberated and decided to sneak up on true Lord Bai Qi when he was at his weakest and refine him into a demonic puppet. A demonic puppet refined by that true Lord Bai Qi could not be refused by any cultivator of the demon refining sect. If this plan could be successful, then the strength of the demon refining sect would grow dramatically, and if it was supplemented by the supreme demonic soldiers amongst the demon refining sect, then even if a harmonization stage cultivator came, they would have to retreat. The original plan was wonderful, but now the endless sword that rose up over Defeng City was shattering all their delusions. They dared to let them count on the Bai Qi true lord whose lifespan was about to end, but to let them face the Bai Qi true lord who could still continue to perform divine abilities head-on. Then they would first kill the one who had come up with the idea. Now that the plan to refine true Lord Bai Qi into a demonic puppet was considered completely bankrupt, what he had to start thinking about now was how to escape from Great Feng City. The endless sword is a spirit sword with spatial attributes, powerful enough to seal the sky and lock the earth. There is not a single hole that can be drilled, if you don't think of a way to escape. When he was caught, the best thing that could happen to him then would be to be beaten to death by the endless sword. But the way to be able to break through the blockade of the endless sword, thinking of those formidable battle results Mu Lingyun had once had, the demon refining sect's elder momentarily despaired a little. Nope, there is still hope. The patriarch is here as well. Patriarch his old man is also a cultivator of the void practicing stage. He may not be unable to break through the blockade of the endless sword. Remembering that his own patriarch was also a void practicing stage cultivator, a glimmer of hope immediately flashed in the eyes of this demon refining sect's elder. However, before he could cast a spell to summon the refined demon sect patriarch, a cryptic summons was transmitted through the unique channels of the refined demon sect to all the refined demon sect cultivators. All the disciples of the alchemy demon sect will listen to your orders. Bichi true gentlemen, although life will be over, but still have the power to fight, which conflicts with the plan. In order to avoid accidents, the master needs to make preparations. So first back to the clan. You stay in the city of Dafeng to continue to monitor the movements of Bichi true gentlemen. Remember to patiently lurk, waiting for the master to kill back the moment. Of course, Hollister France, the master of the clan to kill back. Hollister France. If someone dares to leak the information, then I will not blame this sect master to use the law of the sect. Will you and so on souls are all burned out. Looking at the transmission he had just received, the elder of the demon refining sect first stared blankly before he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That old thing even ran away. What repreparation and patient lurking. According to the content on the transmission, the patriarch of the demon refining sect was clearly worried that he was not Mu Lingyun's opponent, and had run away in advance. Relying on his cultivation at the void practicing stage, he even warned the rest of the demon refining sect disciples before leaving. If they dared to be second fiddle and surrender to true Lord Bai Qi to lead the way, he would directly cast a spell through the air and burn all of their souls to the ground. The last hope was dashed, and the elder of the demon refining sect couldn't help but sit on the wooden chair in despair. Looking at the endless sword in the sky, this elder of the demon refining sect was already even contemplating whether or not to risk being punished by the sect's laws to defect to Mu Lingyun. Elder, disciple has an idea. I wonder what you think. A disciple of the demon refining sect was also quite desperate after receiving a transmission from the demon refining sect's patriarch, but he refused to give up just yet. and his brain worked quickly to come up with an idea. Spreading public opinion so that the cultivators in the city will think that true Lord Beachy is reaching the end of his lifespan. So he wants to extend his life by blood sacrificing all the cultivators in the city? Hearing that disciple's idea, a few moments of intent instantly flashed amongst the eyes of the demon refining sect's elders, but soon he dismissed the idea. For fuck's sake. You also know that true Lord Beachy is about to die. Right now. People haven't thought about this yet. What if after listening to public opinion, true Lord Beachy really wants to blood sacrifice the whole city? Will you organize a funeral for me at that time? That disciple of the demon refining sect immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy after hearing the elder's reprimand. But a blood light surfaced once again, and with it, he became part of the demon refining sect elder's cultivation. Feeling the cultivation level within his body growing once again, this elder of the demon refining sect did not have much joy. Even if his current cultivation grew more, it would not be possible for him to immediately break through two realms to compete with Mu Lin Yun. TSK, why don't we just scrap our own cultivation? It's better to live on as a mortal than to die under the endless sword. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. Who? Hearing the voice that suddenly rang in his ears, this elder of the demon refining sect immediately disappeared in place, followed by a magnificent sword chi that decimated this residential house along with those remaining disciples of the demon refining sect. Looking at the demon refining sect elder who had escaped, Zhong Lingjun first smoothed his hand to get the demon cultivator who had grabbed over to interrogate the information in his hand dead and threw it aside. Then he looked behind himself. Junior sister, this demonic cultivator is not easy to deal with. It's up to you next. Lu Qingyue, who had hurriedly arrived, also immediately nodded when she heard Zhong Lingjun's voice. Well, watch me next. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that the next matter was left to Lu Qingyue, that elder of the demon refining sect immediately gave Lu Qingyue a wary glance. It turned out that she was actually just a cheap practicing stage cultivator. What's going on? Now there's already a supreme talent that can practice chi and cut down yuaning? A few moments of doubt immediately flashed amongst the eyes of the alchemy demon sect elder who discovered Lu Qingyu's true cultivation level. But soon, his face changed. It was because Lu Qingyu, after taking a deep breath, shouted towards the endless sword in the sky. Master, there are demonic cultivators here bullying me. Miso dash. Chapter 35 Elements Demon Summoning Formation. As Lu Qingyu cried out towards the sky, the endless sword that hung in the sky ceiling the surrounding hundreds of miles instantly responded. A seemingly ordinary sword chi fell from the sky, and when that demon refining sect's elder saw this, his pupils immediately shrunk slightly. The mana in his body quickly erupted, and he directly performed the life-burning eruption recluse method, wanting to use it to escape this terrifying strike. However, no matter which direction the alchemy demon sect elder fled in, and no matter how fast he ran, his body did not go beyond the original distance of half a meter. That short distance was like a heavenly mote at the moment, making him unable to escape. Looking up at the sword chi that was already falling from the sky, he finally chose to give up his struggle and turned to stare at that sword chi tightly before he died. Is this, by chi true lord's divine might? The words fell, and the head hit the ground. Watching that demonic cultivator, who was incomparably powerful to her, simply die under Wu Ya's sword, Lu Qingyu could not help but feel a tingle in her scalp as well. Just a difference of 2 realms. Is the difference in strength so terrifying? Hearing Lu Qingyu's exclamation, Zhong Lingjun, who was about to go up and touch the corpse, instantly realized that this was a good opportunity to show her senior sister's reliable side. Zhong Lingjun now no longer had the luxury of hoping that Mu Lingyun would forgive her, but she had no intention of giving up yet. Since Mu Lingyun wasn't willing to see her, he would start with Lu Qingyue. As long as he brushed up Lu Qingyue's favorability, one day she would definitely be able to see her master again. Thinking that she would be able to meet with Mu Lingyun again, even though it was still just a delusion of hers, Zhong Lingjun immediately and patiently explained for Lu Qingyue. Senior sister doesn't know. It's true that the further back the cultivator's realm is, the bigger the gap between the front and back is, but there are actually 2 more crucial nodes in the midst of this. Critical nodes? Hearing Zhong Lingjun's explanation, a few moments of curiosity immediately flashed amongst Lu Qingyue's eyes, but seeing Zhong Lingjun's eyes filled with laughter, Lu Qingyue instantly knew that she was trying to make herself owe her a favor so that she could put in a good word for her in front of Mu Lingyun. However, Lu Qingyue had already made up her mind to be her master's little cotton-padded jacket, so how could she go and give her master a hard time? It's fine if senior doesn't say anything. It's just as well if I go and ask my master when I return. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was surprisingly not on board, Zhong Lingjun was a bit helpless, but she also knew the reasoning behind being too hasty, and could only tell her some of the secrets of cultivation after sighing. Cultivators every time to break through the realm is as difficult as heaven. And in these realms, It is to be counted yuaning stage and practicing false stage as the most dangerous. The rest of the realm cultivator breakthrough failure is at most a loss of a little bit of cultivation. But these two realms breakthrough failure, to be is the life of the cultivator. It was not easy for cultivators to cultivate, and they would be careful and cautious when it came to anything related to their lives. And the cost of breaking through to the yuaning stage and practicing void stage was too great, causing some cultivators to tend to stop before cultivating to these two realms because they were afraid that their lifetime of cultivation would be reduced to flying dust. However, the risks and benefits were directly proportional, and if a cultivator managed to break through to these two realms, they would each experience a metamorphosis and gain a substantial increase in strength. This was also one of the reasons why the number of void practicing stage cultivators would be so scarce. However, accordingly, the strength of a void refining stage cultivator was far more powerful than the god transformation stage, which was only one realm away. Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's explanation about cultivator realms, Lu Qingyue suddenly asked with some curiosity, "So that's it? Is there a third metamorphosis then?" There, soar. Hearing that the third metamorphosis was actually ascension, Lu Qingyue instantly closed her mouth. She was a small cultivator in the chi practicing stage. She hadn't even touched the edge of her first metamorphosis yet. Ascension and whatnot was still too far away from her. After picking up the head of that alchemy demon sect elder on the ground, Zhong Lingjun then drew a cross on a map. 5 strongholds, 4 of them have been eliminated by us now. This next one is guarded by a god transformation stage elder, and this time we'll probably have to rely on you, junior sister, as well. Hearing that there was only one stronghold left, Lu Qingyue instantly became excited. Well, with Master's endless sword in place, even if 100 spirit transformation stage cultivators come, they won't be a match for us. Hurry up and go finish off that remaining stronghold so we can go back and claim the credit with Master. Hearing the words invite credit, Zhong Lingjun suddenly glanced at Lu Qingyue in a somewhat tangled manner, but then sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's still too early to talk about these things. Even if I say it, the little sister won't agree. It's better to wait for the karma to deepen a bit more. When that time comes to bring it up again, the little sister shouldn't reject it. Gripping the spirit sword in her hand tightly, Zhong Lingjun suddenly missed the feel of the traceless sword a little. Thinking of the spirit sword that had been broken by Mu Lingyun's own hands, Zhong Lingjun made up her mind to wait until this auction was over and then go back to find a craftsman to reshape the traceless sword. This way, when she met with Mu Lingyun again in the future, she would be able to be slightly more confident. After Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue both left this one demon refining sect stronghold, a figure suddenly appeared here. Mosher Yuan looked at the two people in the distance, with a few moments of thought in her eyes. Why is junior sister going with that fool? Aren't you afraid of becoming as stupid as her? Mosher Yuan realized that Zhong Lingjun was not in disguise at the moment, and that Lu Qingyue had seen all of them, but nevertheless, they were walking shoulder to shoulder at the moment. Could it be that junior sister was also kicked out by Master? Thinking of this possibility, a smile couldn't help but appear on Musage's face. It would be great if little sister was kicked out as well. This way Master is mine alone. Thinking of the image of Mu Lingyun once holding her in his arms and softly recounting those canonical books for her, a demonic scarlet blush colored Mu Siyuan's face. Her mesmerized eyes also seemed to signal what she was fantasizing about at the moment. But the drifting thoughts didn't stop the smile from tugging at the corners of her mouth at the moment. Looking towards the shattered stronghold behind him, Musage gently blew out a breath, and then the masonry scattered around was blown away. Mosher Yuan walked forward, looked at the ground that didn't seem to have any abnormalities, stretched out her white arm, and gently pinched a magic spell only known to Devil's Path cultivators. Under the special aura's immersion, an elaborate formation gradually emerged on the ground. This bizarre formation emitting scarlet bloodlight was still absorbing the mana scattered after the death of those devil cultivators, ready to activate to fulfill its role. 5 elements demon summoning array. What a great stroke! Is Master really that intimidating? To go through all that trouble just to set up such a cockamamie formation. It seems that they really are a bit impatient and want to confirm Master's reality at this moment as soon as possible. Thinking of the group of demon refining sect cultivators who had attempted to refine Mu Lingyun into a demonic puppet, although the corners of Mu Siyuan's mouth still wore a smile, the bottom of her eyes were cold to the point of causing people to shiver. This formation was actually not much of a threat, and the endless sword that was hanging high in the air at the moment showed that Mu Lingyun was not as weak as he had imagined, although she didn't know why Mu Lingyun still maintained his strong battle power. Obviously she had already secretly confirmed many times that Mu Lingyun should be incapable of striking again. But Musage didn't care about that. All she knew was that someone was trying to get at her beloved master, and that is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. 5 elements demon summoning formation. How about changing it to 5 elements demon refining formation? Chapter 31. What's the basis for all this? Junior sister, be careful. Ahead is the last stronghold of the demonic cultivators. Zhong Lingjun brought Lu Qingyue to the last stronghold of the demon refining sect cultivators. Looking at the distant residential house that didn't seem to have any abnormalities, Lu Qingyu suddenly said with some doubts, why did they remain in place even though they knew that Master had blocked off Great Feng City? The news of the destruction of several other strongholds shouldn't have been hidden from them. Hearing Lu Qingyue's doubts, Zhong Lingjun could not help but frown as well. What Lu Qingyue said about doubts was also what she was puzzled about. Devil cultivators have their own means of contacting each other, and the destruction of other strongholds should not be hidden from the cultivators inside. However, after a few traces, those demonic cultivators were at most on the defensive and had no intention of leaving. One must know that even if the Great Seal City was sealed by Mulingyun, there were still plenty of places for these demonic cultivators to go. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun decided that it would be better to play it safe and directly ask Lu Qingyue to summon the attack of the Endless Sword to eliminate the demonic cultivators amongst the stronghold. But before Lu Qingyue could raise her head to call out for the Endless Sword, a female cultivator in black robes suddenly stepped out from the middle of the stronghold, and in her hand was a blood-stained demonic sword. Seeing the appearance of the other party, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously protected Lu Qingyue behind her. The woman, however, looked at it, but immediately let out a snort. Do you think you can block me with just your yuaning stage cultivation? Hearing that woman's voice, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly raised the spirit sword in her own hand. Whether it can be blocked or not, we have to try it first. Looking at the wary Zhong Lingjun, the woman's face was flashing with a few moments of disdain. Shouldn't the one you used to hold in your hand be the traceless sword? How come you are now using such an ordinary spirit sword? It wouldn't be that true Lord Bai Qi took back the traceless sword. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing that the other party actually knew about the traceless sword, a few moments of panic immediately flashed across Zhong Lingjun's face. Still, she quickly calmed down and used her divine sense to signal Lu Qingyue behind her to call out for the Endless Sword's attack. However, Zhong Lingjun's little tactic could not be hidden from the other party. Calling out the Endless Sword? No wonder you were able to eliminate those losers from the other few strongholds. So it was true Lord Bai Qi himself. Looking up at the Endless Sword in the sky, there was longing and hatred in the woman's eyes. Only after a long while did she look at Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue again. You know, once upon a time, I was so close to being your senior sister. Sister? Hearing the woman's words, Lu Qingyue immediately looked at Zhong Lingjun, yet a few moments of doubt also surfaced amongst Zhong Lingjun's eyes. Seeing that the two of them didn't know about this, a smile appeared on the woman's face, a smile filled with mockery. It seems that your third senior sister didn't tell you about this matter. Let me put it this way. My name is Lin Haiying. I used to worship true monarch Bai Qi together with your third senior sister Wen Kaihua, but in the end, only she was admitted by true monarch Bai Qi. Lin Haiying's voice became lower and lower as Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue also instantly felt a pressure descend upon them, leaving them somewhat breathless. Looking at the grim-faced Lin Haiying in front of her, Zhong Lingjun immediately stimulated the endless sword intent within her body, dispersing Lin Haiying's intimidation. Feeling the endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body, Lin Haiying's eyes instantly flashed with a longing. Endless sword intent. You even deserve to possess the endless sword intent. You're just a treacherous regicide and traitorous disciple. How dare you deserve to possess the endless sword intent? Lin Haiying didn't think that such a rebellious disciple as Zhong Lingjun, who was a regicide, could also possess the endless sword intent. So did that mean that when Kaihua, that bitchy woman, also had it? Lin Haiying's sea of consciousness then instantly began to violently rise and fall. Unfair, unfair. It's so unfair. In what way am I inferior to her? Talent, family background, looks, I'm better than her in every single point. But why didn't true Lord Bai Qi accept me as his disciple, but chose her instead? She's nothing but a waste who was born with her 7 apertures closed. When she thought about how she had started practicing hard day and night when she first heard the news that true Lord Bai Qi was coming to take in her disciples. But in the end, it turned out to be that loser who was chosen. And all her efforts all turned into a joke. Seeing Lin Haiying storm off, a few moments of sarcasm immediately spread across Zhong Lingjun's face. You're a mere demonic cultivator who has entered the devil. You're also worthy of being compared to third senior sister. If Master had accepted you as a disciple back then, he would have really made a big mistake. Hearing Zhong Lingjun mocking herself, Lin Haiying, who was about to storm out, suddenly regained her clarity. As she looked at Zhong Lingjun in front of her, she couldn't help but let a smile filled with mockery emerge from the corner of her mouth. You, a treacherous and rebellious disciple, also deserve to talk about me. Yes, I am demonized, but I haven't killed my teacher yet. Hearing Lin Haiying's conspiratorial voice, the look on Zhong Lingjun's face instantly stiffened. She wanted to say something to refute Lin Haiying, but she was slow to open her mouth. When Lin Haiying saw this, the mocking smile at the corner of her mouth instantly became even brighter. Ha 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 ha. What? Can't you say the words? Aren't you a self-proclaimed righteous person? How could you also commit the great sin of regicide? You despise me. But what difference are you from me? Don't say it. Every word from Lin Haiying was like a sharp sword stuck in Zhong Lingjuan's heart. Her lips turned white, and her body even unconsciously began to tremble slightly, and a wisp of black gas surfaced at her aura with it. The scene when she had joined the others together to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword kept flickering before her eyes at the moment, trying to push her even further into the abyss. Looking at the pale-faced Zhong Lingjun, Lin Haiying couldn't help but show a smug smile among her eyes. Yeah, she didn't deserve to be true Lord Bai Chi's disciple. Did these guys deserve it? Every time she thought of losing to that waste of a man. When Kai Hua, Lin Haiying was trembling with hatred, and now to see Zhong Lingjun, the disciple of the former Bai Chi true lord, end up like this, it was truly pleasing to the mind and body. That's enough. You're in no position to talk about her. Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the field, while Lin Haiying looked at her. A few moments of doubt flashed among her eyes. You are? I'm true Lord Bai Chi's youngest disciple, and the only one right now. Hearing that Lu Qingyue was Mu Lingyun's only disciple right now, Lin Haiying's eyes instantly surfaced with intense killing intent. Oh, you're true Lord Bai Chi's disciple. Then how come you're walking with this rebellious disciple who wants to kill her master and are still speaking for her? Because, Lu Qingyu raised her head to look at the endless sword in the sky, and an inexplicable luster flashed among her eyes. Because she was once a disciple of Bai Chi, no one but my master can judge her, not even herself. Hearing Lu Qingyue make such an arrogant statement, the arena was instantly silent, and after a long silence, Lin Haiying suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, arrogant. What arrogance? But I like it. You're much stronger than those losers, and you're qualified to be a disciple of true Lord Bai Chi. But unfortunately, you're all going to die here today, Lin Haiying said, a frantic look appearing among his eyes. She looked up at the endless sword in the sky and shouted hysterically, True Lord Bai Chi, can you hear me? My name is Lin Haiying, the one you once abandoned. You preferred that loser to me, and I will make you pay. After saying that, Lin Haiying did not hesitate to raise the magic sword in her hand and directly killed herself on the spot. It happened so suddenly that neither Zhong Lingjun nor Lu Qingyue were able to react. A charming figure appeared in front of Lin Haiying's corpse. Looking at the body that had already lost its vitality, Mosher Yuan said with some regret, Oops, looks like I'm a little late to the party. Chapter 32, The Taoist Way of the Potter's Sky. Fifth senior sister? Why are you here? Looking at Mosher Yuan, who was standing in front of Lin Haiying's corpse, Zhong Lingjuan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Mosher Yuan ignored Zhong Lingjun as she first looked at the endless sword hanging in the sky, then said to Lu Qingyu, Junior sister, if you haven't been kicked out by your master, hurry up and call out for someone. There's going to be a terrific guy coming soon. Oh, a great guy? Upon hearing Mosher Yuan's reminder, a trace of doubt had just flashed under Lu Qingyu's eyes when a dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky in front of her. Immediately afterward, in another part of Great Seal City, an identical pillar of light shot up into the sky, forming a pentagonal formation with the pillar of light in front of the crowd. It is! Looking at the pillar of light that rose up to the sky in front of her, not to mention Lu Qingyu, even Zhong Lingjun by her side felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression at this moment. And this kind of oppression, she had only ever felt it on Mu Lingyun's body in her entire life. Zhong Lingjun, who was the first to react, hurriedly shouted at Lu Qingyue, Junior sister, hurry up and inform master that a void practicing stage demonic cultivator has descended. Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's reminder, Lu Qingyue also immediately understood that now was not the time to hesitate, and hurriedly was about to turn towards the endless sword above the sky to seek help. Yet where was the need for Lu Qingyue's reminder for this kind of movement? The cultivators of the entire Great Seal City saw those pillars of light rising up into the sky, and in just an instant, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivators who had arranged themselves everywhere began to cast their own spells to suppress the chaos. The Five Elements Devil Summoning Formation had just been raised when a copper coin flew out from the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. A bunch of gutter rats from the demon refining sect even dared to come and disturb the seat to make money. With Wan Ziding's furious shout, the falling treasure copper coin transformed into a stream of light, easily destroying all the foundations of the Five Elements Demon Summoning Formation. But the Five Elements Demon Summoning Formation had already risen, and even if the falling treasure copper coin destroyed the root formation, it could no longer continue to prevent the formation from operating. Seeing this scene, a cold smile immediately surfaced at the corner of Wan Ziding's mouth. Do you really think that this seat only uses money to hit people? Wan Ziding's mana surged around her, and the fallen treasure coins that were still flying rapidly in the air immediately began to split in a steady stream. In just a single breath of effort, the fallen treasure copper coins transformed from the original one into a river made up of copper coins. The copper coins that filled the sky were driven by Wan Ziting's Dao Law to do their respective duties, forming a star formation like the stars in the circumference of the sky. With human prestige, drive away heaven and earth, and money can reach the gods. The reason why Wan Ziting was chasing after wealth was not because she was really greedy for money, but that those riches, when they came into her hands, were truly accessible to the heavens and the earth. With the continuous operation of the Taoist avatar, the human world contained in the fallen treasure coins were transformed into substantial power, locking the 5 elements demon summoning formation within a certain range, unable to expand outward by half an inch. Seeing that it had reached its limit, the 5 elements demon summoning formation simply did not continue to expand, but instead directly began the next stage of the formation, calling the devil. The lines of the formation were connected to each other, finally forming a bizarre doorway. Wan Ziting's face immediately changed at the sight. How much less money would she have to make if she let that big guy in there out? Wan Ziting's surrounding mana coalesced in the palm of her hand, and the falling treasure coins in the sky immediately transformed into one and flew into Wan Ziting's hand. Seeing that Wan Ziting was about to use her famous stunt, Mu Lingyun on the side held her hand that was about to swing out in the palm of his hand. Let me do it. If you throw this, half of the 10,000 treasures will be gone. It just so happens that I haven't fought a decent opponent in quite a while. Hearing that Mu Lingyun was going to personally take action, Wan Ziting first glanced at his hand holding hers with reddened cheeks before saying with some worry, "Are you sure your body will hold up? But don't try to be brave. I still have a lot of seats in the Wanbao building." In the face of Wan Ziting's concern, Mu Lingyun first gave her a reassuring expression before he directly stepped on top of the void, and in a single wobble, he arrived in front of the doorway that was about to open. Sensing Mu Lingyun's proximity, the monster behind the door seemed to be eager as well, and hurriedly tried to burrow out from behind the door. Seeing the movement of the doorway, a smirk surfaced at the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth. "So eager to get out? Then I'll give you a hand." Mu Lingyun's hand reached out, and the endless sword appeared steadily in the center of his hand. Looking at the endless sword that would definitely come to his side whenever he needed it, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt that a flame was burning within his body. "Old friend, it seems that you, like me, have waited too long. In that case, let us have a great battle." Taoism potentate. Mu Lingyun's figure disappeared into place, and then a huge Taoist silhouette appeared at the back of Great Seal City. Looking at that heaven-shaking figure, all the cultivators within the Great Foam City first felt horrified, and then they couldn't help but be energized by it. The worries that had arisen because of the appearance of the 5 elements demon summoning formation had all vanished at this moment. It's true Lord Bichi, with true monarch Bai Chi around. Even if there were demons descending into the world, what fear would there be? On the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Wan Ziting looked at the adoring gazes of the group of cultivators underneath, and couldn't help but raise her head to look at the huge silhouette. In this instant, it was as if she had returned to 1,000 years ago, and once again saw the man who had fought the swarms of demons with blood and vigor. The moment he appeared, the group of demons lost their nerve and the demons were terrified. This was the mighty name of the true lord of Bai Chi. A smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Wan Ziting waved her hand to withdraw the formation she had laid down, and then sat back down to her position, quietly watching this battle that had long been destined to end. After casting the Dao Dharma potentate, Mu Lingyun then directly slashed his sword on top of that doorway, hardening the doorway that was made up of formations and splitting out a crack. Looking at the eyes full of fury revealed behind the door, Mu Lingyun first smiled faintly, then directly reached out his hand to yank the devil puppet, which the demon refining sect had spent countless costs to train, out from behind the door in a hard and fast manner. Casually throwing his hand to the ground, the magic puppet shaped like a tiger instantly overwhelmed those buildings on the ground. But by the time the demon puppet got up, the buildings and cultivators that were overwhelmed by it were all safe and sound again. This was precisely the Dao potentate that Mu Lingyun had just performed, which served to create a completely separate space in a short period of time. The space looks like any other outside world, but any damage done inside doesn't affect the outside world, and everything in this space was dominated by Mu Lingyun, and any existence with a cultivation lower than his would be imprisoned by the endless power of space. It couldn't be more appropriate to use it to fight this demon puppet. If it was in the past, Mu Lingyun would probably have just beheaded the demonic puppet with a sword, but this time he was going to give a good try to that time supreme treasure he had acquired earlier. Sun and Moon Wheel. As Mu Lingyun softly called out, a large sun and a bright moon suddenly emerged in the middle of this space dominated by Mu Lingyun. The great forces of time and space produced a convergence at this moment, and the entire space came to life in an instant. The void-practicing stage demon puppet that the demon refining sect had spent countless heavenly materials and treasures to successfully refine instinctively felt threatened. However, there was no concept of fear amongst its chaotic divine sense, and when faced with the threat of death, it subconsciously let out an earth-shattering roar towards Mu Lingyun. When Mu Lingyun saw this, he took a step back, then smiled and said to the devil puppet, "If you can touch the corner of my coat, this battle will be considered a win for you." Chapter 33, The Master. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had even uttered the arrogant statement that he would win as long as he ran into him, without even needing to be driven by the manipulator behind him, the demon puppet's chaotic divine sense instantly fell into a rage. It was because of the weakness of rage in its lifetime that it was defeated by the demon refining sect and refined into a demon puppet. But so what? Its rage is never-ending. Even death can't quell it. Roar! Letting out an earth-shattering roar, the demonic puppet got rid of the control of the cultivator from the demon refining sect, instantly spanning a distance of thousands of miles to appear in front of Mu Lingyun, raising its giant claws to smash Mu Lingyun into meat paste. However, in the face of the devil puppet's powerful attack, Mu Lingyun let out a light laugh. Only the sun and moon in the sky flashed a light, and the devil puppet returned to the position it had just been in the next moment. Glancing around, a few moments of doubt flashed in the devil puppet's eyes. However, soon after it spotted Mu Lingyun again, it threw away the doubts in its heart and attacked once more. But as the light of the sun and moon shone upon it, it returned once more to its original position. The devil puppet tried several more times right after that, but the result was the same every time. As long as it was illuminated by the light of the sun and the moon, it would instantly return to its original point. This futile phenomenon made the demon puppet more and more furious, and even made it think of the time when it was alive. At that time, that group of pesky cultivators did the same thing, not confronting it head-on, but continuously consuming its mana and physical strength until it finally collapsed from exhaustion before stepping in and refining it. So, one more time? Never! Roar! After realizing that he couldn't break through the confinement formed by the sun and moon wheel and the endless sword together, the devil puppet bluntly chose to explode all the power within his body. Far away in the main hall of the demon refining sect, the cultivators responsible for maintaining the power of the demon puppets were all sucked into dry corpses in an instant. Those mana that came from years and years of cultivation were forcefully seized by the demon puppet, and finally formed a second sun within it. Mu Lingyun, who was sensing the mysteries of the power of time and the sun and moon wheel in the distance, instantly understood what the devil puppet was thinking when he saw the terrifying power erupting from the devil puppet's chest in the distance. Should I say it's worthy of being a ferocious beast that died of exhaustion? Even the instincts that remain after death are so violent. Mu Lingyun had already seen what the demon puppet was thinking. It wanted to explode all of its power at once, directly filling this space created by Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun's current comprehension of the power of time was still shallow, and he couldn't yet do anything out of thin air to make things decay directly to the moment of disappearance. So this method of the demon puppet was surprisingly and unexpectedly feasible. But unfortunately, do you want to guess why I'm called the true lord of Baichi? The time supreme treasure sun and moon wheel was merely a whim, so he wanted to try it out. The endless sword was the treasure that had accompanied him for nearly his entire life. With the endless sword in hand, the distance between Mu Lingyun and the demonic puppets was infinitely lengthened. Then, feeling the few moments of vitality only provided by the dragon bloodline in his body, Mu Lingyun took a deep breath. Although there is only the power of this sword at the moment, is enough. Hold the sword, raise it, chop it down. A simple movement, a basic movement that any cultivator practicing the way of the sword would have honed countless times. At this moment in Mu Lingyun's hands it displayed the great power of turning decay into magic. The magnificent sword aura reflected the heavens and earth. Even the light of the sun and moon were covered. Roar! The roar of the devil puppet rang out, and it too had finally built up enough strength. As a destructive fire suddenly surfaced in the sword light, the cultivators of the entire Great Feng City instantly lost their own perception of the outside world. The spiritual sense was frantically reminding them that they absolutely could not open their eyes now, not even to listen, or else years of hard training would be reduced to nothing at this moment. In the midst of this grand scene, Wan Ziding was the only one fortunate enough to be able to remember this moment. Well, Elder, can you open your eyes now? It feels like Master and the others should have finished fighting already. Wait a little longer. Little sister, you'll go straight blind if you open your eyes now. In front of the ruins of the five elements devil summoning formation, Lu Qingyu was nervously closing her eyes, but from the smile at the corner of her mouth, it was easy to see that she was incredibly excited inside at the moment. She had grown up listening to the legends of Mu Lingyun, and now that she had seen Mu Lingyun in his full glory, her excitement was almost overflowing. Her mind was filled with the overwhelming elegance of Mu Lingyun just now, holding the endless sword and floating like an immortal. Well, Master is so handsome, so I can become a monk like that in the future? Lu Qingyue couldn't help but fantasize about the scenario where she would become successful in her cultivation later on and follow Mu Lingyun as they walked the world together. Master said that my talent is the strongest ever in the history of the 9 states, so maybe I'll even be able to follow Master and ascend in the future. What's on your mind? Smiling like that. A gentle voice suddenly rang in Lu Qingyu's ears, and Lu Qingyu immediately opened her eyes excitedly to look ahead. Master! Seeing Mu Lingyun standing in front of her unharmed, Lu Qingyu's heart, which was still a bit worried, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. She then jumped into Mu Lingyun's arms, pampering herself like a child in her master's arms. Looking at Lu Qingyu's pampered appearance, Mu Lingyun first stroked her little head before raising his head to look at Mu Siyuan, who was standing in front of the Five Elements Demon Summoning Formation ruins with a smile on his face. Just now, when he eliminated the demon puppet, he sensed that part of the demon puppet's power seemed to have been sucked away. Looking at Mu Siyuan, Mu Lingyun didn't continue to care about this matter after taking a look. Master, it's been a long time, have you missed your apprentice? Seeing Mu Lingyun ignoring himself, Mu Siyuan acted as if she had no cheek and smiled as she came over to Mu Lingyun's face, wanting to follow Lu Qingyu's example of being pampered with him. However, Mu Lingyun only glanced at her and then turned around to leave the place while holding Lu Qingyu's. Let's go. Master has chosen a magic treasure for you. See if you like it. As long as it's from Master. I like it. Seeing Mu Lingyun holding Lu Qingyu's hand and leaving the place, the corner of Mu Siyuan's eyes twitched. Yes, it was all in her reckoning. Severing her relationship with Mu Lingyun was in her calculations, and seizing the power of the demonic puppet to enhance her own cultivation was also in her calculations. However, when he saw Mu Lingyun only smiling at Lu Qingyu, revealing the gentle smile that was once only shown to her, Mu Siyuan still felt like she was going crazy with jealousy. Looking at Mu Lingyun holding Lu Qingyu's hand, there was a moment when Mu Siyuan wanted to cut off Lu Qingyu's white and jade-like hand, but soon she regained her composure. Jealous? But at least it's all still on schedule. The moment the plan succeeded, Master would still belong to her alone. As for Lu Qingyu, could a well-behaved and filial disciple still have any illusions about his master? Mu Sedge, who was in a somewhat unhappy mood, turned her head and left the place. The only person left in the spot was Zhong Lingjun, who had been ignored from start to finish. Looking at the distant Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's lips suddenly began to turn white when she thought of him not even looking at herself. Master, she carefully called out to Mu Lingyun. She was sure that with Mu Lingyun's cultivation she had definitely heard her call, but Mu Lingyun still walked forward without looking back, not even glancing at her. When Zhong Lingjun saw the scene, that beating heart immediately began to tremble. Looking at Mu Lingyun, who was about to disappear from her field of vision, Zhong Lingjun remained undeterred and called out again. Master, another attempt, but with a consistent ending. As a tear fell, Mu Lingyun also disappeared from Zhong Lingjun's field of vision, and Zhong Lingjun, who was all alone, could only fall to her knees along with her own tears after standing frozen in place for a long time. Master, you turn around and look at my disciple for a second, okay? Just 1 second. I don't want more than that. Please. I know I'm wrong. Please turn around and look at me. I really know I'm wrong. Master. Chapter 34. Greetings, true lord. Bringing Lu Qingyu back to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Seeing the few cultivators who saluted him at the entrance, Mu Lingyun nodded towards them before bringing Lu Qingyu inside. The last time Lu Qingyu came here was when she was directly teleported to the top floor by Mu Lingyun, and she had yet to properly visit the place. This time she finally had a chance to do so, and while she followed Mu Lingyun closely, she looked around curiously, only to see that there were counters everywhere in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and among the counters were placed pieces of heavenly materials and rare treasures from the outside world, and surrounding those counters were cultivators of all shapes and sizes. Each cultivator was that imposing, surrounded by a spiritual light, and one could tell at a glance that they were accomplished in their cultivation. Such cultivators, however, could be found everywhere among the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and when they saw Lu Qingyu's eyes looking at them, they would all smile and salute, even if she was only a chi practicing stage cultivator. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly followed their example and bowed back, then saw Mu Lingyun walking away before rushing to follow. Seeing Lu Qingyu's curious look at the things around her, Mu Lingyun said with a smile, if you like anything, just go ahead and take it. Don't be polite with your Uncle Wan. She's rich and won't care about this stuff. Really? Hearing Mu Lingyun letting himself pick at random, Lu Qingyu's eyes immediately lit up, but looking at those exotic treasures around her, she finally reluctantly withdrew her sight. No, I'm only at the chi practicing stage now. Even if I take these treasures, they won't be of much use, and Master's favor is much more valuable than these things, right? Seeing that Lu Qingyu knew to think for herself at such a young age, a look of relief immediately spread across Mu Lingyun's face. Sure enough, it's still the filial disciples who are more obedient, those rebellious disciples and whatnot. It's better to get as far away as possible. Since Lu Qingyu didn't want it, Mu Lingyun didn't force himself on her and directly brought her to the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Aha! Our big hero is back, how's that for bravado? As soon as he entered the door, Mu Lingyun heard Wan Ziding shading herself there. Knowing that he had been seen through by him, Mu Lingyun also said somewhat helplessly, I didn't expect the demon puppet to blow itself up in the end either. But even though the consumption was a bit high, at least I still won the fight, didn't I? Yes, our mighty Bichi true lord of the 9 states has won again. And the cost is nothing more than the district's excessive consumption. Seeing that Mu Lingyun still looked unimpressed, Wan Ziding threw a bottle of precious pills into his hands somewhat in a bad mood. Mu Lingyun swallowed the elixir in one gulp after receiving it, and only then did the look on his face get better. Lu Qingyu at Wan Ziding, who had been following Mu Lingyun, said what it cost and immediately looked at Mu Lingyun with some concern. Facing her worried eyes, Mu Lingyun just smiled and touched her little head. There's no need to worry. I'll take care of the situation for my master myself. All you have to do now is to cultivate well and then capture the innate fetal mother aura amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Hearing Mu Lingyun tell himself not to worry about his condition, Lu Qingyue's heart instantly became a little hard to bear. But she also knows that she, a cheap practicing stage small cultivator, cannot help much at all. Can only be secretly in the heart vowed to seize the innate fetal mother aura, early foundation so as to help the master's favor. After comforting Lu Qingyu, Mu Lingyun's attention turned back to Wan Ziding. Can the auction go on now? Hearing Mu Lingyun inquire about the auction, Wan Ziding first glanced at her account book before nodding. It's not bad. Although we were attacked by the group of rats from the demon refining sect, the cultivators in the city basically didn't suffer any harm because of you casting potentate's heaven, and because of your great display of power. Not only the cultivators in the city, but also quite a number of cultivators from other places are now rushing here. This auction will probably be a bit livelier than even in the past. Saying that, Wan Ziding even handed a piece of paper to Mu Lingyun. The spirit sword you asked me to help keep an eye on before has also appeared. A disciple of a fallen clan has placed their clan's ancestral spirit sword on consignment at the auction. A spirit sword at the Yuaning stage, with the possibility of advancement. If you're interested, take the little one to take a look at it then. After receiving the piece of paper handed over by Wan Ziding and glancing at it, Mu Lingyun's attention was drawn to it. The Biyun sword, a spirit sword of the Yuaning stage. Not only could it drive clouds for combat, but it consumed very little, so even cheap practicing stage cultivators could drive it. Just by looking at the introduction, this spirit sword did meet Lu Qingyu's current needs, but it's the cost of the auction. Stop, I told you. You can ask me for money yourself, but I won't pay a single spirit stone for your disciple's expenses. You'll have to find a way to do it yourself. Mu Lingyun had just placed his eyes on Wan Ziding's body when Wan Ziding realized his intentions. However, in the past, Wan Ziding, who had always been generous towards Mu Lingyun, had rejected him without mercy this time. Although Mu Lingyun looked as if he wasn't being a disciple slave now. Just in case, Wan Ziding still refused to provide him with spirit stones to auction the Biyun sword. Hearing that Wan Ziding had rejected herself, Mu Lingyun, who knew her thoughts, didn't force himself too much. Some spirit stones were not really a problem for him, but the auction was going to be held in a few days, and he didn't know if it was too late to prepare for the spirit stones now. Seeing Mu Lingyun fall into distress, Lu Qingyue immediately said thoughtfully, Master, actually it doesn't matter even if you don't have a spirit sword. Apprentice is very strong now. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator won't necessarily be able to defeat Apprentice. Hearing Lu Qingyue's confident voice, Mu Lingyun first glanced at the cultivation level within her body before realizing that I'm afraid what she said really wasn't words of comfort. Endless sword intent, the dragon bloodline, plus the Bai Chi sword technique that he had imparted to her and her cultivation at the 9th level of Chi practicing. I'm afraid that the cultivator who had just stepped into the foundation establishment stage now was not really a match for Lu Qingyue. But Lu Qingyue hadn't practiced for a total of a long time so far since she stepped into cultivation. But she had already achieved such a cultivation level. Mu Lingyun remembered that he seemed to be worrying about a spirit stone at this stage back then. Is this the most gifted person in Kyushu? Even if they just casually practiced, their cultivation level could surpass the majority of people. If she kept following this trend, Lu Qingyue might actually be able to ascend successfully. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun decided that this time, he had to get his hands on the Biyun sword before he could do so. As his disciple, it was natural to use the best, and one could not settle for less. Chapter 35, Go away. Aren't you leaving? Why don't you go away? Wan Ziding was unwilling to provide the spirit stones for him to auction the Biyun sword, so Mu Lingyun could only think of another way. Luckily, as a void practicing true lord, there were still quite a few ways for Mu Lingyun to get his hands on spirit stones. The easiest way was to accept an offering from a power, and immediately receive a large amount of spirit stones. Mu Lingyun had just shown his great power in the middle of Great Feng City, and it wasn't difficult to find forces willing to worship him. Walking to the door and looking at the cultivator who was standing guard, Mu Lingyun directly questioned him. Have any forces sent me any obeisances in the past few days? Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, the cultivator immediately said respectfully, Enlightened true lord, ever since we learned of your arrival in Great Seal City, there have been forces sending you invitations, especially after you repelled the demon puppets of the demon refining sect earlier. The number of invitations sent to your door has even spiked. Hearing that there were indeed people sending them invitations, Mu Lingyun nodded, then asked the cultivator to bring those invitations. In the past, Mu Lingyun naturally wouldn't bother with these obeisances. Those forces would rarely take out anything of value other than spirit stones, and Mu Lingyun was usually not short of spirit stones. However, people would always encounter special circumstances, and these forces that sent invitations of worship were just waiting for the time when a high-ranking cultivator like Mu Lingyun encountered a special circumstance. After all, sending out a letter of worship wouldn't cost much in terms of spirit stones, but if one really hooked up with a void-practicing stage true lord, what one would gain would be countless gains. After glancing at the obeisances and eliminating those that were inappropriate, Mu Lingyun casually drew out one from them. On it were written the 4 gilt letters, Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce. Patriarch, Elder Jean of the Bai Chi Sword Sect sent us another invitation to pay our respects. Should we go see her? Lin Haiwan, who was preparing matters for the auction in a few days, couldn't help but frown when he saw the invitation his subordinate handed him. Bai Chi Sword Sect. If it was in the past, before True Lord Bai Chi had left the Bai Chi Sword Sect, if Lin Haiwan had received Jean Lingya's invitation to pay his respects, he would have been ecstatic and brought his family's children along to greet her. But now the cultivators of the entire Ning prefecture had all learned of Mu Lingyun's departure from the Bai Chi Sword Sect. As long as one is a discerning person can see that the Biji Sword Sect's weakening is already an inevitable fact. However, now that the Bai Chi Sword Sect's head, Yan Ling Shuang, was also a cultivator of the God transformation stage, it would be a good business for the Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Bai Chi Sword Sect. Previously, Lin Haiwan had been putting Jean Lingya's obeisance on hold because he was worried that if they cooperated with the Bai Chi Sword Sect, they might annoy True Lord Bai Chi as a result. It was always hard to guess what was in the minds of big people, and all they could do as little people was to try to avoid violating those taboos. But now the family Chamber of Commerce has encountered some thorny problems, and if it doesn't seek outside help it may be in danger of being destroyed. Thinking of this, Lin Haiwan ended up sighing somewhat helplessly. Prepare yourself and send a reply to Elder Jean, telling her that I'm free to see her now. Even though he knew that cooperating with the Bai Chi Sword Sect could potentially annoy Mu Lingyun, Lin Haiwan had no choice but to go and meet with Jean Lingya, and therein lay the helplessness of a mid-level cultivator. They were neither like those great cultivators who could ignore the existence of the rules, nor were they like those lesser cultivators who could roll up their sleeves and leave. Their roots have been planted, and all they can do, apart from constant compromise, is to pray for the grace of heaven. Upon hearing Lin Haiwan's order, the subordinates of the Chamber of Commerce were about to go and get ready when a soulful figure hurriedly ran in outside the door. Father! Father! Choo-choo! Haven't I told you many times that no matter what problems you encounter, you have to remain subdued? Seeing his daughter Lin Choo-choo hurriedly running in through the door, Lin Haiwan couldn't help but reprimand her, but in his eyes was an indelible favor. I know it, I haven't forgotten every word father has said, but this time it's true that something heavenly good has happened. The true Lord of Bai Chi has sent us a reply. What? Hearing Lin Choo-choo say that true Lord Bai Chi had replied to their Chamber of Commerce, Lin Haiwan immediately stood up from his seat in shock. After seeing the copy of the repost in Lin Choo-choo's hand, Lin Haiwan hurriedly called out to his subordinate who was about to leave. Don't bother with the Bai Chi Sword Sect's matters. Hurry up and summon all the Chamber of Commerce disciples within Great Feng City. Make preparations immediately, and then take out the copy of the heavenly spirit fruit that we brought with us to take to the auction. So we mustn't slow down the true Lord's descent. Yes. As a reply arrived and an order was given, the entire Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce's cultivators took action. Bystanders who saw this lively scene could not help but be curious, and grabbed a sidekick to ask the reason. Guest, I see that you are generous, so I won't hide it from you. The reason why our Chamber of Commerce is making such a big fuss is that true Lord Bai Chi is coming. True Lord Bai Chi is coming to the Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce? Hearing the boy's voice, Zhong Lingjun, who was purchasing supplies here, instantly froze. Master. Hearing that Mu Lingyun was coming to the Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce, Zhong Lingjun's mind could not help but be active. A lot of possible scenarios that could happen when she met with Mu Lingyun surfaced in the middle of her mind, but at last she dropped her eyes a little low. It doesn't make sense. Zhong Lingjun knew very well that even if she stayed here to meet with Mu Lingyun, there was no point. Mu Lingyun would not even look at her. But Zhong Lingjun was still unwilling to leave like this. She knew she would never be forgiven again, but she still wanted to do something about it. Yo, What is fourth senior sister thinking about? Why are you moping? Just as Zhong Lingjun was still pondering what to do, Mosher Yuan's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Looking at the meditating Zhong Lingjun, Mosher Yuan affectionately hugged her from behind. Being hugged from behind by Mu Siyuan, Zhong Lingjun immediately felt a wave of discomfort, but she didn't choose to pay attention to her, instead continuing to think about how she should meet up with Mu Lingyun. Looking at her in this downtrodden state, and then recalling the complicated look in Zhong Lingjun's eyes when she looked at Mu Lingyun earlier, the bottom of Mu Seje's eyes immediately flashed with a dangerous glint. Fourth senior sister, have you heard that, master? His old man will be coming to the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce soon, Mosher Yuan whispered in Zhong Lingjun's ear. And hearing that Mosher Yuan actually knew the news as well, Zhong Lingjun's heart immediately tightened. For some reason, she was subconsciously reluctant to let anyone know that she had changed her mind, especially not willing to let Mu Sej, the mongrel, know this. Really, since true Lord Bai Qi is coming, it's better for us to leave first, otherwise it won't be good for him to see us. Saying that, Zhong Lingjun made a move to leave the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. However, she soon realized that Mosher Yuan had been standing at the same spot, without the slightest intention of wanting to leave. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who had stopped, Mosher Yuan said with a smile, "Let's go. Senior sister, aren't you leaving? Then hurry up and leave." Chapter 36. Not bad for me. Seeing that Mosher Yuan was smilingly looking at her without making any movements herself, Zhong Lingjun had hesitation in her heart. Of course she didn't want to leave just like that, but she also didn't want to show her cowardice in front of Mu Sej. Looking up at the plaque above her head, Zhong Lingjun clenched her teeth, and in the end, she simply chose to leave this place without looking back. It wouldn't do any good to continue to stay here anyway, so I might as well just leave. And seeing that Zhong Lingjun actually chose to leave just like that, the bottom of Mosher Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but soon a disdainful smile appeared on her face again. Sure enough, a fool, with such a thin skin, still wanting to return to master's side, dreaming. Although Mu Ziyuan did not know why Zhong Lingjun had suddenly changed her attitude towards Mu Lingyun, but judging by her current appearance, she was not a threat at all. But this is good. It saves me the effort of getting my hands dirty. In the end, I don't want to take things too far after all. As fellow disciples, Mosher Yuan didn't care too much about Zhong Lingjun's wooden head. Her entire attention was now focused on two things. One thing was to raise her own cultivation level as soon as possible, and the other was her little sister, who had just been initiated not long ago but had already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. In the past, Mu Siyuan didn't care much about this little senior sister, and only took it as a disciple that Mu Lingyun casually accepted when he left the Bai Qi sword sect. But the talent that Lu Qingyu was now displaying was something that made Mosher Yuan feel deeply threatened. The first three realms of cultivation were frankly a pile of resources, and those with poor talents simply needed more resources. This also meant that Lu Qingyu could quickly cultivate to the Jindan stage in a short period of time as long as the conditions allowed it. At that time, with the talent she had displayed plus Mu Lingyun's support, it would be hard to say whether or not she, her senior sister, would still be a match for her. At the thought of this, a few more moments of urgency grew in Mu Sej's heart. She didn't care if Lu Qingyu's cultivation would surpass her own. She only cared if her plan would work out in the end. Thinking of the indifferent look Mu Lingyun had given her when he had looked at her earlier, Mu Siyuan felt her body heat up, an indescribable restlessness driving the longing in her heart. Phew. Looks like the plan is going ahead. A smirk appeared on Mosher Yuan's face as she looked up at the plaque of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, and then immediately left the place without looking back. On the other hand, Zhong Lingjun walked aimlessly through the streets of Defeng City after leaving the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. When she thought about how she had just left the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce for the sake of a little face, Zhong Lingjun felt a wave of remorse. Even if there's no use in staying, it's good to get one more look at the master's appearance. Why are you so shameless? But even if she had already begun to regret it, if she wanted Zhong Lingjun to turn around and walk back now, she couldn't pull this face. Forget it, let's go purchase the things the clan needs first. Remembering her original purpose of coming to Great Feng City, Zhong Lingjun headed towards another merchant house, but this time before she could get far out, she saw a familiar figure. Little sister? Seeing Lu Qingyu, who was bouncing in the distance and was looking around curiously, Zhong Lingjun's eyes instantly lit up and she hurriedly searched around, but soon she was disappointed again. Mu Lingyun's figure was not around. Lu Qingyu came out alone. Alas, it's also true that someone like Master Teacher would cause a stir wherever he appeared, right? But even if he didn't find Mu Lingyun, if he could find Lu Qingyu, that would be fine. Right now, the only thing Zhong Lingjun could still relate to Mu Lingyun could be this little sister. Gathering up the lost emotions on her own face, Zhong Lingjun then instantly arrived directly behind Lu Qingyue, but before she could reach out her hand to pat her shoulder, she saw that Lu Qingyue, if she was aware of something, turned her head to look at her in the next moment. Little master, sister. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was able to detect her own aura, a trace of disbelief immediately flashed under Zhong Lingjun's eyes. As for Lu Qingyue, after seeing Zhong Lingjun, a few moments of laughter first flashed under her eyes, but then she reacted. She looked at Zhong Lingjun's hand that wanted to touch her and hastily took a few steps back. I don't know what senior is looking for me for. If it's related to master, forgive me for not being able to oblige. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was actually so vigilant, Zhong Lingjun's face immediately flashed with a few moments of embarrassment. It didn't seem like she had been asking Lu Qingyue to take her to meet Mu Lingyun, as if she was so wary of her. But Zhong Lingjun had a straight personality and didn't care too much about that. She first coughed and then asked about the reason why Lu Qingyue appeared here. Why is junior sister here? Shouldn't you be following your master's side? As expected, it was still 3 words without leaving the master. If you care so much about your master, why did you kill him in the first place? Seeing Zhong Lingjun mention Mu Lingyun again, Lu Qingyue instantly gave her a somewhat speechless look, but still told her the reason for her presence here. There is a chamber of commerce that has sent a worship invitation to master, hoping that master can visit. I came to help master deliver the reply. Didn't I just finish delivering it? And I saw that there was still time, so I just wandered around for a while. Hearing that Lu Qingyue had come to deliver the return invitation, Zhong Lingjun immediately recalled the scene she had seen at the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce not too long ago, and her heart could not help but be moved. The Chamber of Commerce, so is there something going on with master going to that Chamber of Commerce? I don't know about that. Anyway, it's getting late, so I'll head back. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was still pursuing matters related to Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue immediately took a few steps back before leaving in the direction of the Wanbao Pavilion. Zhong Lingjun saw this and tried to call out to her, but Lu Qingyue had already run away. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but sigh. Or is it the reason that the karma isn't deep enough? What exactly do I have to do to get my little sister to take me to see my master? That said, is it true that junior sister doesn't have a proper spirit sword yet? Thinking back to earlier when he was searching for the demon refining Sect's cultivators with Lu Qingyue, it seemed like the one she was holding was just a very ordinary spirit sword. Zhong Lingjun's mind was instantly active. If she could help Lu Qingyue get a suitable spirit sword, then wouldn't she be able to let her take herself to Mu Lingyun? As soon as she thought of it, Zhong Lingjun immediately went to the auction house and asked for a list of lots. Looking down the list, Zhong Lingjun quickly found a suitable spirit sword. Biyun sword? Not bad. Yuaning stage. Looks like it's very suitable for little sister, but the competition seems like it'll be fierce. A Yuaning stage spirit sword was expensive, and even if Zhong Lingjun was a Yuaning stage cultivator, she couldn't get that many spirit stones in a moment. The spirit stones brought out from within the sect all had their own uses as well, and could not be used at will. But this is not difficult to defeat Zhong Lingjun. Practicing void stage true monarchs have the methods of practicing void stage true monarchs, and Yuaning stage real people also have their own ideas of Yuaning stage real people. If she remembered correctly, when she interrogated the demon refining sect cultivator's stronghold within the city earlier, she had also gotten her hands on the demon refining sect's stronghold outside the city. Not only can we cut down the demons, but we can also harvest spirit stones to go auction spirit swords for our little sister. Good idea. No shit. Chapter 37, Your Humanity. True Lord Bai Qi is going to visit the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce? It's not to be. I told you why the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce rejected my invitation to pay my respects. So this is the key. In the middle of a restaurant, the gorgeously dressed Jean Lingya looked at the secret report she received in her hand. With no ripples in her eyes, she fancied herself a businesswoman, and had seen enough of this kind of behavior from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. So at the moment, she didn't feel much surprise when she saw the news of the copy in her hand. And as a businesswoman, she has never put her eggs in one basket. Even if the people from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce rejected her request for cooperation, she still had a backup plan. Only remembering that alternate plan, a few moments of undetectable disgust still flashed under Jean Lingya's eyes. But ever since Mu Lingyun had left the Bai Qi sword sect, her business had gotten harder and harder to do, and there was no longer any room to decide on a partner based on her own preferences. Even if Kim Lingya loathed the other party, there was only the option to go and contact them now. After sending someone to deliver the invitations, Jean Lingya sat by the window of the hotel and looked at the scenery on the street. But what came to her mind was the scene when Mu Lingyun left the Bai Qi sword sect. No matter what can be measured in spirit stones, isn't this exactly what you taught me? Master, why did you go out in anger again? Hurry up, the true lord will be here soon. Hurry up and get those things ready. Ooh, we haven't seen this battle in years. The last time was when the family had succeeded to the throne, right? What's all this nonsense for? Get over here and help. Coming. In the middle of the lobby of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, a newly dressed Lin Haiwan was anxiously waiting for something, and Lin Chuchu beside him couldn't help but flirt with his old father when she saw him. Father, didn't you say before that no matter what problems you encountered, you had to remain calm in order to do so? Why are you fidgeting now instead? What do you know? You little doll. Looking at the playful Lin Chuchu by his side, Lin Haiwan glared at her without any good reason before saying somewhat ruefully, "That's the true lord of practicing void, and it's also the true lord of Baichi who was already famous in the 9 states 1,000 years ago. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that he's coming to our Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce this time. And even if there's a slight mistake, our family is going to be doomed." Hearing that his father was suffering, Lin Chuchu looked like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. What's there to worry about? It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. If true Lord Baichi really wants to lay hands on our family, a single survivor is afraid that none of them will be able to stay alive. Seeing that his daughter still had that casual look, Lin Haiwan didn't know for a moment whether to praise her for having a good mindset or to scold her for not having any sense of worry at all. Just then, Lin Haiwan suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from amongst the air. Sensing this, Lin Haiwan immediately sent a transmission to all the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce cultivators, and countless cultivators moved. Perhaps most of these preparations will not be used, but the Centurion Chamber of Commerce is still doing its best to prepare. As a gap was cut in space, an illusory doorway suddenly appeared in front of Lin Haiwan. Seeing this, Lin Haiwan immediately led his daughter and several subordinates to rise and salute. "Welcome, true lord. Fellow Taoist Lin is polite. I hope I'm not too late." With Lu Qingyue in tow, Mu Lingyun then went directly from the Wanbao Pavilion to inside the lobby of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the solemn Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, Mu Lingyun looked somewhat casual, but no one dared to say anything. Seeing Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue behind him, Lin Haiwan hurriedly welcomed the two of them to his seat. As soon as he was seated, Mu Lingyun went straight to the point. "I wonder how many spirit stones your merchant bank can take out as offerings." Hearing that Mu Lingyun was so direct, Lin Haiwan froze. Although small and medium-sized forces like them sending out obeisances to great cultivators was basically to seek cooperation, but it was the first time Lin Haiwan had seen someone as direct as Mu Lingyun. But after all, they were practicing void true lords. They were qualified not to pay attention to those human affairs. If you have cultivated to the stage of practicing emptiness and still have to talk to others all day long about human feelings and so on, then this cultivation is not in vain. What's more, it's better to be direct. This way he also saves himself from having to guess what Mu Lingyun is really thinking. People needed spirit stones, while the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce needed shelter. It was reasonable to exchange the two. Thinking of this, Lin Haiwan first mulled it over in his mind, and then carefully spoke out a number. This number, not to mention Mu Lingyun, even Lin Chuchu on the side felt a bit shocked after hearing it. Only Lu Qingyu, who didn't have any concept of spirit stones, was still wondering if she could eat that delicious-looking little dessert in front of her. Mu Lingyun was also a little surprised after hearing the number that Lin Haiwan had uttered. It wasn't that he hadn't accepted offerings from other forces, and in the past he hadn't gone to those forces to be titled among them in order to cultivate. But even though there were few examples of practicing void true lords accepting offerings at a high price, the figure Lin Haiwan gave was still a little less than reasonable. "Well, your chamber is in trouble?" Unless there was something to ask for right away. Even if Lin Haiwan respected him, he definitely wouldn't give this kind of astronomical offering. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had uncovered his small mind, Lin Haiwan simply didn't hide it anymore and directly got up and came to Mu Lingyun's body to arch his hand. "I don't dare to hide it from true lord. Our Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce has recently encountered some trouble and is likely to be in danger of being wiped out. That's why we had the audacity to play a little mind games. So I hope that true lord can rest assured, regardless of whether or not true lord accepts our offerings this time, this amount of spirit stones will be offered." Father. Hearing that this astronomical amount of spirit stones would be offered regardless of whether Mu Lingyun accepted the offerings from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce or not, Lin Chuchu on the side immediately couldn't sit still. Getting up, he wanted to say something, but was glared back by Lin Haiwan. Hearing that Lin Haiwan was surprisingly so decisive, Mu Lingyun was also curious. The power of time took its rightful place as the light of the sun and moon wheels turned in his eyes. Soon, under the effect of time regression, Mu Lingyun understood the cause and effect of the incident. Not a big deal. Just use his name and things will work out. That being the case, there is no reason to refuse. And, looking at Lu Qingyu who was stuffing desserts into her mouth as if she hadn't eaten, Mu Lingyun's mouth suddenly showed a smirk. Lu Qingyu suddenly also felt as if something bad was about to happen soon. Chapter 38 Lu Qingyu's experiences. The auction in the city will be held for a few months, before the auction of the Biyun sword begins. Apprentice son, you should go to the mountains outside the city to have some experience amongst the mountains. So, after saying this, Master kicked me out, saying that he wanted me to hone myself in real combat. So that's how it is. Then I'm actually pretty much the same. Father said that we need to please the true Lord, so he kicked me out so that I can come and make good relations with you. Qingyu, outside of Defeng City, in the middle of an unending mountain range, Lu Qingyu sat in a cave with an aggravated look on her face, chatting with Lin Chuchu beside her without a word. Wasn't it just that she had eaten more when she was eating her snacks? Was Master as much as to drive her here? Thinking of Mu Lingyun's request for her to return with at least 5 demonic cultivator heads before the auction for the Biyun sword began, Lu Qingyu felt a headache. She didn't have any reluctance. Being a disciple respecting the teacher was nothing more than a basic requirement. Not to mention that Lu Qingyu was also very clear that Mu Lingyun was doing this to hone her. But the question is, where the hell are those magic practitioners? She and Lin Chuchu had been wandering around in the middle of this mountain range for several days, and it looked like the auction for the Biyun sword was about to begin. However, up until now Lu Qingyu had not found a single demonic cultivator. Compared to Lu Qingyu, who was in a somewhat annoyed mood, Lin Chuchu, who was on the side, she was in a good mood. During this time her relationship with Lu Qingyu was progressing by leaps and bounds, and it felt like it wouldn't be long before she could reach Lin Haiwan. But looking at her little friend's distressed face, Lin Chuchu still helped her figure it out. Qingyu, do you think it could be that we haven't gone deep enough? After all, the true Lord just annihilated that group of demonic cultivators not too long ago, and now they're probably all hiding in the depths of the mountain range. The depths of the mountains? Hearing Lin Chuchu's reminder, Lu Qingyu first pondered for a moment and felt that what she said did seem to have a few points of truth as well. After all, her family's master that was like the existence of the Lord of Demons subduing in the sky and the god of Tai Sui on earth. It wouldn't be strange for that group of timid as a mouse alchemy demon sect cultivators to hide in the deep forests out of fear. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu immediately got up and brought Lin Chuchu along towards the deeper part of the mountain range. After advancing for an unknown amount of time, the two were suddenly caught by a sword mark on a mountain to the side. This is... Looking at the sword mark that almost cut the mountain off, Lu Qingyu inexplicably felt a few familiar sensations from it. However, before Lu Qingyu could carefully identify it, her spiritual sense suddenly went into alarm. Without any hesitation, Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu's hand and quickly retreated backwards. When Lin Chuchu saw Lu Qingyu's sudden movement, she was about to ask her if she had discovered something, when she saw a raging ball of flames falling from the sky, directly burning the mountain with thousands of holes into white ground. Zhong Lingjun, do you really have to do such a desperate thing? A hoarse voice resounded in the sky above the mountain range, followed by a voice that Lu Qingyu was familiar with. For you evil devils and foreigners, I don't have half a bit of leeway to leave you. Chung Lingquan? Looking at the two figures in the sky that were emanating pressure, Lu Qingyu recognized Zhong Lingjun's figure among them. It was just compared to the gentle and considerate Zhong Lingjun she remembered, who could even be called humble in some ways. At this moment, Zhong Lingjun's face was as cold as frost, and the spirit sword in her hand was emitting a regal sword aura. It was only at this moment that Zhong Lingjun looked like a demon-slaying Yuaning stage cultivator. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun refused to let herself go, then the Yuaning stage demon refining sect cultivator simply didn't flee either. Since you won't let me go, I'll never let you live it down. The rebellious disciple who presumptuously attempted to kill his teacher even dares to reprimand me for being an evil demon today. Then let me see how sharp your sharp sword of regicide really is. Hearing the demonic cultivator bring up the thing he was most reluctant to mention, Zhong Lingjun's face instantly turned low. She didn't retort, she just gripped the spirit sword in her hand, and then the endless sword intent reflected the entire sky. Miso dash. First, a crisp sword chime filled her ears, and then Lu Qingyu saw a hideous-looking head fall in front of her. Little sister? Hearing Zhong Lingjun's voice ringing out behind her, Lu Qingyu's face instantly became a little stiff. To be honest, she didn't really want to meet Zhong Lingjun. Although Zhong Lingjun treated her well and always thought of her when something good happened, but Ryu Qingyu knew exactly why she was being so nice to her. But she didn't commit regicide. She wasn't going to make her own master angry for those rebellious disciples. Lu Qingyu wanted to pretend that she didn't hear it and bring Lin Chuchu to hurry away from here. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had actually ignored herself, Zhong Lingjun's face immediately changed. She knew that Lu Qingyu didn't want to see her, and she didn't want to disturb Lu Qingyu if she could. But Lu Qingyu was already her last hope. Thinking of the day Mu Lingyun left without looking back, Zhong Lingjun clenched her teeth. An instantaneous body appeared in front of Lu Qingyu, and after ignoring her estranged gaze, Zhong Lingjun said with a smile, "Why did junior sister suddenly come here? Master, is there something going on?" Zhong Lingjun was just about to ask if Mu Lingyun had come with her when she saw Lu Qingyue take a step back, and could only hastily change her words to ask about the purpose of her coming here. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun did not mention Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue's attitude then relaxed slightly. Master told me to come here for a bit of training, and to clear out those remaining demonic cultivators among the mountain ranges in the meantime. As Lu Qingyu spoke, her eyes still couldn't help but look at Zhong Lingjun in front of her. Zhong Lingjun was currently covered in blood and had a murderous appearance, and at a glance, he knew that he hadn't killed many people. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, does Senior know where there are still devil cultivators? I'll go and get a few heads to go back to my master. Hearing that Lu Qingyue had come to train amongst the mountain range, Zhong Lingjun immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to deepen their mutual karma. She couldn't talk about other things, but she was familiar with the matter of cutting down demons. Moreover, she had also gotten quite a few spirit stones from those demonic cultivators during this period of time, and it just so happened that she could also take this opportunity to hand them over to Lu Qingyu. Together, these two things must be able to deepen karma quite a bit. After the karma between her and Lu Qingyu deepened, then she would offer to let her take herself to meet with Mu Lingyun. Maybe she would agree. After thinking clearly, Zhong Lingjun immediately said confidently to Lu Qingyue, "No problem. I'm familiar with such things as demonic cultivators. No matter how many demonic cultivator heads are needed by little senior sister. Senior sister will get them for you." Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had agreed to help her search for the demonic cultivator's traces, a few moments of joy immediately appeared in the bottom of Lu Qingyue's eyes. But before she could thank Zhong Lingjun, a sinister voice sounded above their heads. Truly worthy of being a disciple of true monarch Bai Qi. This unself-conscious stance is simply the same as your master's. Do you think true monarch Bai Qi would go mad with anger if I killed all of you? Chapter 39. You don't want it. Junior sister, be careful. Hearing the sudden sound, Zhong Lingjun instantly protected Lu Qingyue and Lin Chuchu behind herself, all the while looking ahead in a certain direction with a wary face. Seeing that his concealment had been recognized, the shadowy cultivator simply stopped hiding and directly appeared in front of them. At the same time, the aura on his body was detected by Zhong Lingjun. Devil cultivators at the god transformation stage. Sensing the unfathomable cultivation on the other party, Zhong Lingjun's heart instantly sank to the bottom. After the demon refining Sect's plan had failed, it was surprising that there were still spirit transformation stage cultivators coming here. Could it be that the demon refining Sect still had some kind of plot? Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was like an enemy, the eyes of the cultivator who had appeared glanced at various parts of her body before revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad. A good seedling for dual cultivation. I didn't think that true Lord Bai Qi had raised you for so many years and didn't even take away your virginity. He really doesn't know how to enjoy himself. Shut up. I will never allow you to humiliate master teacher like that. Facing the demonic cultivator's undisguised eyes, Zhong Lingjun was still able to endure it, but as soon as she heard that he was actually denigrating Mu Lingyun, she instantly tightened her grip on the spirit sword in her hand. Behind her, Lu Qingyue was also looking at him with a hostile face. When the demonic cultivator saw this, an amused expression spread across his face. That's really interesting. I didn't think that all of true Lord Bai Qi's disciples would be so filial. So then it seems that the so-called regicide circulating in the outside world is also all false. Saying that, the devil cultivator didn't bother to pay attention to Zhong Lingjun's eyes that they couldn't wait to kill. His body's cultivation at the transformation of God stage was unreservedly displayed, instantly suppressing them from moving. This seed hasn't introduced itself to you guys yet. My name is Wang Hai. That Lin Haiying who died in the city before was my disciple. But don't worry, even though you guys killed my disciple, as long as you're willing to just submit to me and become this seat's double cultivation cauldron, this seat will release you guys. How's that? Hearing that Wang Hai actually wanted a few of his people to become his cauldron, Zhong Lingjun did not hesitate to raise the spirit sword in her hand and said in an ice-cold tone, "Disciples of the Bai Qi will never submit to evil devils like you." Behind her, Lu Qingyu couldn't say half a word under Wang Hai's intimidating pressure, but from the look in her eyes, it was clear that her attitude was the same as Zhong Lingjun's. She would never give in. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun refused to submit to him, Wang Hai's face instantly showed an openly evil smile. "You guys don't think that true Lord Bai Qi will come to save you, do you? Die. This vicinity has long been laid down with formations. Unless true Lord Bai Qi descends in person, it's absolutely impossible for him to find out what's going on here." Ah, really? I don't believe it. Hearing Wang Hai's arrogant voice, Lu Qingyu suddenly ignored his intimidating pressure and walked directly in front of Zhong Lingjun, looking at him with a bemused expression. "Junior sister, quickly hide behind me. Senior sister has a secret technique of eruption. When the time comes, I will pester him and you will find your own chance to escape." Seeing that Lu Qingyu had actually stood out, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly tried to pull her behind her, but she found that Lu Qingyu's body had suddenly become very heavy, and she couldn't even move her halfway. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to sacrifice herself to give Lu Qingyu a chance to escape, Lu Qingyu suddenly looked back at her, and Zhong Lingjun instantly froze in place when she saw her eyes. Master, master? Seeing that Zhong Lingjun recognized him, Mu Lingyun didn't have any intention of trying to take care of her, but continued to look at Wang Hai. Of course Mu Lingyun wouldn't let Lu Qingyue run into the mountain range alone to purge the demonic cultivators without any preparation. Although he was not here in person, he had been watching Lu Qingyue's adventure through the system's synchronization function. After noticing the appearance of a god transformation stage demonic cultivator, Mu Lingyun descended onto Lu Qingyue's body through the system's possession function. Feeling Lu Qingyue's body, Mu Lingyun's eyes couldn't help but flash a few moments of amazement. Lu Qingyue's talent was indeed very high. Even though Mu Lingyun had only descended a portion of his cultivation, at this moment he felt that he was still able to exert a strength that was not weaker than his main body. Is this the most talented person in Kyushu? It's really enviable. Collecting his thoughts, Mu Lingyun then looked at Wang Hai whose body had frozen in place before him. He did not recognize Mu Lingyun's identity, but he could clearly feel the threat of death descending upon him. Looking at the suddenly changed Lu Qingyu, Wang Hai kept building up his cultivation, ready to seize the opportunity to escape. When Mu Lingyun saw this, he smiled and gestured for him to hurry. Hurry if you want to run, or you won't have a chance. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, Wang Hai, who knew that his intentions had been seen through, instantly felt a chill emerge from his back. Without any hesitation, Wang Hai immediately fled in the direction behind him after throwing out a magic sword and detonating it. Run! Must run, or you will surely die. In order to survive, Wang Hai even went so far as to detonate his own life magic treasure, and decisively performed the life-burning recluse method, escaping at an unprecedented speed in this life. He had paid such a huge price, and the effect was remarkable, as he had escaped thousands of miles in just an instant. Feeling his deficient body, Wang Hai but breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had managed to escape from life, Mu Lingyun's voice suddenly came from behind him. Why don't you run away? Hearing the voice, Wang Hai instantly looked behind him in horror and realized that Mu Lingyun and the others were still standing behind him, while he was still standing in the same place, not moving an inch. The true lord of the bikini. At the end of his life, Wang Hai finally recognizes Mu Lingyun's true identity and uses his own life as the price. After casually crushing Wang Hai to death, Mu Lingyun turned to look at Zhong Lingjun and Lin Chuchu behind him. Seeing Mu Lingyun's eyes looking towards her, Zhong Lingjun trembled her body, but in the end, she clenched her teeth and mustered up the courage to walk over to Mu Lingyun's body. Perhaps it was because earlier Zhong Lingjun intended to sacrifice herself to save Lu Qingyue, so this time Mu Lingyun did not choose to ignore her, but stood quietly in front of her. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun first took a deep breath, then took out a bag from amongst her storage ring and carefully handed it to Mu Lingyun. Master, this is some spirit stones prepared by my disciple. It's for the youngest senior sister. I see that the youngest senior sister doesn't have a smooth magic treasure yet. You can use these spirit stones to shoot a magic treasure for the youngest senior sister in the auction. If you don't mind. Zhong Lingjun was afraid that Mu Lingyun would reject it, and made a point of saying that it was prepared for Lu Qingyue. However, in the face of the spirit stones she offered, Mu Lingyun merely looked on and did nothing. When Zhong Lingjun saw this, her voice suddenly trembled a little, and the hand holding the bag began to tremble continuously. Don't you? Chapter 40 Hot Potato. Mu Lingyun casually glanced at the bag in Zhong Lingjun's hand before turning back to Lin Chuchu's side. Keep the flowers for yourself. I'll take care of Qingyu's matter, so I don't need you to worry about it. As the voice fell, a blank look immediately flashed across Lu Qingyu's eyes. She first looked around and realized that the Wang Hai, who had been unbeatable just a moment ago, had already given way to being crushed into dust. What's going on? Just now, Lu Qingyue only felt a rather grandiose force descending on her body, and then she lost consciousness. When she came to her senses, she only saw Zhong Lingjun standing frozen in place with a bag in her hand. Qingyu, just now the Bai Qi True Lord descended on your body. Seeing Lu Qingyu's confused look, Lin Chuchu briefly recounted to her what had just happened. Hearing that her master had solved that god transformation stage demonic cultivator, an excited smile immediately surfaced in the bottom of Lu Qingyue's eyes. But seeing Zhong Lingjun, who was still standing stupidly in place not far away, Lu Qingyue again forced her joy to the bottom of her heart. Because of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue had always resisted having any close contact with Zhong Lingjun. However, Zhong Lingjun's earlier act of deciding to sacrifice herself to save her ultimately made Lu Qingyue dislike Zhong Lingjun, the so-called fourth senior sister. Looking at the dull-faced Zhong Lingjun, This Yuaning real person who could get away with anything between heaven and earth. Lu Qingyue's heart was suddenly a bit puzzled and helpless. If I had known that, why did I do something like that in the first place? If there is any misunderstanding, just go to the master and make it clear, isn't it? Lu Qingyu couldn't figure out what Zhong Lingjun and the others were thinking, but she felt that Zhong Lingjun probably needed to be alone and quiet right now. Senior, we have to continue to collect the heads of the demonic cultivators, so we'll take our leave. Zhong Lingjun, who was staring at the storage bag in her hand, heard Lu Qingyue bidding herself farewell, and hastily squeezed out an ugly smile on her face. Is this about to go? Why don't you let senior sister come and help? Junior sister, you're still rather reluctant to deal with those demonic cultivators as a cheap practicing stage cultivator. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to continue to help herself, Lu Qingyue hurriedly shook her head. No, I originally came here to have an experience. If there are seniors around I won't get much exercise, and with my master here, I won't have any problems. Hearing Lu Qingyu mention Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's eyes immediately became a little dim. Yes, the youngest senior sister had her master's patronage, so where else would she need her help? Master. Thinking of Mu Lingyun's ethereal, immortal-like stance when he possessed Lu Qingyue, as well as that indifferent look when he looked at her, Zhong Lingjun suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. There was some bitterness, some sourness, and some echoing flavors of remorse. Senpai, you're crying. Lu Qingyu's eyes were complicated as she looked at the tears slipping from the corner of Zhong Lingjun's eyes. To be able to make a Yuaning cultivator who had been cultivating for hundreds of years shed tears, just how complex an emotion was needed. While feeling puzzled and confused, Lu Qingyu could not understand them more and more, but she didn't need to figure it all out. From the day she set out on her journey with the bag her parents had prepared for her, she swore in her heart, if she was fortunate enough to worship under true Lord Bai Qi, she would definitely be filial to her own master to repay her parents for their kindness back then. Hearing Lu Qingyu's reminder, Zhong Lingjun then reacted to the fact that she had lost her temper in front of her juniors. Although Lu Qingyue did not recognize her as a senior sister, Zhong Lingjun still felt that she should be a good example before she could do anything about it, even if she had actually long since lost that qualification. Reaching out to dry the tears at the corners of her eyes, Zhong Lingjun forced herself to hold back the bitter emotions amongst her heart and said to Lu Qingyue with a smile, since junior sister has decided to carry out her training by herself, then senior sister will not disturb your cultivation. Saying that, Zhong Lingjun also stuffed the storage bag containing spirit stones in her hand into Lu Qingyu's hand. Come on, these are a little token of appreciation from senior sister to you. Keep it. If you see anything you desire, go and buy it. If you don't have enough, you can come back to senior sister for more. After handing over the storage bag to Lu Qingyu, Zhong Lingjun was afraid that she wouldn't be willing to accept it as well, and with a turn, she disappeared in front of Lu Qingyu, holding that heavy storage bag. Lu Qingyu hurriedly and anxiously searched around for Zhong Lingjun's figure, but again found nothing. Looking at Lin Chuchu by her side, Lu Qingyu said with some difficulty, Chu, why don't you take this storage bag? I'm afraid that master will talk about me if he finds out. Hearing that Lu Qingyu was actually going to throw this hot potato to herself, Lin Chuchu hurriedly shook her head and took several steps back. I don't want it. You'll only get a few words at most if the true lord finds out. If I take it, father will break my legs. Seeing that Lin Chuchu refused to accept the storage bag, Lu Qingyu could only end up helplessly accepting this storage bag and decided that if she saw Zhong Lingjun next time, she must return this storage bag to her. Zhong Lingjun, who was hiding in the shadows, was slightly relieved when she saw that Lu Qingyu had taken that storage bag. In the middle of the following time, Lu Qingyu brought Lin Chuchu to run around all over the mountain range, and while becoming bruised and battered, she also finally harvested the heads of 5 demonic cultivators. Panting and chopping off the head of the Foundation Establishment stage demon cultivator in front of him, Lu Qingyu then said to Lin Chuchu by her side with a smug look on her face, how about it? Chuchu, I'm actually pretty good, right? Looking at Lu Qingyu, who was bathed in blood, even Lin Chuchu, who had already cultivated to the Jindan stage long ago, could not help but feel shocked by Lu Qingyu's talent at this moment. Each realm of cultivation was worlds apart, and each breakthrough brought about a rapid growth in strength. Therefore, wanting to cross the level of challenge in this world is almost an impossible thing to do. Only those legends of the most terrifying talent of the pride can do this. Lin Chuchu didn't think that she would be able to see such a heavenly pride appear with her own eyes in her lifetime, and that it was still accompanying her as she continued to grow at this moment. In this instant, Lin Chuchu decided that she must hold on to this thigh in her life before she could do so. Our Saijetsu is the best. Ugh, let go of me quickly. You're holding me very tight. Looking at Lin Chuchu, who suddenly and passionately hugged herself, Lu Qingyu hurriedly pushed her away. After putting away the demonic cultivator's head, Lu Qingyu planned to go back to Mu Lingyun to report on the mission. He. These 5 are all Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators. Master would definitely praise me if he saw them. When she thought that Mu Lingyun would touch her little head and praise her at that time, a smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Qingyu's mouth. But when she turned around and saw a charming figure, the smile on Lu Qingyu's face instantly froze in place. Yo, isn't this our most favored junior sister of the master? Why is she here alone? Where is our master? Chapter 41 Moose Edges. Looking at Mo Yuan who suddenly appeared behind her, the smile on Lu Qingyu's face stiffened a little. Lin Chu, who was on the side, looked at the weird atmosphere between the two and whispered in Lu Qingyu's ear in a low voice. Qingyu, is this also your senior sister? At least it used to be. Unlike Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan's impression to Lu Qingyu had always been quite mysterious. She neither loathed Mu Lingyu like a few other disciples, nor did she harbor guilt towards him after clearing up the misunderstanding like Zhong Lingjun. It was as if Mo Yuan had intended to sever the master-disciple bond with Mu Lingyun from the start. Coupled with her secretive style of acting, Lu Qingyu would rather stay with Zhong Lingjun than see Mo Yuan's appearance. And the smile at the corner of Mu Yuan's mouth grew wider and wider when she saw the vigilance in the bottom of Lu Qingyu's eyes. Little sister doesn't seem like she's very welcoming to me. It's really calling for sister's sadness. Obviously sister likes you so much, but little sister doesn't appreciate it. Senior, you're already a great cultivator of several hundred years old, so stop pretending to be young like a little girl. Seeing that Mo Yuan was even pretending to be aggrieved like a little girl, Lu Qingyu instantly felt a chill of evil. She wasn't wrong. This guy was dangerous. Hearing Lu Qingyu's disgusted voice, the smile at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth suddenly became somewhat dangerous. Not only was Lu Qingyu busy during this period of time, she herself wasn't idle either. Not only was he trying to find ways to raise his cultivation, he was also constantly keeping an eye on Lu Qingyu's whereabouts. While Lu Qingyu and Zhong Lingjun were being surrounded by God transformation stage demonic cultivators, Mo Yuan was actually observing from afar through special means. When she saw that Mu Lingyun had actually possessed Lu Qingyu, Mu Yuan was about to fall directly into the devil's path with jealousy on the spot. She was already practicing all sorts of devilish means without Mu Lingyun's knowledge, so her entire cultivation was also extremely susceptible to the devilish path. This was the underlying reason why the negativity in her heart was so strong. In order to suppress the demonic intent in her heart, it took many days of effort for Moose Edge to pull herself back onto the right path again. And when she came out of the gate, she saw the scene of Lu Qingyu decapitating a Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator. Even though she had long guessed that with Lu Qingyu's cultivation level crossing the challenge was not a difficult task, but really seeing this scene with her own eyes, Mo Yuan still felt deeply threatened. In her plan, the last thing she needed to do was something that required her to hold absolute dominance. If Lu Qingyu came out to stop her at that time, her plan would most likely fail. The thought that after failing in her mission, she would lose Mu Lingyun forever. Moose Edge's heart then felt boundless fear. No way. Absolutely not. Master is mine. No one can take Master away from me. Under the effect of fear, a few moments of strong killing intent grew in Moose Edge's heart. But when she thought of the scene where Mu Lingyun possessed Lu Qingyu, Mo Yuan realized that Mu Lingyun's concern for Lu Qingyu was far more than she had imagined. Master's favor for little sister is so much that it's cynical. If you were willing to look at me like little sister, how could I have gone down such a path? Thinking of the time when Mu Lingyun's attention would always be divided by those few ungrateful rebels, Mu Yuan firmly resolved that plan of his. What was the way to get Mu Lingyun to see more of himself, keeping him in his eyes? Of course. Returning to her senses and looking at the wary Lu Qingyu, Mo Yuan suddenly smiled and looked at her. Junior sister, do you want to make your master proud of you? Make master proud of me? Hearing Mo Yuan's voice that was filled with compulsion, Lu Qingyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For her, if she could make Mu Lingyun show a pleased expression because of her, then you must have some kind of conspiracy going on too. That seductive image had just surfaced in Lu Qingyu's mind, and she immediately looked at Mo Yuan warily. She was just a little naive, but she wasn't a fool who would believe anything anyone said, especially when the person who said such words was Mo Yuan, a guy who didn't seem like a good person. Lu Qingyu couldn't believe it even more. Seeing that Lu Qingyu doubted herself, Mo Yuan didn't care. Doubtful is doubtful. With so many deluded people in the world, did they really not suspect each other when they were being scammed out of their money? It's just that you can't give up the benefits that seem to be at your fingertips, so you're willing to be lied to. Because of Mu Lingyun's heightened concern for Lu Qingyu, Mu Yuan had never thought of relying on those plots and tricks to frame her in the first place. For one thing, it was unrealistic, and for another, Moose Edge himself didn't care to do that. Plotting and scheming and all that is not on the table. Her favorite thing to do is to make people jump into her traps. Even if they know there's a problem, they'll jump in willingly, driven by profit. For Lu Qingyue, this little senior sister, Mo Yuan actually didn't know much, but she was sure that Lu Qingyue was just like her, wanting Mu Lingyun to gaze at her more, and with thirst, that can be exploited. Greeting Lu Qingyue's skeptical gaze, the smile at the corner of Mu Yuan's eyes grew more and more dangerous, just like that beautiful, yet deadly flower. Junior sister, if I'm not mistaken, you should be entering the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Hearing Mo Yuan mention the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, a few moments of surprise immediately flashed across the bottom of Lu Qingyue's eyes. How did she know? She hadn't told anyone about this matter except for Mu Lingyun, who had spoken to her, and when Mo Yuan saw the surprised look on Lu Qingyue's face, she immediately knew that she had guessed correctly. Many of the resources produced in the 10,000 spirits cave heaven were useful for low-level cultivators, so Mu Yuan guessed that Mu Lingyun should let Lu Qingyue enter the 10,000 spirits cave heaven. Since this was the case, that chance she had discovered within the 10,000 spirit cave sky back then would be able to fulfill the desired function. With that thought, Mo Yuan looked at Lu Qingyu, who was planning to leave, and suddenly opened her mouth. Junior sister, do you want to know why Master Teacher can be the #1 person under the mergence? Chapter 42, The Undecided Bone. Master, I'm back. In the middle of the Great Feng City Wanbao Pavilion, Mu Lingyun was drinking evergreen tea to recuperate, when he heard Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly come from outside the door. Mu Lingyun, who had already sensed her, took out a plate of dim sum from under the table and placed it in front of Lu Qingyue, who had just entered the door. You're back. Eat. I specially begged with your Uncle Wan for the Extreme Bliss House's dim sum. That's why auctions are being held everywhere in the city right now, or else you wouldn't be able to eat such good dim sum on weekdays. Seeing the dim sum that Mu Lingyun brought in front of her, Lu Qingyue's eyes immediately sparkled, and then she couldn't wait to eat that tiny pastry in one bite. It's so good. Feeling the marvelous taste that blossomed in her mouth, Lu Qingyue felt for the first time that cultivation was actually beneficial. Mortals can't eat a snack this good in their lifetime, right? But the cultivator's snacks weren't just tasty, and with that pastry in his belly, Lu Qingyu soon felt that the wounds he had sustained in the past few days in the mountain range when he was fighting with the demon cultivators were rapidly healing, and even the dragon bloodline in his body had a hidden tendency to grow. Sensing this, Lu Qingyue immediately looked at Mu Lingyun in surprise, while Mu Lingyun nodded his head in satisfaction as he felt the synchronized and growing dragon bloodline in his body. Not bad. If this piece of pastry produced by Extreme Bliss House was eaten by him, I'm afraid that at most, it would just fill up his stomach. But the benefits brought about by Lu Qingyue's consumption were unimaginable. In this instant, Mu Lingyun felt that he had grasped the true use of this system. After drinking the evergreen tea, Mu Lingyun then knocked Lu Qingyue's expectant little head without any good reason. Don't look. Even if you stare at me anymore, this pastry is gone. Even that Extreme Bliss House. It takes 30 years to produce such a batch of pastries out. If not for your Uncle Wan's money, plus your master's my name, you little guy won't be able to eat this pastry in this lifetime. Hearing that the delicious pastries were gone, Lu Qingyu instantly felt that practicing cultivation was no fun at all again. However, looking at Mu Lingyun, who was sitting on a high seat, Lu Qingyu suddenly rolled her eyes and somewhat embarrassedly came to his side. Before Lu Qingyu could say anything, Mu Lingyun looked at her and said, "Come to ask about the undecided bone? So you already knew. Master, do you think you can hide this little thing from me?" Hey, it's also true. After all, Master is so powerful. What's going on between me and Sister Mu definitely can't be hidden from you. Sister Mu, also known as Mu's Edge. After learning that Lu Qingyu refused to call herself fifth senior sister, Mo Yuan forced Lu Qingyu to call herself sister here by saying that the title senior was too unpleasant. After a violent resistance, Lu Qingyu was successfully bribed by Mo Yuan with a single snack. And after Lu Qingyu sweetly called out to her sister, Mo Yuan also told Lu Qingyu about the one she knew about Mu Lingyun's chance to be invincible under the merged body. According to Mu Yuan, the reason why Mu Lingyun could quickly grow from a mediocre casual cultivator to a beachy true lord that shook the 9 states and could even fight against a merged cultivator, all because of a heaven and earth treasure called the undetermined bone. More news Mu Yuan did not disclose, but let her go back to ask Mu Lingyun himself. In addition to this, only told her in the Cave of All Souls in the middle of the sky maybe there will be traces of the indefinite bone. The exchanges between Lu Qingyu and Mu Yuan naturally could not be hidden from Mu Lingyun, and during the time Lu Qingyu had been back, Mu Lingyun had been thinking about how he was going to tell her about the undecided bone. The undetermined bone was true, and it made Mu Lingyun invincible under the merged body was also true. But what the others didn't know was that the reason why Mu Lingyun was delayed in breaking through to the harmonization stage was also because of this undetermined bone. The undetermined bone had only one function, to a certain extent, to break the shackles set by heaven and earth. Borrowing this heaven and earth wonder, Mu Lingyun managed to cultivate to the void practicing stage when the system had yet to awaken. But breaking the shackles comes at a price. The heavens and earth would constantly attempt to repair the broken shackles, which made it more and more difficult for Mu Lingyun to break through the realm each time. Finally, when he was about to break through to the harmonization stage, the assistance brought by the undetermined bone could no longer break the shackles of heaven and earth, and Mu Lingyun had not had a breakthrough for thousands of years since then. Looking at Lu Qingyue, the youngest disciple, Mu Lingyun finally decided to tell her about the undecided bone after a long period of silence. Your talent is the strongest in the 9 states. Even without the undecided bone you basically won't encounter any bottlenecks. Heaven and earth have shown you so much favor that it's enviable. So it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to go get this treasure. Hearing Mu Lingyun's explanation of the undetermined bone, Lu Qingyue was also a bit hesitant for a moment. But after only a moment of hesitation, Lu Qingyue firmly said to Mu Lingyun, Master, I'm going to get the indeterminate bone. Why? Mu Lingyun was not surprised by Lu Qingyue's choice. It was as if he had already known this answer. After all, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth seems simple to say, but it was close to being the ultimate pursuit of cultivators. No cultivator could resist such a temptation. He merely wanted to hear what kind of reasons Lu Qingyu had for making this decision again. However, Lu Qingyue's reply caused Mu Lingyun to instantly freeze in place. I want to figure out what the undetermined bone really is. This way I can help Master unlock the shackles of heaven and earth in the future, allowing Master to break through to the harmonization stage. For me? Hearing that the reason why Lu Qingyue wanted to fuse the undetermined bone was to help him unlock the shackles of heaven and earth, Mu Lingyun's undisturbed state of mind suddenly picked up a gust of wind and blew a little ripple. He looked up at Lu Qingyu, looking into her eyes, trying to discern the truth of what she was saying at the moment. Lu Qingyue's eyes were clear and bright, and even when she looked at Mu Lingyun, a practicing void true lord, she did not flinch. Even further, Lu Qingyue's determination was transmitted to Mu Lingyun's heart. That's right, didn't Master say that my talent is the strongest in the 9 states? What Master said must be true. Then I will definitely be able to unlock the secret of the undetermined bone in the future as well, so that I will be able to help Master break through to the harmonization stage. In the face of Lu Qingyue's grandiose words, Mu Lingyun did not say that he believed them, nor did he say that he did not believe them. He just stared at Lu Qingyue's determined eyes for a long time, then sat on his high seat in silence for a long time before he suddenly smiled and touched her little head. Then cheer up, get the innate fetal mother aura Reiki first, and there's no need to force the undetermined bone or anything else. After saying that, Mu Lingyun got up and walked towards the outside. Let's go, apprentice, the auction will start soon. Seeing Mu Lingyun's back, Lu Qingyue hurriedly followed him. Does Master not believe I can find out the secret of the undecided bone? I believe that you can find out the secret of the undecided bone, but before that, you have to cultivate well, or else you might not even be able to enter the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Aha! I won't let Master down. Chapter 43, Seeing him, just to see him. TSK, smells like booze. Inside an inn in Defeng City, Mu Siyuan pushed open the door of a guest room and looked at the bottles of wine all over the floor. An expression of disgust immediately spread on her face. She doesn't like to drink because drinking, if she gets drunk, makes her say heartfelt things that she should never say to anyone else. Yet she also loves wine, because it's the kind of thing that makes people say what they really mean in front of her. After casting a spell to dispel the strong smell of alcohol in the room, and by the way, after clearing away all those bottles and stuff on the floor, Mosher Yuan looked at Zhong Lingjun, who was lying on the table with both eyes in a dazed state, and instantly felt a headache. So, are you going to stay drunk, or are you going to listen to me properly? As a Yuaning stage cultivator, unless it was really one of those rare wines, no matter how much one drank, it was impossible to get drunk into Zhong Lingjun's current state. Zhong Lingjun's current wretched appearance was more of an escape than a drunkenness. Hearing Mosher Yuan's voice, Zhong Lingjun, who had been continuously pouring wine in the room for several days, finally put down the wine glass in her hand, but her eyes were still lifeless. What did you come to see me for? What did I come to see you for? Looks like you really drank your brains out. Looking at Zhong Lingjun in this state, Mu Ziyuan wanted to taunt her, but when she met her godly eyes, she felt a sudden pang of tedium. After thinking about it, she still stated the purpose of her visit to Zhong Lingjun. It's really meaningless. You're staying with junior sister these days. Did you forget all about the purpose of our coming here? The sect master elder sister is still waiting for us to bring something back to her. Stuff, auctions. Covering her head with a splitting headache, Zhong Lingjun then remembered what the purpose of her and Mosher Yuan's arrival in Great Feng City was in the very beginning. It was just that after what happened these days, She really didn't have much heart to pay attention to the Sect's mission. Looking at Mo Yuan standing in front of her, Zhong Lingjun simply dumped this matter on her. You go ahead. Anyway, as long as someone goes to the auction to get the stuff down, isn't it? Not in the mood. You leave me alone for a while. Looking at Zhong Lingjun's disheveled appearance, Mo Yuan instantly became even more disgusted. That this kind of guy should be worshipping under the same person as himself. It really makes you feel unhappy just thinking about it. Forget it if you're not in the mood then. It's not impossible for me to go to the auction alone. But what if I tell you that today this auction will be attended by Master Teacher as well? Hearing Mu Siyuan mention Mu Lingyun, a bright light immediately flashed in the bottom of Zhong Lingyuan's eyes, who originally still looked a bit forlorn. She asked, looking up at Mu Sej in some disbelief. Seriously, Master Teacher will also go to the auction? Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who had just looked like she was about to die, but ended up immediately becoming exuberant after hearing about Mu Lingyun, the corners of Mo Yuan's mouth immediately surfaced with a smile filled with mischief. False. I was just lying to you. And besides, even if Master Teacher didn't come, you should still go out for a walk. With that, Mo Yuan tugged Zhong Lingjun towards the door. Zhong Lingjun asked, still undeterred while being dragged out of the door by Mo Yuan. So the master is here or not? Give me the word. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was so concerned about this matter, he knew that she would not go with him if he did not tell her the answer today. Mo Yuan could only point at the formation in front of the auction in the distance in an unfavorable manner. Now I'm afraid you're the only one in the entire city who still doesn't know that true Lord Bai Chi is going to attend the auction. Looking at the group of God transformation stage cultivators who stood in front of the auction as if they were waiting for someone, Zhong Lingjun instantly understood that Mu Lingyun would also come to the auction today. As soon as she thought that she could see that figure again, the haze in Zhong Lingjun's heart was immediately dispelled. Let's go then. If we're late we won't be able to see Master, said Zhong Lingjun about to head to the auction site. His face did not look the least bit disheveled from many days of alcoholism. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's impatient look, Mo Yuan said with some dismay, what can you do even if you go? Will the master see you? Mu Ziyuan didn't know what Zhong Lingjun was really thinking. It wasn't like she hadn't met Mu Lingyun before. But what about the end result? Mu Lingyun felt it was a waste of time to even look at her every time. Instead of continuing this wasted effort, we should use our energy elsewhere. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's voice, Zhong Lingjun's pace that was just about to head to the auction immediately froze in place. She looked at the auction in the distance and fell into silence, not knowing what to say for a while. She wanted to refute Mu Sej, but it was clear that she was telling the truth. Yes, even if she went to see Mu Lingyun, what could she do? Would Mu Lingyun still forgive her? Expecting a void practicing true lord to go against a decision he had once made was undoubtedly going to be harder than climbing up to the heavens. Zhong Lingjun also understood that there was no possibility of making up for those mistakes she had made. But soon Zhong Lingjun came back to her senses. She looked at Mo Yuan behind her and said in a firm tone, even if that's the case, I'm going to see Master, even if it's just to meet with him. After saying that, Zhong Lingjun walked towards the auction without a second thought, leaving Mo Yuan standing alone. To meet him even if nothing comes of it? Upon hearing Zhong Lingjun's reply, Mo Yuan first froze for a long time before a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What a fool! What's the point of just going to see him? You'll need to take him for yourself in the end. Unlike Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan had made up her mind from the very beginning. From the moment that extra figure appeared in the middle of her world, she's going to have him. No one can stop her. Even if it was Mu Lingyun himself, it wouldn't work. Chapter 44, consider this a small token of appreciation for being a senior sister. What a hoot! Master G, where are we located? In the auction venue of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu around in the middle of the venue. As a rare event in Ningzhou, the location where the auction was held was bustling with activity. Even the halls where ordinary cultivators were located were extremely luxurious. And Mu Lingyun, as a practicing void true lord, naturally had a special single room reserved for him. Our room is on the 3rd floor. Would you like a spot in the lobby on the 1st floor or would you like to go to the 3rd floor with me? Lu Qingyue, who was looking around, heard Mu Lingyun's voice and hurriedly ran back to his side. I want to stay with Master. Let's go then. The auction will start soon. Hearing that the auction was about to start, Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu and was about to head to the 3rd floor location. However, Lin Chuchu let go of her hand and said to her apologetically, Qingyu, you go up with True Lord first. I have to go back to Father. We'll meet after the auction. After saying that, Lin Chuchu headed to a certain location on the 2nd floor. Lu Qingyu could only follow Mu Lingyun to the location on the 3rd floor with regret when she saw this. Well, it's a shame. Obviously the 3rd floor would be a better location. Right. Why won't Chuchu come? Hearing Lu Qingyu's regretful voice, Mu Lingyun, who was walking in front, smiled and touched her little head. Learn to get used to it. It's going to happen a lot more often. Although Lu Qingyue was only a chi practicing stage cultivator, she was Mu Lingyun's disciple, and as the disciple of a void practicing true lord, she naturally had a different status from the other cultivators. Even if she herself doesn't care about it, others do. Unless Lu Qingyue was expelled from the division by Mu Lingyun, this situation would continue. Mastermind. In the middle of the hall on the first floor, Zhong Lingjun looked at the two figures walking on the stairs with indescribable melancholy in her eyes. In the past, whenever the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion opened an auction, Mu Lingyun would bring her along to participate in the auction. At that time, Mu Lingyun was also like this now, holding her hand while smiling and explaining to her the various details in cultivation. It's just a shame that it was once upon a time. Now after losing the identity of Mu Lingyun's disciple, Zhong Lingjun couldn't even go up to the third floor, let alone hold Mu Lingyun's hand. Things that were once taken for granted are only realized when they are lost to be so out of reach. Mosher Yuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but let out a light laugh when she saw Zhong Lingjun's despondent look. What? The master has now appeared. Aren't you going to meet with him? Hearing Mosher Yuan's flirtation, Zhong Lingjun first withdrew her gaze, then shook her head. I've already said that I just want to see master teacher, and going to meet with him now will only cause trouble for him. I don't want to embarrass him. If Zhong Lingjun went up to meet with Mu Lingyun in full view of everyone, it would only give the impression that she was taking advantage of the opportunity to force Mu Lingyun to meet with her. The similar thing had already happened once, and Zhong Lingjun never wanted it to happen a second time. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun had actually become so knowledgeable, the Mosher Yuan on the side was humming. Now you know what you're talking about. What were you doing before? In the face of Mosher Yuan's mockery, Zhong Lingjun responded to her with silence, without the slightest intention of wanting to pay attention to her. After cursing at the sight of the situation and cursing at the lack of meaning, Mosher Yuan threw a list to Zhong Lingjun. It is? Zhong Lingjun looked at the list in her hand and looked at Mu Siyuan with some confusion, while Mu Siyuan explained to her when she saw this. That's what we need to bring back this time. We didn't bring enough spirit stones. We need to play a little trick to bring it all back. You cooperate with me to take those things at that time. Upon hearing Mosher Yuan's request, Zhong Lingjun then realized why Mosher Yuan had brought her to sit in the hall on the first floor, so it was to cover her ears, so she immediately nodded her head. No problem. I'll cooperate with you when the time comes. With all the arrivals seated, the auction soon began in earnest. Those rare and exotic treasures in the past became flat at this moment. The cultivators also took out their entire savings to auction off their favorite lots. Mu Lingyun, who was sitting in a single room on the third floor, looked at the various treasures that appeared like flowing water, and while waiting for the appearance of the Biyun sword, he instructed Lu Qingyue by his side. If you have something you like, just shoot it. You don't have to save my money for me. Woo woo. Hearing the strange sounds coming from his side, Mu Lingyun frowned and looked over, and then saw the scene where Lu Qingyue stuffed a snack into her mouth and ended up choking on it. Ugh. Do you like snacks that much? Mu Lingyun shook his head helplessly before casting a spell to help Lu Qingyue swallow those treats. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue then touched the back of her head with some embarrassment. Can't help it. Who asked them to prepare the snacks so delicious? The disciple did not hold back for a moment on. He. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was still playing a trick, Mu Lingyun was about to reprimand her a couple of times so that she would know the truth of being content with what she had when he heard the exclamations of some cultivators coming from the hall. Mu Lingyun looked up and realized that the auction for the Biyun sword had begun. Biyun sword. In the middle of the hall, Zhong Lingjun's expression suddenly perked up when she saw the Biyun sword suspended on the high platform. Musej beside her said with some curiosity at the sight. What? Fancy this spirit sword? Without waiting for Zhong Lingjun to reply, Mosher Yuan continued to speak to himself. That's right. With the traceless sword gone, you do need a handy magic weapon. If you like it, I'll auction it off for you. Hearing that Mosher Yuan was actually going to help herself auction the Biyun sword, Zhong Lingjun immediately looked at her with some surprise. You're willing to help me auction off the Biyun sword? Seeing Zhong Lingjun's surprised look, Mosher Yuan immediately snorted. Why so surprised? Am I so petty and selfish in your eyes? No, I didn't think that. Hearing Mosher Yuan say what was on her mind, Zhong Lingjun immediately looked around with some weakness, while Mosher Yuan said disdainfully when she saw this, although you are a bit stupid, but in the end, you and I are from the same school. If you are killed, it is also the face of the master that will be disgraced. Don't worry, this spirit stone I will go on my own account. You can consider it as a little bit of my small intention as a senior sister. Hearing that Mosher Yuan had said so, even though she had a strong opinion of her in the past, Zhong Lingjun could only be a little embarrassed to say something to her at this moment. In that case, thanks a lot. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun was so wriggly even to say thank you, Mo Yuan instantly lost interest in this fool. Still, looking at the Biyun sword on it, she said appreciatively, "This Biyun sword is suitable for you. Your vision is quite good. I hope you won't degrade its prestige." In the face of Mo Yuan's appreciation, Zhong Lingjuan's eyes once again dodged. Her intuition told her that she absolutely could not tell Mo Yuan about the fact that this sword was actually used to give it to Lu Qingyu. Chapter 45, just bury it where you can see him. Fellow Taoists, please look. The next item to be auctioned is the Baiyun sect's inherited heavy treasure, the Baiyun sword. As the cultivator presiding over the auction introduced the various characteristics of the Baiyun sword on the high stage, the hearts and minds of the cultivators under the stage were also tugged. The spirit swords of the Yuaning stage were actually not too precious, and the cultivators who could come here had basically seen quite a few of them even if they didn't own them. What really increased the value of this Baiyun sword was the fact that it could be used by cheat practicing stage cultivators. This alone could make the Baiyun sword fetch a sky-high price. After all, if a lower-ranked cultivator could use a Yuaning stage spirit sword, it would mean that there was a possibility of being able to challenge them across the ranks. In an instant, the cultivators in the arena opened their bids, and the price quickly exceeded the price that a normal Yuaning stage spirit sword should have. As for Mo Yuan under the stage, after seeing that the price had been raised to an approximate level, he directly raised the price upwards by 20% on the original price, instantly shocking the cultivators in the arena. Because the auction was held in order to prevent the emergence of high-ranking cultivators using their cultivation to intimidate lower-ranking cultivators into abandoning the auction, the cultivators in the arena were holding a jade pendant for the auction. When bidding, you only need to input the price into the jade pendant, so the rest of the cultivators simply don't know who actually bid such a price out. Seeing that the other cultivators were shocked, the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Cultivators who could come here had a certain purpose in mind and wouldn't waste too many spirit stones on other lots. She had just observed that the cultivators in the arena had basically run out of spirit stones, and now this price was just beyond their auction limit. As for those cultivators in the single room upstairs, for them a Yuaning stage spirit sword was really not worth mentioning. They had too many means to protect their family's children. There was no need to spend so many spirit stones to auction off the Baiyun sword. Just when Mo Yuan thought that the Baiyun sword had been secured 10 times over, the piece of jade displaying the price suddenly popped up with another number, and the price was once again raised by 20%. The smile on Musage's face instantly froze. Obviously this situation had appeared outside of her expectations. Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, saw that Mo Yuan's face did not look too good and hurriedly persuaded her. "Why don't we forget about it? I don't have to have this Baiyun sword. There's no need to spend too many spirit stones." Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's persuasion, Mu Ziyuan also had the intention to give up. But her eyes suddenly looked towards a certain single room on the third floor. Unusual price. Can be practicing Qi stage cultivator use of the spirit sword? The master has just received not long, and will soon be going to the 10,000 spirit cave heaven practicing Qi stage little sister. The corner of Musage's mouth suddenly surfaced. The Baiyun sword was to be given up. She wasn't ready to let her master spend more money, but the fact that he knew in advance that Lu Qingyu's hands would have the Baiyun sword was important. When the time came to take advantage of this, she could logically send Lu Qingyu on her way. If you have the Baiyun sword and you still get killed, then you deserve to die. Are you thinking up some more scheming? Zhong Lingjun looked at the widening smile at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth and instantly felt some chills on her back. She and Mo Yuan were basically taken under Mu Lingyun's tutelage together, and the difference in time between before and after was not much. Thus compared to the other few senior sisters, she treated Musage more as a peer and competitor. Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's skepticism towards herself, Mo Yuan was too lazy to explain to her. Right. I'm thinking of some plotting and scheming again. What do you care? You'd better continue to go and think about how to please master teacher and beg for his forgiveness. This was what Mo Yuan despised the most about Zhong Lingjun. Doesn't know how to be flexible and thinks he can make anything happen if he is persistent. Laughing dead. If adhere to the useful words, but also want to plot and scheme to do what? The whole world of cultivators are honest to cultivate is not good. In the face of Mo Yuan's mockery, Zhong Lingjun didn't refute her and just lowered her head without saying anything. She knew that Mo Yuan was right. With all the things she had done, trying to redeem Mu Lingyun by making amends was almost impossible. But the only thing that Zhong Lingjun was unwilling to do was to engage in any calculations in this matter. The sins created by her heart will be filled by her heart. It didn't matter if Mu Lingyun ignored her true heart. All of this is the downfall she deserves. Those who have made mistakes need to be punished. This is the most simple philosophy of Zhong Lingjun. All this she was doing now was both to seek Mu Lingyun's forgiveness and to atone for her own sins. Only then could Zhong Lingjun seek a shred of peace in the midst of that endless remorse. As for whether Mu Lingyun will forgive her in the end, Zhong Lingjun suddenly remembered what Mu Lingyun had once said when he taught her. 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, vanish one of them. There are no absolutes in the world. No matter what kind of predicament one encounters, one has to walk first. Lingjun, you have to remember that the road is under your feet. It was a shame to say that Mu Lingyun had taught her many things, but what she could recall now was actually only this one sentence. But even if it is only this one sentence, the disciple will certainly remember the master's teachings. TSK. That's what I hate most about this fool. Looking at Zhong Lingjun's determined face, Moshe Yuan knew that she definitely hadn't given up yet, and might have even become more determined. Moshe Yuan really disliked Zhong Lingjun and looked down on her. However, looking at the surrounding cultivators who were fighting over a few spirit stones, Moshe Yuan felt that Zhong Lingjun was a lot smoother. Sure enough, everyone else in this world other than Master Teacher is either boring or even more boring. Throwing down the jade pendant in his hand, Moshe Yuan got up and left the place. Let's go. We've got everything we need to buy. There's nothing left for us to keep an eye on here. Hearing Moshe Yuan say leave, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly got up and followed her. Only when she was walking out of the auction, Zhong Lingjun suddenly said to Moshe Yuan, "Can you help me go back and tell eldest sister to take a leave of absence? I'm going to a place and I might not be able to return to the sect in a short period of time." Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was going to take a leave of absence, Moshe Yuan couldn't help but look at her curiously. "What? Are you going out for a walk?" Zhong Lingjun nodded, but then shook her head. "It's not a walkabout. I'm going on a trip to the Western Desert." Western Desert, the land of those big monks? You finally have a heart of gold and are ready to see the world and become a nun? If that's really the case, the poor Taoist will definitely go to the temple to add more incense money to you at that time. Hearing Moshe Yuan's teasing voice, Zhong Lingjun wasn't annoyed. She just gripped the spirit sword in her hand and said in a firm tone, "The Western Desert Buddhist sect has the secret method of reincarnation, which can make a person fade away all the burdens of the past. I want to see if I can fetch it. If Master has the secret method of reincarnation, he will be able to wash away the shackles of the undetermined bone, and at that time, if Master wants to break through to the harmonization stage, it will be nothing more than within his reach." The secret law of reincarnation? Learning that Zhong Lingjun was actually going to the Western Desert Buddhist sect to seek the secret law of reincarnation, a hint of surprise flashed through Moshe Yuan's eyes. After careful thought, Musej realized that this method did have a chance of success. But, even that Buddhist sect has few people who can cultivate the secret law of reincarnation. And you, a Yuaning stage cultivator, want to ask for the secret law of reincarnation. On what grounds? This time it really wasn't that Moshe Yuan was looking down on Zhong Lingjun, but rather, although the secret law of reincarnation had no rank, it was undoubtedly one of the supreme teachings of the Buddhist sect. So how could it possibly be handed over to Zhong Lingjun just like that? Even if Mu Lingyun went by himself, he wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain this secret method. However, in the face of Moshe Yuan's implicit discouragement, Zhong Lingjun did not care. She knew and understood all that Musej had said, but she was going anyway, to atone for her sins and to make amends, even if she died on the way. Zhong Lingjun looked back one last time, her gaze seemingly piercing through the jeweled building to meet Mu Lingyun, who was sitting on a high seat. When she saw Mu Lingyun's indifferent eyes, she was satisfied. After she spoke to Mu Siyuan, she took Mu Lingyun's once teachings with her on the road. "Senior sister, if I can't come back, you can send my ashes to Master Teacher, and if Master Teacher doesn't want to take it, you can give it to Junior Sister and have her find a place to bury it where it won't disturb Master Teacher, but where she can still see Master Teacher." Chapter 46. She couldn't have been born from you and that wild woman. "Master, this sword is so heavy." On the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Lu Qingyue held the Biyun sword in her hand and lifted it with difficulty. But it's such a struggle just to lift it, let alone use it. Mu Lingyun, who was on the side, also didn't know what to say when he saw the scene. "I bought all the swords, but found that I couldn't lift them." The Biyun sword itself weighed 1,000 pounds in addition to the consumption of aura. For Yuaning stage or even Jindan stage cultivators, this was of course nothing. But for a Qi practicing stage cultivator who had just set foot on the path of cultivation, it was a bit too difficult. I'm afraid that the maker of the Biyun sword hadn't thought that someone would actually give this rare spirit sword to a Qi practicing stage cultivator to use. "Come on little guy, a little harder. You're about to take your first swing out." Wan Ziding looked at Lu Chengyu, who was struggling to swing her sword, and threw melon seeds into her own mouth while smiling at Mu Lingyun. If others knew that the disciple of the titular true lord by Qi couldn't even lift a sword, how do you think their group of good guys at the Heavenly Pavilion would circulate this matter? Those mouth breathers won't say anything unless they want to get intimate with the endless sword again. After helplessly glancing at Wan Ziding, who just knew to watch the show, Mu Lingyun stretched out his hand in the air to hold the Biyun sword in his hand. Feeling the unyielding will of the sword spirit contained within, Mu Lingyun could not help but laugh dumbly. You have been reduced to the point of being auctioned off, and still want to hold on to your useless dignity. Biyun sword has been passed down for a long time, naturally gave birth to a spirit. Want to control their own weight for cultivators to use naturally is not difficult. However, it was obvious that the Biyun sword couldn't even look at Lu Qingyu, a chi practicing stage cultivator. You don't say come a Yuaning stage cultivator, at least come a Jindan stage one. Even if you just come a foundation establishment stage cultivator, you had to give it to a little girl in the chi practicing stage. Who are you looking down on? It Biyun sword is just down and out, not wasted. Thus even though it would offend Mu Lingyun, the Biyun sword refused to arbitrarily allow Lu Qingyu to use herself. Feeling the Biyun sword's unyielding aura, Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. How about giving each other face? You let Qingyu drive you now, and in the future, I'll help you achieve practicing emptiness. Although it was true that Mu Lingyun could forcefully use his cultivation to make the Biyun sword yield, Lu Qingyu was going to enter the 10,000 spirit cave heaven to seize the treasure next. If the Biyun sword was willing to cooperate with Lu Qingyu, it would naturally be the best. And hearing the deal offered by Mu Lingyun, the Biyun sword was obviously moved as well, and the force of its resistance lessened by quite a bit. Mu Lingyun saw this and looked directly at Lu Qingyu. Apprentice, let your future best friend take a good look at what you're really capable of. Yes, master. Hearing Mu Lingyun ask himself to show his ability, Lu Qingyu, who was already a bit displeased because she wasn't looked upon by the Biyun sword, immediately stepped forward. It's just a broken sword. What could possibly be resistant? It's not like I haven't seen better. Thinking so, Lu Qingyu's sight also looked towards the endless sword suspended behind Mu Lingyun. If she could, she would actually want the endless sword the most. The strongest spirit sword of the void practicing stage in the entire world, capable of cutting through the void with its sword. And even as long as there was enough mana, the endless sword could open up a space that existed briefly in the midst of the chaos. But Mu Lingyun hadn't reported to hell yet, and the endless sword wasn't even her turn. Moreover, it wasn't like Lu Qingyu hadn't been near the endless sword during the period of worship, but no matter how much she tried to please it, the endless sword was unresponsive to her calls. Obviously, compared to the Biyun sword, the endless sword looked down on Lu Qingyu even more. If she wasn't Mu Lingyun's disciple, I'm afraid that the endless sword wouldn't even allow her to approach. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Qingyu instantly felt aggrieved in her heart. One by one, they all looked down on people. Wasn't she just a little shorter in her cultivation and a little shallower in her cultivation? But Master had said that her talent was the strongest in the 9 states, and that one day she would be able to attain ascension. By then, even if you broken swords begged her, she wouldn't care about you. Containing the aggression and defiance in her heart, Lu Qingyu fully operated the mana in her body. Instantly, an invisible air current filled the room on the top floor, while there was also a faint sword and dragon roar around Lu Qingyu's body. When Wan Ziting, who was drinking tea and watching the show, saw this kind of commotion, her eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyu. This is the chi practicing stage? Feeling the surge of mana that erupted from Lu Qingyu's body, Wan Ziting said with some disbelief. It's that group of transformed demon clans that don't have this level of mana, right? And, Wan Ziting first sensed carefully, then said with some incredulity, endless sword intent, or the ever-growing endless sword intent. Unlike Yuaning stage cultivators like Zhong Lingjun, who was also at the void practicing stage, Wan Ziting saw Lu Qingyu's bottom line at a glance, and discovered that deep within her body, there was an endless sword intent hovering. However, unlike a few of Mu Lingyun's other disciples, this one within Lu Qingyu's body was constantly growing. Mu Lingyun saw Wan Ziting's look of surprise and casually explained a few things. Well, this disciple of mine was born along with the endless sword intent, so she is naturally adapted to the existence of the endless sword intent, and by the time she cultivates to the void practicing stage, I'm afraid that the endless sword intent in her body will have grown enough to practice another endless sword. Practicing another endless sword. Hearing Mu Lingyun's explanation, Wan Ziting suddenly clenched her fists, the fallen treasure copper coins in her hands ready to be poised. She looked at Mu Lingyun and said word for word through clenched teeth. This little one couldn't have been born from you and that wild woman out there. Looking at the tense-faced Wan Ziting, and the fallen treasure copper coins that were tightly clutched in her hands, Mu Lingyun was silent at first, then suddenly smiled and said, "What would you do if I said you guessed right?" What to do? Hearing that Mu Lingyun even asked what she would do, Wan Ziting was first furious, then suddenly burst out laughing, but Mu Lingyun could clearly see that her eyes had already lost their luster. Realizing that the situation was not right, Mu Lingyun hurriedly tried to stop her, but alas, he was a step too late. Hey, you wait for Falling treasure copper.